Good afternoon and welcome to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing for Thursday, March 17th, 2016. I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings, and when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. I'd like to take roll at this time. Commission President Fong.
Here.
Commission Vice President Richards.
Here.
Commissioner Antonini is here. Commissioner Hillis.
Here.
Commissioner Moore.
Here.
And Commissioner Wu.
Here.
We do expect Commissioner Johnson to arrive shortly. Commissioners, first on your agenda is consideration of items proposed for continuance. Item 1, case number 2015-010755. CUA at 447 Bush Street. Conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to June 16, 2016. Item 2, case number 2014.0909C at 140 Ellis Street. Conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to June 16, 2016. Item 3, case number 2014.0911C at 1412 Market Street. Conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to June 16, 2016. Item 4 for case number 2015-010747 CUA at 972 Sutter Street. Conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to June 16, 2016. And item 5 for case number 2012.1531C at 54 4th Street. Conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to June 16, 2016. And item 6 for case number 2014.0910C at 432 Gary Street. Conditional use authorization is also proposed for continuance to June 16, 2016.
Okay, happy St. Patrick's Day. And is there any public comment on the items proposed for continuance?
Thank you, Commissioners. John Kevlin here with Rubin, Junius & Rose on behalf of the project sponsor, DKR Partners. Just a quick recap. This is related to the projects you guys approved last summer at 361 Turk, 145 Leavenworth. That was the group housing projects. This is the other half of the project, which is a transfer of a number of residential hotel restrictions from various mixed tourist and residential hotels throughout the Union Square area to the new building. And we've been delayed it a handful of times now. We originally were going to hear both of these matters last summer together in one hearing. They got decoupled. We're ready to go right now. The residential hotel conversion ordinance requires that DBI notify the SRO organizations in the area about the pending application. They've done that, but they want to clarify the language that's been in that notice, and that's why they've asked for, we're here today in front of you with a continuance. So we understand the need for a continuance. That said, the appeal period, the notice period is only 15 days. So it's something that we can resolve relatively quickly, and I think we can pretty easily be back here late April and be ready to go. As of right now, the proposal for continuance is to June 17th, which is 3 full months away. It's just a very long time, and this aspect of the project is holding up the financing and construction of the actual group housing project. It's a very positive project. We'll talk to you about it in more detail when we're actually here on the substance, but we're providing an additional 40 workforce housing rooms, restricted rent. So we're going to be up to 29% of the units that have some amount of restricted rent, and those workforce housing units on a lease with police firefighters unions and the Boys and Girls Club down the street. So we're really looking forward to presenting this to you, and we really are asking you today to find a time for us, hopefully in late April, because 3 months really does, it impacts when we can actually get construction going and get these units online. So I'm here for any questions, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any additional public comment on items proposed for continuance? Okay, not seeing any. Public comment is closed. And Commissioner Moore.
Suggest continuance as proposed for items 1 and 6. Actually, I move to continue. Sorry, my language is right there.
Commissioner Antonini.
Well, I think project sponsor's attorney made a good point, and I think it would be good if we could at least move this up to a calendar date that might give an opportunity to be heard. I spoke with Mr. Iona and kind of thought that April 21st, that has a lot of items. None of them seem to be ones that would take a long period of time. And having been here a while, a lot of them looks like they are ones that could possibly, drop off. So I would propose that, instead of June, we try April 21st, and then if it doesn't work, we could always, bump it to a later date.
Jonas, how does that April 21st date look?
Commissioners, you can continue this matter to any date you see fit. None of your future agendas are light. On April 21st, you do have Sutro Tower as well as a mandatory DR for a medical cannabis dispensary coming to you at the end of your agenda on the 21st. Again, I mean, there are no light calendars.
Okay.
It would be throwing a dart to pick one that would accommodate. But if you choose to pick April 21st, we can do that.
Okay.
Accordingly, I will make a motion to continue to April 21st. I don't believe Commissioner Moore's motion was seconded. So I'm moving to continue to April 21st for all of the items that are on our continuance calendar.
I'll support that with a second, but emphasizing the ability to, if they're not ready for whatever reason, that we can push it yet further out. Commissioner Moore.
I have asked around of why we received a letter from DBI, and I feel that completely unprepared to say one way or the other, because we have never received a letter from DBI telling us that we needed to do certain things a certain way. And I believe that this was a very controversial issue, very, very difficult for all of us. And until I have more information which substantiates of how we do things, I'm not prepared to support this, and I'd rather wait the appropriate time for us to all be clear and on the same page of how we support or not support such a project.
Okay. Commissioner Hillis.
Yeah, I know this is a complicated issue. We heard a little bit about it before in some emails going back and forth from DBI. But I have no problem hearing it with the option to continue it, consider it as informational, because I think it is a complicated issue that I right now don't have all the facts, and it'd be good to hear from DBI and others who are interested in this, because the last time I was able to tour some of these sites, each of them is different and each of them has its own issues. So I don't mind hearing this and seeing, but with the notion that we may not take action on it.
Yeah, I agree. It's a complex movement. Director Ryan, can you speak to the DBI request from Director Hui, or maybe?
As I understand it, the way Mr. Kelvin described it
Sanchez
is correct. There's a notification procedure that has to happen for this type of conversion to take place. That notification did happen, but there is an additional time that is being requested just to clear that process. Sorry to put you on the spot immediately, but or Carly could answer that question as the staff planner in more detail.
Good afternoon. Carly Grove, department staff. There were notices that were distributed early on in the process when the permits to convert were initially filed under DBI. The project scope has changed slightly since you heard the proposal for the group housing at Turk and Leavenworth. Two additional hotels have been added. One has been removed from the project. So we wanted to make sure that DBI's notification requirements under the admin code had been satisfied. We were having a hard time confirming that. So we want to make sure that everything is consistent. Everybody has been noticed before we move forward.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, question for Carly. We have 5 weeks until the proposed continuance date, the earliest we could hear it. So in your opinion, could this noticing take place in that amount of time and, be able to answer our questions that may be concerned to that?
Definitely. I think, the noticing it is only a 15-day notice requirement, and the notice under the admin code is specifically, it includes a specific language about holding a planning commission hearing to collect public comment. I think in the past with these types of cases, there's been different circumstances which have changed our recommendations. But in this case, we're still trying to sort of work through the processes to, present the required entitlements to you, which would be conditional use authorizations, but also to satisfy the requirements under the admin code, which provide you the opportunity to hear public comment on the proposed conversions and make findings regarding the comparability of the new group housing units and the existing residential hotel units. So I think that's a process that we're working through to try to make that as clear as possible. And 5 weeks is definitely doable. June 16th may be a little more, give me a little bit more time to prepare that, but, given the indication to maybe start the conversation April is definitely doable as well.
Yeah, thank you, because as always, if it's continued to that date, it's the earliest we could hear it. If we find from you or other stakeholders that we're not ready, it obviously can be pushed further forward at that time. Thank you.
Commissioner Wu.
I just wanted to clarify. So what I heard Commissioner Hillis talk about is different than what I see on the calendar. We don't necessarily have some sort of informational item scheduled to talk about the administrative code or residential versus tourist units. Is that in the realm of possibility? Maybe we could do something like that in April, but actually hear the item in June.
I would be happy to prepare something informational. I think it is a very complex. We're not even in the planning code anymore, so it's very complex, and I'd be happy to prepare something for you for April.
Probably figure it out.
Commissioner Moore.
I just need to ask the question that when the department makes a suggestion and when to hear it, I have to trust that they are fully in control of delivering something where we are asking the maximum of information, and I'm saying that with reference to your own work rather than us trying to be faster. We're asking for efficiency. We're asking for well-scheduled planning commission hearings. And why would we try to pull something forward by almost 8 weeks when it is quite clear that there are lots of questions floating around? I'm a little bit confused by even trying it. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Richards.
I think, speaking to some of the items that we've heard recently where, I want to make sure people are clear that we've approved projects where the designs haven't even been finalized, and we've punted it back to staff, and we've been doing that consistently because we do realize the current situation given the housing demand. This one, for me, is so incredibly complicated. I did tour some of the sites. I believe it was in December with Commission President Fong. I do support an informational in a month or whatever the date was, with potentially hearing the item before June 16th. But I want to make sure staff really hits this one out of the park, because this is really going to be, I think, confusing.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I acknowledge the fact that there are questions that have to be resolved by DBI issues, but it seems to me when we first continued this, one of the reasons it was so far ahead was that we didn't have any open days until that day. I remember being here and discussing when we could do it, because there was a desire on the part of almost everyone to have it a little sooner. And, so I'm still in favor of the motion, and if it doesn't work out that day, it can always be continued. Or perhaps informational will be in its place if staff doesn't feel they're ready.
Project sponsor.
Thank you for the opportunity, Commissioner. Speaking to Commissioner Richards' point, we'd be happy to come back, on April 21st, have an informational item with Ms. Grobe with you. What I would ask is that it's still, the ultimate project approval is, impacting our timeline. So if we could maybe agree to come back to you on April 21st, and then maybe early May, we could come back with the actual project. That would work for us. And that would, again, give that much more time for DBI to work out its own issues. So I just put that out there.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you for that offer. I think Commissioner Richards.
I think that's a good compromise in that, one, we get all the information we're going to need. April 21st, we'll get that real first chunk of it. And then I think giving staff enough time and giving you enough time to present the project, we don't have to wait an additional 2 months. Perhaps we wait an additional several weeks. That works for me. It balances, I think, both needs. And I guess I defer to the Commission Secretary to see if there's a place we could put that.
I am no longer going to suggest a date.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to leave it entirely up to you all.
I'm looking here in May 19th. No, 2,000 Bryant's on there.
There is no good date, Commissioners. Okay, you can look at dates
12th?
through June. There is no good date.
May 12th? May 12th.
Is that,
I'd like to amend your motion for May 12th.
Okay, I would revise my motion to continue this to May 12, if the seconder is okay with that. And then we still have the informational hearing on April 21st.
Is that
Well-
amenable to the seconder? So these items will then be continued to May 12th, and there would be an informational presentation on this sort of a action on April 21st, is my understanding.
okay, but just to be clear, it's a little bit out of the norm for us to schedule two meetings in serial order. Well, not serial order, but
No, I mean, the commission clearly wants an informational on this, so you can.
Okay.
I mean, it seems like you're directing us to do an informational prior to your hearing action.
May be proper
For
that
action.
my motion is only for the continuance with the understanding we are asking staff for informational
That's fine.
and suggesting the 21st being a good date for that.
okay, I will continue, second that motion.
Very good, Commissioners. Shall I call that question then?
Yes, please.
Then on the matter of continuance for items 1 through 6 to May 21st.
May 12, I thought.
I'm sorry, May 12th. May 12th. Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. And places you under your consent calendar. All matters listed here under constitute a consent calendar or considered to be routine by the Planning Commission and may be acted upon by a single roll call vote of the Commission. There will be no separate discussion of this item unless a member of the public, the Commission, or staff so requests, in which event the matter shall be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item at this or a future hearing. Item 7, for case number 2015-002837 CUA SHD at 455 Fell Street, Parcel O, adoption of shadow findings. I have no speaker cards.
Okay. Any public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioner Wu.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yeah, I did want to ask something, if that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner
Yeah,
Anthony.
I probably should have brought this up before the motion was made, but it looks like we are agreeing with what Rec Park had done as far as the shadow allotment to Patricia's Green, which is fine, but it seems to me any other time we have the shadow issue, at least it gets on our calendar and we have a hearing on it. And
You have
came out-
actually heard this project, and it was actually an oversight where it was the shadow findings were adopted as part of a finding as opposed to an actual motion standalone.
Yeah, I remember the project. I just was kind of confused why it's on. That's fine. I'm not objecting. I'm ready to vote on this.
Very good, then, Commissioners. On that motion to approve, or excuse me, adopt findings under your consent calendar, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commissioner President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0 and places us under under Commission matters. Consideration of adoption draft minutes for March 3rd, 2016.
Okay, is there any public comment on the draft minutes?
Somebody brought up a letter here.
Okay, not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioner Moore.
Secretary Ionin, would you be so kind to briefly update the Commission on an email which came through after we probably have already left? It was an email coming in on the completeness of these draft minutes, and you very well explained of why they are complete and what the right or talked about does not apply to the approval of this Commission. Appreciate that.
Commissioners, there was a member of the public that felt that the minutes were inaccurate associated with items 11A and B for 88 Arkansas Street. That project was approved by this commission The motion included an amendment to add the entertainment conditions of approval. However, this person felt that there was some deliberation associated with the parking and the degree of parking, but in that deliberation or during those deliberations, commissioners realized that really that is under the purview of the San Francisco MTA, and it was not included in the official motion as a condition of approval. And so I responded to that member of the public as such, and I advise that you adopt the minutes as they are proposed and before you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Moore.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to adopt the minutes for March 3rd, 2016, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0 and places you on item 9, Commission comments and questions.
Commissioner Moore.
Two articles, one about PDR, the loss of PDR, which I thought was extremely well written, and I will keep it when we discuss this issue in a few weeks. Second article on student housing in the Business Times, equally important, probably will come up today again, and I will talk about it later.
If there's nothing further, Commissioners, we can move on to Department Matters. Item 10, Director's Announcements.
Commissioner Antonini.
sorry.
I just wishing everybody a happy St. Patrick's Day.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, sure.
Director Ram.
Thank you, Commissioners. I would like to ask that we close the meeting today in honor of Isakin Omakaro, who was a member of the staff for 20 years, who passed away unexpectedly yesterday morning. Isakin was with the department for 20 years. He was an immigrant from Nigeria, was schooled in the U.S., and moved to the West Coast in the early 90s. He worked primarily in the last 15 years at the Public Information Counter. Was very well known at the counter. Worked closely with staff. Many members of the public knew Isakin, and he was really dedicated to public service and really very much enjoyed his time there. He's survived by his wife and 2 children of 11 and 17. So we ask for your support for his family, to the department, and ask that you close the meeting today in his honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, item 11, review of past events of the Board of Supervisors, Board of Appeals, and the Historic Preservation Commission.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Aaron Starr, Manager of Legislative Affairs for the Planning Department. Another short presentation for you this week. There were no items at the Land Use Committee that Planning was involved with. At the full board, Supervisor Wiener's ordinance to allow bars on the second floor in the Upper Market Neighborhood Commercial District passed its first read and is on to the mayor for his signature. We do have 2 introductions this week. The first one was a ordinance that for inclusionary affordable housing fee and requirements and the preparation of an economic feasibility report. This will come before you on March 31st, so quick turnaround on that. And it was sponsored by Supervisors Kim and Peskin. And then also Supervisor Peskin sponsored an ordinance to construct accessory dwelling units citywide, and that will come to you within 90 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the Board of Appeals did meet last night. Only one item I think maybe of interest was appeal of a variance that I had granted for 3636 Webster. This was before you as a discretionary review as well. We had a joint hearing on the item. The board heard the appeal last night and denied the appeal. There will be, of course, a subsequent appeal opportunity on the building permit, which has your discretionary review decision.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tim Fry, Department staff, here to share with you a couple items from yesterday's Historic Preservation Commission hearing. The Commission unanimously approved the Central Soma Historic Context Statement and Historic Resource Survey. The findings of the context statement and the survey will be used to inform the environmental impact report for the Central Corridor Area Plan, as well as provide support for development of cultural heritage districts within the Central Soma area, particularly the Filipino Cultural Heritage District that's currently underway. The findings will also be used to inform the policies of the draft Central Corridor Area Plan, and you should see those draft policies when the plan comes to you in the future. And then finally, the Commission forwarded a unanimous positive recommendation for the local landmark designation of 34 to 45 Onondaga Avenue. This is historically known as the Alemany Emergency Health Center. This was a community-sponsored designation, also supported by Supervisor Avalos. The two buildings that are interconnected are known as as part of the city's early emergency health system, and one of the buildings contains some WPA era murals, which the Arts Commission is currently seeking funding to restore. That is moving on to the Board of Supervisors, and Aaron Starr will certainly keep you updated on its progress through the board. And that concludes my comments, unless you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no questions, Commissioners, we can move on to general public comment, not to exceed a period of 15 minutes. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. I do have one speaker card.
Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to ask that the public is asked not to use a flash, please. It is very difficult when it hits us here in our eyes on the stage.
Okay, no flash photography, please.
Thank you.
Robin Bishop.
I have my papers that you requested.
You can leave it right there on the.
Perfect.
Thank you. Yeah, the computer, please. I think there you go.
Perfect.
You're up. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Thank you. Go ahead. You can use that mic if you want.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Robin Bishop, and I am a lifelong resident of San Francisco. I was born at 897 Carolina Street on Potrero Hill. I come before you representing concerned neighbors regarding a project currently in the planning process. The project address is 891 Carolina Street. A similar project for the same property and the same ownership came before you in a discretionary review in 2002. Your decision at that hearing was that the proposed alteration and expansion of the existing building was out of scale in both height and volume in the immediate and broader context of the neighborhood. The current project by the same owner, now in planning for 2 years, is again proposing to build a 4-story building with an enormous footprint. The current proposed structure at 891 Carolina exploits the unusual character of the adjacent lot at 897 Carolina, as shown here. You can see right here that the existing structure for 897 is not next to the subject property. This unusual setting allows the calculation of the rear yard for the proposed project to be biased so that the new structure can be built very deeply into the lot. The project sponsor already enjoys unimpeded access to light on the south side of the front 50% of the lot, ordinarily blocked by the adjacent property. Despite this luxury, the proposed structure, grossly out of scale with the 2-story homes on Carolina Street, will extend 75% of the way into the lot depth, dramatically reducing light to 897 Carolina and impinging on the mid-block open space. This unusual sharing of light, access to privacy, and available open space harms the neighboring residents. For this project, the residential design guidelines are of utmost importance for governing the development of 891 Carolina. By building to a height of 39 feet and building to a depth of 60 feet, as shown in your documents that I've shown you, and here for public record, the depth of 60 feet being what's going to allow for the mid-block open space to be preserved. So 897 Carolina, a property we've owned for more than 40 years, would not exist in the literal shadow of a monstrosity that notably failed to achieve the support of the Planning Commission in 2002. We ask for renewed scrutiny for decisions made with respect to, but not limited to, height in relation to the immediate context, and preservation of the rear yard and mid-block open space to reduce harm to other residents. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there any additional general public comment? Okay, seeing none, general public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore?
No.
Okay, sorry.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to your regular calendar. Item 12 for the Academy of Art informational presentation.
I probably should make a statement.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Commissioner
Mary
Antonini, I'm sorry,
Woods,
did you-
Department Staff.
Sorry, Mary, before we start, I've spoken with the city attorney, and issue has been raised in regards to this item, which is a general informational and calendaring type of situation that deals generally with the entire Academy of Art University. And like many of us, I do have owned property within the city and county of San Francisco. If any one particular project that is owned by the Academy is within 500 feet of any of my ownership, then I would recluse myself for that. But in terms of this, I've been advised by the city attorney that this kind of general type of discussion does not collectively exclude anyone who may own property in San Francisco. So that is what I've been told to comment on in regards to this situation. So I feel fine in participating with this.
Staff, we're going to open up to public comments too after this, but it's. So you know the order. Thank you. Staff, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mary Woods of Department Staff. In October 2015, staff provided a general update on the progress of various aspects of the AAU project. Today, staff is providing you additional information regarding the status of AAU's enforcement, environmental review, an update on the department's approach for reviewing AAU applications that require commission action, as well as AAU's institutional master plan update. With regard to enforcement, staff has devoted a lot of time and resources on this effort and has made significant progress in recent years with the inspection of properties, correction of life safety issues, and removal of unpermitted signs. The remaining violations are largely related to use, which also ties to the discussion on how to review these change of use applications that require commission review and action. With regard to environmental review, the draft Environmental Impact Report was published in February 2015. A 60-day public review comment period ended in April 2015. A hearing for the draft EIR was held in April 2015. 109 comments were received by the department during this comment period. Staff is working on the responses to comments document, which is expected to be published in June of this year for public review. And the final environmental impact report is anticipated for a hearing in July 2016. Also in progress is the department's draft existing sites technical memo, which is expected to be published in May 2016 and will undergo a 30-day public review and comment period. During this comment period, staff will bring this ESTM report to the Historical Preservation Commission as well as the Planning Commission for your review and comment. A hearing at the HP Commission is scheduled for May 18, and a hearing at the Planning Commission is scheduled for May 19. With regard to department's approach to reviewing various AAU applications that require commission action, in the October 2015 informational presentation, staff presented several alternatives or approaches to reviewing these applications. Based on feedback from the Commission at that time, staff will be continuing working on and refining how to process these entitlement applications. In sum, of the 40 properties that require commission action, 10 will require conditional use, 2 will require a building permit application, 13 will require historical preservation review, 6 the department believes contain legal uses, and 9 that are not currently allowed under the planning code. These reviews are rated based on the highest level required by the commission. For some of the properties that require conditional uses, there may be other building permits require, historical preservation review require, but to establish what the highest level of reviews require, these are the numbers that are currently that have been determined. And also as a note, these numbers may change upon further review by staff, as well as new information is presented to staff by AAU. Finally, with regard to the institutional master plan update, initially the institutional master plan requirement was established in 1976 with the primary purpose to inform the city and the public on existing and anticipated future developments of post-secondary educational institutions such as the Academy of Art University. AAU filed its first full IMP and was accepted and heard by the Commission in November 2011. The code also requires that updates be submitted every 2 years to include descriptions of all projects that have been completed, ongoing, to begin in the next 24 months, and projects that are no longer being considered. AAU has filed its required updates, one in November 2013 and one in November 2015. The latest IMP update that was filed in November 2015 has been considered and reviewed by staff, and the department has considered it to be complete. These summarize the various aspects of the AAU project. I'm happy to answer any questions that the Commission may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Opening up to public comment. I don't know if there are any speaker cards on this item. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner, just wanted to add one or 2 points for clarification. One that was raised actually this week during some public comment we received. It was noted in the staff report that 121 Wisconsin has no apparent violations. That's actually a property that's subject to a legitimization request. So that does require a building permit to document a change of use. So we'll be moving from that category. Also, in addition to the enforcement efforts that you know about, in the past we've talked about the notice of violation and penalties, using those as a lever to guarantee and compel compliance in a timely fashion. We have used that successfully in the past to have the draft EIR published. And so now as we're moving towards the comments and responses and the ESTM, we'll be establishing a new deadline of July 1st of this year to have the comments and responses in the ESTM completed. And we'll be issuing updated notices of violation penalty phased over the coming weeks, and those would impose penalties upon AAU if they do not complete the comments and responses in the ESTM by July 1st. So I just want to make you aware of that change.
Okay, thank you for that additional information. And opening up to public comment, Christopher Martin, Sue Hester, and Spike Kahn.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I put a chart up that should be up on the screen from today's Chronicle. These properties that are marked in red are out of compliance with zoning and building codes. The properties marked in black are in compliance. You can see the obvious contrast. The violations of some of these properties span over 2 decades. I doubt that in the history of San Francisco there's been another property owner that has violated the planning code to this extreme with multiple violations on dozens of buildings. As you know, These violations are of consequence and impact people and neighborhoods directly. In the staff memo to the Commission dated March 10th, there's an entry on the first page in the paragraph titled Enforcement. It states, the Department modified penalties accrual on other properties to compel the Academy to complete the EIR process and to file land use applications and planning code amendments for properties that are not allowed under the planning code. This is a convoluted way of saying that the Planning Department is reducing the Academy's outstanding fines for violating the law in return for the Academy filing proper permit applications to bring their properties into compliance. This is reinforcing and even subsidizing an illegal and bad behavior. Does the Planning Commission use this practice of reducing penalties to coax compliance with other property owners that knowingly violate the law? How much has the AAU racked up in fines for its violations? There's no mention of this in the memo. Several months ago, the city attorney stated that these penalties could have amounted to $3.5 million. City Attorney Herrera has also stated that the Planning Department has given the Academy unprecedented extensions and accommodations despite the long outstanding violations of the law. Again, quoting the City Attorney, the Department's treatment of the AAU undermines and jeopardizes the City and County of San Francisco's enforcement efforts and suggests that the AAU is above the law. The Department needs to enforce the code violations against the Academy to restore public confidence. I don't understand why the Planning Department's practice of rebating permit violations exists. The AAU, we all know the AAU is unlikely to change its predatory and callous practices of land acquisition and building use violations in the future. It's disturbing to me as to why the Department has not activated the City Attorney and used remedies under the Planning Code as provided in Sections 176. One can only speculate why. It's a matter of principle and justice. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
I'm going to be using the overhead, please. Oh, I haven't started speaking yet. Come back to 3 o'clock. I'm not going to start until he sets it back at 3. Pardon me.
You ready now, Sue?
I'm ready. My name is Sue Hester. I've been dealing with this case for a long time, 14 years. What's on the overhead is the map that was in the EIR for Academy of Art. The red is housing, the blue is institutional uses. That was a first map that a lot of us had. What I'm asking for is the Planning Commission to take the opportunity today to reset the hearing, informational hearing, with the ability for the public to give input on the report you got last Friday or last Thursday on the IMP. The basic acquisitions have been by the Academy of Art, and I'm looking at this map. They have been required to have an IMP since 1991 when they acquired 2340 Stockton Street. Today is 25 years later. They're still not disclosing all their land holdings. The Planning Commission should give some input, like is required for an IMP, on this one. You really haven't had the opportunity, nor has the public had the opportunity, to give input. The IMP is a hollow shell of itself. If the only thing you do is allow a defective EIR or defective IMP to be filed and then stalled forever, that on the back side of the paper that I have that has this thing of what I'm asking you to do, there's a summary of what was happening when the IMP came in and when the EIR started. They had filed a defective IMP 2 in 06, 2 in 07, 1 in 08. The Planning Commission had hearings on them. They kept saying, they're not complete. You need more information. And they were basically told, you got to get rid of this thing so we can have a project for the EIR. And so that set the context for when the Planning Commission, quote, accepted as complete the IMP. The result of that has been no opportunity for the Planning Commission to give instructions to the IAU. For example, we should have a discussion, a public as well as the Commission, on how they have to list projects. They obscure projects intentionally. They have to decide the requirement. You have to decide. They have to build housing. There is enormous housing that they're draining from the housing stock of the city. It's about 1,000 units. They have obliterated rental housing, SROs, group housing all over the place. There needs to be some place where you tell people they got to build housing. And I'm asking for you to please continue the discussion.
Thank you.
And I object to Supervisor Anthony because
you.
I want it on the record.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Spike Kahn, and I'm a small landlord in the city and county of San Francisco. I was not aware that I'm able to do anything I feel like in any of my properties. In fact, when I don't have a sewer cover, I get a fine for $100, and I have to put it on. And when I start building something without a permit, the inspector comes and shuts down the site. So I don't really understand why for 25 years these guys have gotten away with things that all of us can't get away with. On top of that, you may recognize me from being one of the Mission affordable housing activists, and I am amazed that for 15 years we've gotten no affordable housing in the Mission, and we're fighting tooth and nail to get a developer to give us 100 units. I mean, we just had a community meeting last night. It was packed to the gills, hot as hell, and we're arguing, can we please have 100 units? And there's 1,000 on the table that you're allowing to just go to the rich kids who come in and get, buy their degree from the AAU. This really, really is something that we're now paying attention to, and I can't understand why for 25 years you have not. So I support you actually moving. I support you getting the attorneys on them to close them down. They're just making money. The tuition isn't even at all covering what their rents income is going for AAU. It's just a buy your university degree for foreign students. So I really don't know why you're allowing it, and I really urge you to stop them right now, not in 25 more years. But we're talking about affordable housing, and there's no money, but there's $3 million on the table sitting there in fees and fines that you're going to let them get away with. That could be, I don't know, 600 more units in the Mission. So I really am urging you to act on this stuff and not just let it linger and let them get away with this. The message to me as a landlord is do whatever I want. And that will be the message that you're giving to all of us, to just do whatever we want. There's no rules that apply to anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comments?
Hi, Commissioners. I'm John Schwark. I wasn't going to make public comment on this item, but I did want to correct something that some of the commenters have said. Although I do understand there's a big need to take care of what Academy of Art University has over many years procrastinated in getting into compliance with, and that there are housing implications of having a university that has whatever it is, tens of thousands, 20s of thousands of students. The units that those students live in or are being, granted through their university, they're not empty. People do live there. And to say that university is a buy your degree in 4 years for Asian students or foreign students or whatever the previous commenter said, it's a little bit offensive as a person who went to an art university that didn't require portfolio review. I worked very hard for my degree. Just because it wasn't a super, super top art university. And I know a lot of people who've gone to Academy of Art Institute, and I know a lot of people who graduated from there. I've worked with people who graduated from there. It's not a fake university. So that's a blatantly offensive statement to thousands and thousands of people who are San Francisco residents. Okay, please get them into compliance. But, it doesn't need to be punitive to the thousands of people that they actually do house. Thank you.
Thank you.
I haven't had visual aids in years. And I do have a couple of things I'd like to show on the overhead that is part of it. So the first comment I'd like to make is that student housing is generally recognized as a critical need in San Francisco. Most of the other post-secondary institutions recognize that and are taking steps to address it. AAU expressly states they're going to go through adaptive reuse of existing vacant or underutilized properties. Now, as I've walked through my neighborhood, that appears to be rent-controlled apartment buildings that are taken off the market. And yes, they're used to house people in San Francisco, but they're used to house people that are brought to San Francisco specifically to attend the university. And so it's removing housing stock that would otherwise be available from the open market. The second thing I'll note with their housing is it's really rather broadly distributed. One of the challenges for a student is time. They've got a lot to do. Well, when you look at some of their routes, and on this map you can see the blue housing up there to the southernmost red dot, which is one of their other buildings. That's a 28-minute car ride. That's if you're driving. If you're taking their shuttle bus system, it gets a little bit more convoluted. So you've got a problem where the student housing is not convenient to the educational institution. The IMP proposes to continue that. What I find very confusing is how anyone is going to make rational judgments about the housing responsibility that they would be providing were they, for example, a company that was planning to bring in large numbers of people. So when you look at their on-site enrollment data from 2010, which is cited in the 2015 EIR, it's 11,182. And they're talking about a projected growth of about 4,000 students and 500 faculty and staff by 2020. That's pretty impressive. Where is that housing coming from? It's hard to make sense when their most recent IMP update says, oh no, we're only 5,000 student equivalents, full-time equivalents. How does that square with their previous IMP data and their EIR data and their growth projections? And if we've got that sort of an inconsistency, please tell me, how do you evaluate the integrity of the documents? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Cynthia Gomez, Research Analyst at Unite Here Local 2. We're the Hotel and Restaurant Employee Workers Union, and more specifically, we represent room cleaners, bell people, front desk clerks, people who represent a vital workforce in our city. And specifically, I merely want to raise a question that has to do with impact on housing for this workforce, members of Local 2. And raise a question about the impact, most specifically, of AAU housing when it comes to housing that is subject to rent control, which, as we all know, is a very precious stock in this city that cannot be renewed. And one particular point that's worth noting about student housing is, by definition, students are a population of high turnover, which means that rent control is limited in its ability to keep rents low, given the high turnover and the fact that rents can be raised every time a single student or a single leaseholder exits their lease. So I would ask that when planning takes into consideration the full impact of AAU on the city and their housing stock, I would ask that they take into account the siphoning off of housing that cannot then be considered to be used for the workforce that we represent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any additional general public comment? Okay, and just to clarify, no one from AAU is here that wants to speak? Okay, thank you. Public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary, for an excellent report. And to try to get to some of the things that you've asked us to do, you categorized the different types of approvals that we will in the future need to consider for the Academy based upon different categories. And understanding that this moves in concert with the environmental report that is being prepared that evaluates the existing situation, because most EIRs deal with something that's done in the future. So that's we understand that that's one that evaluates the present situation. But that being said, our place here is to decide how to proceed. And I have some questions. First is that there's a certain category of these projects, these parts of the Academy that will need legislative action before they could be legalized. So it would seem to me those should be set aside until such time as the type of legislation is done to allow those to be considered. And then the other ones that would be excluded would be those who only need building permits, which we would not have to take any action on, and those which are deemed to be legal. So it leaves us with the ones that need conditional uses and the ones that need historic action, which presumably would have to be heard by the Historic Preservation Commission before we would be able to consider them. Am I correct in my categorization?
Yes, you are. I think staff just wanted to provide the commission with an overview of the entire picture so you know which one that really do need just the commission approval. Like you said, some of the sites like just needing building permits would not need to come to the commission.
Yeah. And then in terms of the ones that we do have to opine on in terms of conditional uses, and I would assume many of these that need historical approval might also need some sort of conditional. I'm not sure what sort of action we'll have to take on those. But in any case, you gave us some options. And it seems to me the most beneficial option would be considering in aggregate those projects that have the same sort of need collectively. Rather than trying to do it geographically, it makes more sense in my mind to group together all of the ones that have a similar deficiency and need a conditional use that's based upon the same sort of condition, and consider all those at the same time and then move to the next category rather than trying to do it geographically. So that's my feeling on the choice as to how we'd move forward.
That would be fine. We'll take that into consideration. And then like you said, some of the projects requires conditional use and also historical preservation and building permit. And we categorize it in terms of the highest level of review required. So it's like if a project needs a conditional use in order to move on to the next step of a historical preservation or building permit, it would fall under conditional use because the site cannot go get a building permit without a conditional use first.
Right.
So.
Yeah, when you listed two that needed building permit, I would assume that category was only needed that. They did not.
That's right. Does not need anything else.
Yeah.
Right.
And those that are legal, I would assume, then they may need permitting, but it doesn't involve us.
Only if a public member should initiate a staff, initiate a discretionary, a DR, then staff would need to bring it to the commission.
Right. That would, but yeah. So thank you. I think that makes it clearer, and realizing that there are a series of steps that need to be done environmentally, but when we are ready to hear these and the groundwork has been laid, then I'd like to advocate for that type of categorization. it would be the most efficient.
Okay, thank you.
I pushed a button to speak next, but I see the zoning administrator had some comments. I had some as well, but I'd love to have you speak first, please.
I just wanted to make sure that the commission was aware that representatives of the Academy are here in the room. So should you have questions directly for the Academy, their representatives are here, in case if that wasn't clear.
Okay, thank you. Question I have, and I said this the first time I heard this issue way back when, it seems like forever and a day ago. I would turn to the zoning administrator and say each time we hear the AAU, are you aware of any additional properties that were acquired or conversions that were done illegally since the last time we heard this?
No, we're not aware of any additional properties that have been acquired and converted illegally.
Great. I guess then the other question, or I want to at least compliment Ms. Woods. This is a really complicated issue. It's like trying to straighten out a ball of spaghetti, and you're doing a really good job at it, making it much clearer for me. Back to the issue of the fines, Mr. Sanchez, we heard some members of the public comment about the first paragraph in the staff report. Can you comment on what that is?
Thank you. I'm happy to have the opportunity to clarify the current state of penalties. So we have completed the enforcement process on at least one property, the property at 460 Townsend. We had a hearing at the Board of Appeals at the end of December 2010. Penalties began accruing after that time. We referred the matter to the city attorney's office. To date, there are penalties of approximately $500,000 for that property. For the other properties, we have pursued the process of, we first have the stay, and then we've been having a process of tolling the penalties, setting a deadline, and having penalties accrue if they fail to act in good faith to meet that deadline. That did result in the draft ER being published. Granted, it was after the deadline that we had set, but we were working, and they were making diligent efforts to get that done. Now, again, we're setting with the next deadline of July 1st to have the comments and responses in the STM. If they fail to comply with that deadline, then penalties would begin accruing at that date, and we'll be issuing the letters that enact that over the coming weeks.
Okay. Maybe perhaps for clarity for our sake and for the public's sake, for the properties that are out of compliance, there could be some kind of a addition on the end of the table around fines. Are there any fines on the property? When would they have started to accrue? What amount per day would they be? What's the total amount abated to try to get them to actually cooperate? And then total fines as of the date, something like that, so we can get an idea around it. Because we heard $3 million, $500,000. It just would really clarify that, I think, for myself and the public, and I get a sense of the other commissioners around that too. Any comment on that?
I mean, we can definitely add that and provide some greater clarity moving forward. I mean, to date, penalties have accrued on and continue to accrue on 460 Townsend. Penalties did accrue on 2295 Taylor for a period of about 2 weeks. No penalties have been paid by the Academy of Art. They are aware of the penalties and they continue to accrue. On the other properties, no penalties have yet been assessed under our normal enforcement scheme. They are still liable for fees and time and materials related to enforcement. We have been assessing those over the years, and I think that the sum total of those is probably close to $100,000.
Okay, great. I mean, it really would help us understand the cost of us trying to get them into compliance in terms of what we are abating. And I think that would be, a good thing for the public to understand. We have several issues here, 45 dwelling units, 252 rooms. I remember reading an article last week or the week before. One of the supervisors had an informational hearing on the state of the homeless situation, and one of the members of the czar of the homeless department, I forget what it's called, said one of the reasons why the city is having such an issue with trying to get additional emergency rooms, and they attributed some of that to the Academy of Art getting some of these 252 rooms. So it's a very, very high impact situation, and it's got to be taken very seriously. I guess, Ms. Hester, I have a question for you, if you don't mind. So the whole issue around the IMP and the public review process, I'm just a little bit confused. Were you saying that you thought that the addendums to the IMPs that were done should have had a public review, or because they seem to be accepted administratively?
I've been through a bunch of IMP hearings.
Okay.
At the end of an IMP, at the time they're accepting it, the Planning Commission gives feedback to the department or to the institution as a part of the IMP process. This was not done for AAU because there was, a gun to the head of the commission. You got to accept it so we can do a project EIR. We need to have a project for the EIR. So what I asked for was that you continue that discussion until the next scheduled hearing, which is the 19th of May, and have at the hearing consideration of feedback to the AAU based on the EIR, not based on the, based on the IMP, not based on the EIR. So that's what I was asking
Thank
for.
you. And Zoning Administrator, I see you push the button. Do you have a comment on that?
Thank you. No, I do not think that is all correct. We have had multiple hearings on the IMP.
Not a
Ms. Hester, I
respite.
think your time is over, and I'm actually trying to answer Commissioner
Please, thank
Richard's
you.
question. So we've had multiple hearings going back to 2007. They first submitted their IMP in 2006. It was woefully inadequate. It was probably 2 or 3 pages long. Through the IMP process, we found out the extent and the multitude of the violations. When we first came before you with an IMP hearing in 2007, the Commission did not accept that, did not find it adequate, requested additional information. I don't know the exact number of hearings. It may be up to half a dozen or a dozen hearings leading up to the Commission's eventual acceptance of the IMP in 2011. The document that you accepted in 2011 is nowhere near what was initially submitted and much broader. I mean, I think it is actually quite comprehensive. The Commission did accept this. I reject the idea that there was some kind of gun to the head of the Commission. I think many of the commissioners were here at that time, and I don't know of any representation by anyone that the Commission has to accept this. That's the Commission's choice, and the Commission chose to accept it. I don't recall anything other than that.
Thank you. And then the 5-year update, can you tell us the process around that?
So they have been submitting their 2-year updates. They submitted
sorry.
one in 2013, one in 2015. They have been compliant with that. There would be another full IMP triggered if there is a substantial change. One has not yet been identified to trigger a new full IMP. One of the purposes of having this hearing today is to have further discussion about the IMP, and people can express their concerns about the IMP. These are all documents that are available on our website.
And in your opinion, the most recent update is complete?
We believe it is adequate for an update.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. One other question, I guess, from Ms. Wood. So we had one member of the public, Mr. Weber, hand in some paperwork with some numbers on it that he claims there are some discrepancies in terms of student counts and things on the various documents. Do you have any comment or thoughts on that, or should we take a look at that and reconcile it, or?
Well, I think when he's talking about enrollment, I think enrollment in general at the AAU has been declining. So with regard to IMP, those are projections. I think they're projecting, perhaps the maximum number of students that they may have. So it would be a higher number than what the actual enrollment is. So currently, it's lower than projected.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to acknowledge staff for not having but continuing to do a Herculean effort to push this along. It is somewhat with a heavy heart that I need to remind myself, having looked at this entire process since 2006, that there is something sorely amiss, and if you go back to the tapes, all the way back to 2007, or the first hearing on the IMP in 2011, I've been a vocal critic of the IMP as being merely a real estate journal describing what properties are owned, with the complete absence of describing an academic mission or all of those things. Many of the other San Francisco institutions have admirably done and set examples for. And as we continue to hear other IMPs, and I'm not saying anything by which I'm waylaying anybody, be that UCSF, be as General Hospital, be as just most recently Hastings, who don't even have to come here, I've again and again and again said look at these IMPs, put them on your shelf, and use them as a high bar for what this commission is expecting. I have also said, and many of us sitting here will recall that I'm urging the department to get funding in place to really create metrics by which IMPs are apples and apples rather than apples and potatoes, or whatever the right expression is here. And I do stand by my comment that I have never believed that the IMP that we're using as a guiding document is providing us really with tools that are equal by which we are looking at everybody else. And institutions like the many we have summarized here actually quite well are part of the civic structure of the city. And it has been painful for all of us in the many meetings that we have to go through this process and have to see that we are not continuing, that we're not creating any tools by which we as a commission can use the IMP process more effectively. The IMP process is the only and solely tool which this commission has to create a shift in paradigm. There's nobody else. We can look to the police department, we can look to DBI, we can look to God knows who. There is nobody. It's only us. And I believe that one asking for more disclosure in a properly updated and presented IMP, we would have more tools, including starting to ask the Academy of Art to engage in the subject of housing, where all other institutions, not because they're being asked, but because they're seeing the problem, they want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem, are coming together and speaking about housing. Those are only few of them. The fact to inquire about the use or abuse of shuttle services, which I continue to see empty, clogging up traffic, not only now, but for the since 2006. None of those things we are able to address because we are not using the process properly to create that shift I'm looking for. I'm sitting here incredibly frustrated with a heavy heart, and I cannot continue just to use the same tools to ask for different behavior by the Academy. We're not doing anything different from what we've ever done. The EIR will be ignored, the penalties will be ignored, the uses will be ignored. I do not know what to do anymore. But as the public criticizes the planning department, I have to stand up and say, we're part of the planning department. So unless we start using what we need to do it differently, are we participating or contributing to the continuation of the problem?
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, just a couple of procedural questions on process. Many speakers talked about housing, yes, did some commissioners, but my understanding is from what we've been presented by Mary Woods is that many of these properties of the Academy of Art University that are being used as housing for their students are technically residential housing at this time, and to be in compliance they'd have to have some sort of legislative amendment that would allow them to be converted to student housing. Am I correct about that? Thank you. And so before we could even hear those, they would have to have that step, which I believe would have to be the province of the Board of Supervisors. Is that correct?
So, Commissioner, so the Academy of Art University did submit an application to amend the planning code to allow their uses. That would come to you first and then go to the Board of Supervisors. I would note that, to kind of go back historically here, many of these uses, actually the violations occurred before the law changed to prohibit in the first place. So, I mean, had they submitted their environmental review application in 2008, had they actually gone through the process to legalize at that time, they would have been able to do so. Subsequently, the law changed. The student housing legislation became effective. I know they had, I think, desired to have a grandfathering clause put in there for their use. There was a similar grandfathering clause put in for USF. It did not occur, and they are now subject to that law. They cannot legalize without some amendment to the planning code, and that's what they are now seeking at this time.
I remember when student housing was created as a category. I'm thinking it was 2013. I'm not sure of the exact date when we did that. It might have been earlier, but somewhere around there.
I think 2012, I believe 2011, 2012, 2013.
But this issue predates that. And before this category existed, I would assume that the Academy should have done a lot of things, but one of them would have been categorized as group housing. Is that correct? How they would have to have been viewed prior to the category for student housing?
That's correct. I mean, prior to the student housing provision, they still largely would have required conditional use authorizations to convert from group housing that's publicly serving to one that just serves the students. So that, in many cases, would have already required a CEU.
Right. So you're saying that we might hear some of these prior to going to the Board of Supervisors. Is that
you would hear the legislation first.
Hear the legislation, and then it would have to be approved by us and by the supervisors, and then at that time we could consider the individual projects if that was allowed.
That's correct. That would be the only path forward to allow you to approve them.
So now I understand a little bit more, because students have been looking for housing in San Francisco for many decades. In my student days, a number of us grouped together and combined our resources to be able to rent a house while we were in dental school, because the school did not provide housing, and we competed with the public, and that's always been the case. So it's not like these students came out of no place. I mean, I know the Academy of Art is a larger number of students than was the case of my dental school or many other institutions that don't have student housing, but it's nothing, the whole concept is nothing new. There are even the larger institutions don't have housing for 100% of their students. In fact, most students preferred to be off campus until recent years, when the cost has driven them to the point where they're asking the campus to actually put in student housing because the market is too competitive for them. I mean, when I was at Santa Clara University, we were very happy when it was allowed to live off of campus. You didn't want to live on campus for a lot of reasons that had nothing to do with academics. But anyway, this is a long-going story. So I'd be interested in hearing as we proceed, and certainly I'm in favor of improvement of the IEP, the institutional master plan, and other things that might make it more acceptable for the commission and the public to be able to understand. That's always something we should strive for. But I think this is very productive, and it categorizes what we need to do, and we should move together with all due speed to get this project forward.
Commissioner Hillis.
So just some questions for staff on the housing issue, which others have touched on, because I think that's the most difficult and complicated, because they do need changes to legislative changes, which would need to be approved by us and the board in order to do that. And I feel our hands are a little bit tied until the IR is certified, so I'm glad that's moving along. And it seems the date gets pushed back a little bit every time we hear this. So I don't know if we're solid with that date in July or what that's looking like. But more importantly, on the housing, are our options just really to approve or disapprove, and then the board's options to do that, or are there more nuanced approaches that could be taken? I mean, if we do disapprove some of these conversions from residential, where there are rent control, to student housing, what does that look like? What happens?
I mean, it is a challenge, because what is being brought to you are the individual projects. So you're looking at the projects individually, deciding what action to take on those projects in terms of some holistic solution for the housing issues that have been created. That's a bit more challenging. But, we would welcome your comments and what you may like to see as part of some housing resolution to this. They do require the legislative change in order to do any of it. So I think whatever thoughts you have, and is it consolidating properties? Is it, maybe approving some of the ones that are conversions of the tourist hotel to the residential use, which can come before you without the legislative change? and maybe disapproving some of the ones that are the residential changes of use that would even require the legislation to just, it's, I'd like to hear your thoughts on how you would like to proceed with that.
Right. And I think we talked about this at the last hearing. It would be good to see options, both deny every project, or what a comprehensive approach could look like, where there's approval of potentially some, but there's some mitigation to the loss of affordable housing. I mean, I don't know what that structure looks like, but there's obviously, pretty major policy questions that need to be addressed if we were to consider approving some of these and converting them to allowed student housing. So, hopefully as the EIR date approaches, you're all looking at that, because obviously it's not only us that would need to approve that, it's the Board of Supervisors in trying to get at, policy options in order to look at possibly allowing some of this, or, is the question just up or down allowing or disallowing? It'd be good to explore what that could look like as part of a comprehensive solution.
And we're definitely looking at that. We're definitely analyzing the properties individually. Some are more suitable for student housing than others, and so those are the things that we're looking at too.
Yeah, and as far as kind of how we look at this, I think the housing is kind of the more complicated and has more policy implications, and maybe we should break that off as its own discussion, but look at the others separately. But I'm sure you'll report back on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Wu.
Thanks. So there's two categories, right? There's multiple, but for the housing, I'm looking at there's 9 buildings that are not allowed under existing code, and then there's 10 CUs that are not all housing, but there's 10 possible CUs. So I'm really not interested in suggesting approval for any kind of legislation that allows that first category to be legalized. I think that AAU can run these buildings as residential hotels. That they don't have to. They can just be landlords, right? They can use it under the code as it exists. They could maybe rent to students, but there's no way to exclusively rent to just AAU students under that kind of scheme. I think that, Commissioner Antonini was talking about student housing. I want to make the distinction between student housing under the code is defined as an institution running the housing, right? But anyone can rent to an individual student. So any landlord can rent to a student, and that's not considered student housing under our code. So there's really only one student desired use of student housing in the CU category. Is that right?
So those that are in the CU category now are generally conversions of non-residential to the residential use. So those are the tourist hotel conversions to the residential use. I would also note that there's another category that includes residential uses, and those are actually that are legal. So some of the properties that they did acquire and converted were done so legally. It actually was not considered a change of use at the time they did so. So that is another category. They do have some existing legal housing, but then there's, the other category would be those that require conditional use, and those are largely the non-residential to residential.
Right. So then, on the conditional use, I think the process that you've laid out is the right one. Looking at each building, which ones are more suitable for the desired use, which ones are not more suitable, and I think we can consider the CUs, on their merits one by one. But for me, changing legislation to allow the student housing is really crossing the line.
Commissioner Richards.
To Commissioner Antonini's point, do we have anywhere comprehensively that has a table of all the educational institutions, their current enrollment, their current beds, their projected beds, their in-city commuters, their Bay Area commuters, their out-of-state commuters, so we can really get an understanding, I guess, to his point, where these influx of additional students are sopping up housing that's not being provided by the institution. I mean, nobody's providing 100% of the housing. I'm trying to understand, calibrate where the institutions are in relationship to each other. I know there's a lot of them trying to build housing, as we see here in this article, but it kind of reminds me of people that work somewhere else and want to live here. Same thing. It's sopping up housing that needs to be provided somewhere. So is there a look at that anywhere?
So you're asking for a consolidated table of the different institutions,
yes, in the
breaking
city.
it down. I'm not aware of one table that we have prepared, but certainly most of that information is available in the separate IMPs. And
right.
I did consolidate some of that information when we had a hearing at the Board of Supervisors earlier this year
Sure.
about IMPs.
Sure. I see here Mr. I'm sorry, I forget his name, provided some of that here, which looks like, wow, some of these institutions actually are 10% or 20%, others are more like 50. So, trying to make sure that whatever we do and decide, and I do tend to agree with Commissioner Wu, if we go beyond and look at the CUs and that, I think it's fair to calibrate what this institution is doing, what other institutions are trying to do. Thank you.
Okay. Let me kind of just quickly add on to that, and I don't want to get away from the AAU topic, but tying together several commissioners' comments, including Commissioner Moore's, about, hey, we've done all this work in creating these IMPs for several different institutions. What are we going to do with them all? And how, as a city, including the Board of Supervisors, is going to react to this great information, data, forecasted information, which we rarely have. But how is it going to potentially change the city in a few years? And are they going to continue to grow on a path where we can maybe help them, frankly, and intersect them with their potential growth? But I think there's some, I'm hearing some thread and comment, and I think it's really back to the department to propose some ideas of how we use this information and data, yes. Yeah. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I'm Kay Dooley today. I won't be repeating a lot of the comments of the commissioners. I appreciate the discussion we're having today. I personally feel like my thoughts on the entire topic we've discussed when we saw the IMP last year and when we looked at the EIR as well. The only thing I would ask is, obviously, so we're looking at the certification of EIR and around the July timeframe. When are we going to begin seeing projects? Because I really think we've kind of gone around in circles on this, and the only thing that's really going to help us is to start seeing stuff. So actually I have two questions. Start seeing stuff and approving or disapproving, and then the more X's in the column in terms of disapprovals, the more that's an argument that you may need to go back to the IMP as it exists and begin to revise it to account for the things that we're not going to allow to move forward. So, when are we going to start to see stuff? Because I kind of feel like we just need to start.
Commissioners, you haven't seen stuff because the EIR isn't done. We can't bring anything for you until the EIR is done. And then,
right.
As Mr. Sanchez said, the EIR deadline is July 1st.
Right.
So then immediately, our goal is to get things in front of you immediately after that.
Immediately after that. Okay. And then question number two is, this is actually getting to Commissioner Wu's comments. I definitely see a really valid strain of logic in not considering legislative amendments. I think it's sort of against the sort of policy goals that we've been discussing over time. But I'm not sure that I agree with not seeing them at all. I'm leaning towards I probably wouldn't support any of them, but I'm not sure that we can say we're just not going to see the amendments at all and not hear them. So I just wanted to put that out there that I actually would prefer to actually see the legislative amendments. It sounds like a lot of them are to Section 317, probably in one hearing, and see where we are, but not to just sort of exit out and say we're not going to consider it.
Director Ram.
Thank you. I want to say that I think we are closer than we've ever been to resolving what has been a very sorry situation for a long time. And I think we have the ability to resolve this situation this year. And I really want to thank Scott Sanchez and Chris Haw and all the staff, Mary Wood and Chelsea Fordham and Liz Waddy and Tina Chang. It's taken a lot of people to get us to this point, and I realize there's a lot of frustration on the part of the community. There's a huge amount of frustration on the part of the department and the staff for having this go on for this long. I want to remind everyone that the reason that a couple of things. One is to say that we've let the situation go on for 25 years is a little bit of a misnomer. One of the things that happened because of the department's intervention is that the building code violations were all abated and were all corrected. Those were the most important things we had to take care of several years ago, and those were taken care of, and I think that's a very important step in this process. And the planning code violations have not been taken care of because of the EIR being delayed. We have now made it clear that those delays are no longer possible, and that is being resolved now. So the planning code violations can be addressed this year, and it can only be addressed if we complete the EIR. I will be the first to agree that the IMPs are weak tools. I do think that part of the problem with our current IMP structure is, well, there's two problems in my opinion. One is the actual requirements that are laid out in the code, which I realize were the results of a lot of compromises 30 years ago or more. But secondly, the IMP is simply an informational document. It has no teeth by design. It's simply an informational document. You don't approve it. The board doesn't approve it. We don't approve it. It's simply accepted or not accepted. And in this case, what's particularly challenging is that the Academy of Art clearly has a model that is very different as an institution, which is that they buy properties that they're interested in buying. We cannot prevent anyone from buying a property. We can address how it's used. So an IMP a better IMP, which I agree should have been done perhaps along the way, would not have changed that. It would not have brought them into better compliance by having a better IMP. And they still would have presumably bought properties that they were interested in buying. And that was clear to us along the way. So I would rather us think about how the IMP process could be improved over time rather than saying that the IMP would have corrected this situation. It would not have corrected this situation. I think you're certainly correct in saying that we should look collectively at all the institutional IMPs and to compare and contrast. And there is a lot of different versions out there. And it's also true that some institutions provide no student housing, none whatsoever. So I do think that we need to compare those, and I think we can do that. But in this particular case, a better IMP would not have brought us into any better compliance than where we are today. Last thing I wanted to mention is that we have started looking at all the sites at staff, and I have spent several hours with staff kind of going over site by site. It is clear, and we have made it clear to the institution, that we will not likely recommend approval of all of the projects that come to you, nor of the ones that we have approval on. And so we are working with that through right now. It sounds to me like what the Commission is saying is that you would like a separate discussion just on the housing issue. It sounds like that might be a smart thing to do. And if we can figure out a way to bring that to you as a separate item, perhaps before we bring items to you for approval or denial, that we would do that first before we actually bring them to you for an action. So I will talk that through with staff and how we best do that. But I recognize the importance of the housing issue, and I want to make sure we have a time for a serious discussion just on that issue alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
It is difficult to understand the full effectiveness of the IMP because it is an old legislation, 1976, I think is what zoning administrator summarized. The issue that puzzles me is that we had asked several times just to get an update of what it is and what it isn't, because we have never used it, because it seems as if most institutions understand it quite well because they submit the information we are looking for, with the Academy being the one which doesn't. That aside, I would have liked to see the supervisor subcommittee or committee come back to us because they heard an update on the IMP, but not summarized to the extent that we could use it ourselves to move forward and have a better kind of basic understanding of the things it does and it doesn't do. I understand, I hear what you say. I got a slightly different message from this other hearing. So I feel sitting between a rock and a hard plate because there is no guidance. There is an IMP. I have done IMPs myself for a number of large institutions, University of San Diego, University of California at Davis, and they're very, very, very different from anything we do. They are institutions. They're state institutions. They follow a procedure that is called Institutional Master Plan. I've quoted this as examples, but that aside, the legislative tool has never been fully explained to us, and that is where I think there is a gap that we should still understand and properly use. Because I still don't have any guarantee, despite, and I appreciate the optimism, because I know the department has worked hard on this, that you believe that this will create a changed behavior. It will perhaps clean up the past, but what does the future look like? And I appreciate your smiling at me because it is really true. It does not give us any guarantees. All we're doing is mopping up after decades of bad behavior. That's all we do.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess one point, to Commissioner Johnson's point that she made, if there are, we need the EIR to be complete in order to approve projects, right, approve conversions. If there are some that the department already knows that they're not going to recommend for approval, why not hear those sooner rather than later?
A fair question. I mean, so we've talked about this. I mean, we could bring projects to you for denial. It seemed to us that we wanted to look at them all collectively, to look at where housing should go, where housing shouldn't go, where academic space should go and shouldn't go, and that was why we done it the way we done. And frankly, we didn't start the process of fully delving into each individual project until recently. Mm-hmm. So
Sure.
We can have that discussion, and maybe with the advice of the city attorney, I'm not sure quite how we would do this. We could bring to you a collective set of the projects just on housing and give you our preliminary thoughts on whether we're recommending denial without actually recommending an action at that point.
Sure. I think the issue for me is going to be, if we do disapprove, what's the process to unwind? We're going to be looking at 10 more years of an unwinding process. It's like we're just dragging this out for posterity, and that's my worry.
Commissioner Moore.
I want to throw out one comment, and I call that institutional equity. The article, which I only read in a cursory way, really implies that these institutions, all of them in different fields, and the many we're not even mentioning, we have quite a few extra smaller institutions, are all competing for the same thing called affordable student housing. How can we, in the processes of reviewing IMP, be equitable to all of the others who are feeling the pinch? I think Dean Meckel summarized it quite well because he's the one pointing out that they're all competing for the same housing, partially affected by the fact that the academy is everywhere, while the other institutions are very site-specific with other classrooms and institutional support buildings and clusters of housing surrounding it, not necessarily owned by the universities or by the institutions, but at least close by. The academy is everywhere. It's like a spider web, and it keeps growing and growing, and that is where I think the problems are. IMPs, in order to basically be equitable around even university or institution-built student housing, needs to have at a basis that there is an equal amount or an equal obligation for all, be it the free rental market for housing or the required student housing which the university or institution have to provide with each other. Otherwise, I think we're pricing ourselves out of institutions wanting or being able to be here.
Okay. I think that concludes that item. And
Very good, Commissioners.
The Commission will take a break.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Time to go get some.
For Thursday, March 17th, 2016, I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind, and to please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. Those persons who are standing will need to find a seat. Okay, you cannot sort of linger around the doorways and whatnot. You cause a fire hazard. Commissioners, we left off under your regular calendar on item 13 for case number 2015-000988 CWP, the 2016 Mission Interim Controls Implementation Informational Presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Anne-Marie Rogers, Planning Department staff. We're here today to talk about the implementation of the Mission Interim Controls. You adopted these controls on January 14th of this year, and they are ambitious. These controls make explicit the Commission's expectations to engage in perhaps the most important dialogue in the public right now. Project sponsors and planners alike are asked to consider how development interacts with displacement, housing opportunity, and neighborhood change. These controls are novel. And because of this, the Department is using this hearing to share our expectations for how the interim controls will be implemented in advance of any specific development project. The first development projects that we expect to be subject to these controls may come sometime in April or May. at the earliest. It is important that both the Commission and the public have a chance to preview the implementation of the controls before any specific project seeks approval. So for this item, I am joined by Claudia Flores. Claudia is the manager of our Mission Action Plan 2020. This effort will establish a broad long-term strategy for the Mission District. Also with me today is Elizabeth Waddy, Assistant Director of Current Planning. Liz's staff will be preparing the materials for the Commission's review of projects subject to these controls. So my presentation today will cover the materials that are in your packet. There are 4 major items I'd like to talk about. First, some clarifications about how the department will apply the interim controls. Second, some guidance for project sponsors. And third, how staff will conduct our analysis. Finally, an update on some remaining outstanding pieces for the interim controls. So first, let's discuss the clarifications. There are 3 of these. The first one has to do with the term, the loss of a rent-controlled unit. This has caused some questions. It is used to determine when some specific controls will apply. And I'm here to say that we will be using the broadest definition allotted in the Planning Code. For us, this loss will include any loss, whether it be through demolition, merger, or conversion. Number 2, when calculating the square footage thresholds that are used to determine whether a project is subject to the controls, the department will use any creation of net new space. This would be regardless of whether the new space is created in a brand new building or if the new space is created because of change of use from a different prior use in an existing building. And lastly, the last clarification, these interim controls apply to any project that meets these square footage thresholds, regardless of whether the project is a single use or a mixed use project. So now let's move on to my second major category, some guidance for the project sponsor materials. Project sponsors will need to submit data that addresses the topic areas that are identified in the Commission resolution. So in your packet, there is an example of those categories. And we've identified 5 potential existing reports that may be used. Project sponsors may choose any source for their data. So they may use the published reports, or they may want to contract and publish new material. And as part of the materials prepared for this report, we do show where those existing reports may be found. We have also developed guidance for how the required maps may be produced using the city's online resources. Moving quickly, let's talk about staff analysis. In response to public comment, the Commission added a requirement that staff analyze the materials submitted by the project sponsor. This will be done by comparing the project sponsor submittal and the entire project at large to the adopted policies in the city's general plan. The most directly applicable policies are likely to be found in the Mission Area Plan and the housing element, although staff may use any adopted city policies or Commission policies. To be clear, the department is not expecting staff to test the veracity of the underlying independent report. We are not economists, and the published reports do provide different data and different possible answers. Instead, staff will spot check that project sponsors are accurately citing material from these reports, and staff would then discuss the conclusions against the adopted policies. For instance, where a project may be demolishing a service station to produce new housing, planners would analyze the project materials against the mission area plans, such as Objective 1.2, which says, in areas of the mission where housing and mixed use is encouraged, maximize development potential in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. And we would also balance it against Objective 1.7, retain the mission's role as an important location for production, distribution, and repair activities. So this will require a professional assessment of the value of the project on balance in light of applicable policies. The dialogue at the Commission would then be informed by this additional material, staff analysis, and the public comment that would result. Lastly, next steps, reports and public engagement. The interim controls ask the department to coordinate with the Mayor's Office of Housing on a report. This report is to address sites, financing, and strategies for affordable housing projects in the mission. This information will be presented to the Commission at the May 5th MAP 2020 hearing. The interim controls also asked the Planning Director to consider sending staff to pre-application meetings. In response to this request, The developer is producing a full community engagement strategy for development projects of a certain size. To date, the draft proposal includes 3 components. First, a guide to the San Francisco entitlement process and how the public may engage in that process. Second, distribution of the preliminary project assessment to neighborhood groups near the proposed project. And third, a new department-led community meeting to be held after entitlements are filed and before public notification. This proposal is expected to be finalized this spring. So that's the working idea for how this additional community engagement would work. And this, in general, describes how the department plans to implement the interim controls. These controls provide a good vehicle for planners and policymakers to test new ideas. Certainly, if the current housing crisis is to be eased, we're likely going to need many solutions and an openness to trying new things. That concludes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else from staff? Okay, opening up to public comment. Jonas, are there any cards, speaker cards? Okay. Is there any public comment on this item? Not seeing any. Public comment is closed. And Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you very much for an excellent report. I've read it over a little bit, and I have a couple of questions. I guess that in terms of the meetings that are being suggested to inform the community, I assume staff will in some form be participating to verify the meeting was there and verify what was presented and who was able to comment, because a lot of times our meetings have a lot of discussion about whether there was a meeting, who was there, and who was informed. So I think it will be very helpful to us to, make it clear what had actually happened. And then the other situation I found in reading over the thing, that various studies talk about the income trends in the mission and demographics of the mission, and they have entirely different population numbers, but as per my conversation with Anne Marie Rogers, the studies have different boundaries. The basic trends are the same in both of them, but there's like a 12 to 14,000 person difference, but that's because the boundaries are different, and it doesn't mean one study is any more valid than the other, just, different borders. So that explains those. And that was about it. The only other thing I had a question on is there was a section here where we're talking about replacement of PDR, and it mentions that we look for available space first in the mission, but it would not necessarily have to be replaced in the mission as long as it's replaced. I mean, I think that's the order of priority, is somewhere within. And when you say the mission, you refer to the area. Is that the correct way I'm interpreting it?
So all of the material that the project sponsor will be provided will be available before the commission to help you decide if the overall project is beneficial and desirable for the community. That particular question asks that they let the commission know if there is available space in the mission. So they may approach a real estate broker and let us know about that. If there is no such space, it may behoove them to describe other space in the city, but they're not required to. And it doesn't mean that you need to disapprove the project if they cannot find other space in the mission.
So it's informational, it sounds like.
That's correct.
And its first priority is trying to find that. So
the
that
only
makes
thing we
sense.
ask is in the mission.
Yeah. Thanks.
Commissioner Moore.
I'm delighted to see this come forward, and what I'm even happier about is the fact you must be doing something right, otherwise it would have lots of people here saying that it's not done correctly. So I commend you on getting it right this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
A few things. One, hats off to you. This is like the, 7th or 8th time we've had this issue before us. I think this is a fantastic way to go. Again, to Commissioner Moore's point, there's nobody here rallying against it. I think the community engagement piece is really key. It provides knowledge and information on what the process is and empowers the community, and certainly engenders trust and encourages participation. And perhaps, we can learn from what works here and leverage it out to other very large projects around the city. Thank you.
Director Ram.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Anne Marie and Claudia on this. We wanted to bring this to you not with a project, but to give you an overview absent a project to show you how we're going to implement the controls. On the community involvement piece, or the community involvement piece, and staff involvement, the community had asked us to consider having staff attend the pre-application meetings. And as the further we discussed it, what made a little more sense was for us to attend meetings perhaps sort of in the middle of the process. So when the project is more fully designed, when changes to the project are better known, staff would then be more engaged to understand the process, to understand where we are in the process. So the pre-application meeting would still happen by the developer. The developer, per the earlier question, would have to document who was there, but staff would then conduct a meeting for the bigger projects, sort of in the middle of the process. So after the pre-app process, but before we send out notice of a hearing. And that seemed to be most beneficial in terms of the relationship of involving the community and having staff at the table. So, and also, if you recall, the budget you approved actually included positions to help staff these efforts as well. So that's all tied up as part of the same package.
Good.
So
thank you. Thank you.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to item 14, case number 2006.1523 PRJ, 51st Street, 78 First Street, 88 First Street, 526 Mission Street, also known as the First Mission Project informational presentation.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, President Vaughn, Commissioners. Marcel Boudreau with Department staff. Before you today is an informational item, which has been presented to you as a first informational item on January 14th of this year. At the first informational hearing, you made a request for this second informational hearing today for updates on specific components of the project and to allow for an opportunity to discuss specific design elements in further detail. Information from staff is detailed in the memo. For the record, I would just like to note that a small misprint was made on page 5 under the Portsmouth Square paragraph. The information provided in Chart 2 is the correct information for the ACL percentages. The sponsor has prepared information to share on the ground plane. Drawings are included in your packets, and Stefan Belling of Foster and Partners and Catherine Gustafson of Gustafson, Guthrie and Nickel have a presentation with additional materials. I will be available to answer any questions you have about information in the memo. This does conclude my staff presentation, and I would like to hand it off to the sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We just have to plug in the machine for now. Are we allowed to hand these out?
I believe they've already received those.
But this is
these are different from what was submitted a week ago.
Where people who never stopped. These are slightly updated.
Sure.
Can you? So is this plugged in?
Oh, we already have this?
Supposed to be
Goodness.
updated, I think.
Give me
Same date, same whatever. I don't want to know.
Thank you.
Can you get the technician back? Or? Yeah.
Sir, if you want to start, we probably have. I'm guessing this is going to match up to that
Media Services is on their way, so they'll be here shortly.
Let's try. I mean, see, after our last experience, we thought we kind of go slightly better on visuals, and now we're really going one step backwards. But hopefully we can improvise, can't we?
Yep.
So I'll try to do it this way because now I'm the one who doesn't actually have a paper copy.
Go ahead.
Can I do this? You now have...
Yeah, walk us
Sure.
through. Walk us through.
And this is the updated one, yeah?
Yes.
Otherwise, we're going to be out of sequence.
Yes.
All right, I do apologize for this. Getting prepared for the unexpected. So, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for seeing us again today for the second informational hearing. We will now try to be as brief as possible, as we wasted the first few minutes. We are going to run through, in a sequence, the public realm overview, which you had mentioned in our last discussion. We then will talk about the small businesses and alley, this particular functions, venues, activities within the project, and the environment, sun paths, wind conditions, landscape. I'm here with my friend and colleague Catherine Gustafsson, one of the world's most eminent landscape architects. And she will then take over, and after that we will jointly show you an animated walkthrough, which will be harder in paper. Starting from the front, this is just as a reference image, the urban room. I'm on page 6. Which one of our favorite views is from the public viewing platform down onto the space. If you look at the page 7, you see the public realm at ground floor level, and you see two big distinctive spaces, zones we would call them, within the urban room. But you also, most importantly, if you go to page 8, see that even though our site area is 56,000 square feet. The open space, the true public space, is 47% of this ground floor, which we hope is pretty close to a record. And obviously, that's something we are quite proud of, and that's what we want to talk about today. If you go to page 12, you see actually an older diagram, which we did that one and a bigger version of it a few years ago, looking at the small businesses in the neighborhood. And we dare to say that we just had lunch at Yang Sing, which is our favorite hangout, which we're probably not allowed to mention. Sorry for this. I think the small businesses are thriving at the moment. And our comment would be that as the alleys get better, and the whole environment gets better, their business will get better as well. You go to page 15, you see the comparisons of the old and new on the corner of First and Mission, where we're going to have a local grocery store, delicatessen, which will serve the community. If you go through the different venues, as I started at the beginning on page 19,
now the screen is up.
The screen is up. That's not bad. We continue on this game. You can now see on these venues the hotel, restaurant on the corner of Ecker. Yeah, you see the little pocket park in Mission and the two zones I spoke to you at the very beginning.
Works.
We're now going to run through these spaces. You have them in front of you. I mean, the problem why I'm now going to confuse you, we edited the deck down just to be quicker. So I'm following the sequence, but if I jump a few pages, it's just to stick to the 15 minutes. Yeah, you see see Ecker, the hotel, which will have a cafe that bleeds into Ecker, and will add cafes and tables and chairs. You have the coffee cart in the little pocket park near Mission, which we also think will be very comfortable for the people from the students from the Golden Gate University, which were mentioned in the last hearing. Yeah, the grocery store on the corner of First and Mission I've mentioned earlier, and we do think that will definitely be an improvement for the neighborhood. If you now go to the zone which we call the cafe terrace, let's call it the left-hand side of the big urban room that will have about 40 seats and allow people to sit outside all year round and enjoy themselves. On the other side, which we call the event terrace, we would envisage space for about 100 people to sit down. People can just bring their lunch and just hang out and enjoy themselves. There might be concerts during the day, might be music events. On occasional, there might be farmers markets on the weekends and kiosks to supply whatever people need. You then, on this image here, you see at the higher end of that image the viewing terrace, which we think will be a very nice place to be. That's a little cafe, because we love people to explore the three-dimensionality of the space. And you also see the water feature that can turn into a stage, and Catherine will talk about it in a minute. Yeah, and we're here, the view down, as I said earlier, one of our favorites is looking down from the platform and enjoying the three-dimensionality of the space. If we now look at the environment, which you had mentioned, we have done some solar analysis, and you can basically see every hour of the year and how much sun hits which area of the space. As you all know, March equals September, yeah, spring equals autumn. So I think that is, there's still sunshine in the space. Obviously, the best moment of the year is during June, and I would probably recommend a coffee in the morning in June, because that's when the space is flooded with sunlight. As it's an east-facing space, it's fairly self-explanatory. This is a bit more sophisticated. We built a big wind tunnel, a big model, and have the current situation and the new situation in a wind tunnel test at RWDI in Canada. They're probably one of the most world-leading firms doing wind tunnel tests. And basically they have shown that their tests have shown that the wind speed will not increase because of this building, so it stays under the wind hazard criteria. And that you can not only within the space, but also in the neighboring street. This is the current situation, which is quite interesting. Yeah? It's very comfortable if you are below 11 miles per hour. And this is the new condition. And it is actually quite surprising that the wind is getting less in neighboring streets. And as you can see, it should be comfortable within the building. The hours of operation, there's a lot of discussions within the team, what it should be. Should it be like a lot of public parks that they are, let's say, dawn to dusk? At the moment, we think it should also be possible to have more activities in the evening, yeah? And there'll be security in the space, so hopefully people will feel happy and safe to enjoy this great space. Now, over to Catherine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. The landscape potential of this site is one of the best in the world. It's absolutely extraordinary as a space. We've set out 4 principles that we'd really like to achieve, and we think we have. One is breaking down the super block. You know, south of Market, the blocks are much bigger, getting more intimacy, recognize the historical presence of being on the First Street, on the water, that we are a landscape in a city, and also bringing in texture and light to bring in intimacy to the space. I talked briefly about the super block, south of Market. How do we take advantage of all the alleys, all the different spaces to make it really truly part of San Francisco, and historically also recognize that we are on First and also on Mission that used to be a wood planked road through up to the Mission. Unfortunately, south of Market has the worst tree coverage in all of San Francisco, and we want to return it back to Happy Valley. And so this is Foster's first concept drawing of putting a building in a park, and I'm here to make a park. So we're trying to have that feel like a park, but also feel like a part of the city. And it's interesting that we have streets, we have alleys, we have porte cocheres, and we have squares and gardens. So each of those will have a very specific feeling, but feel as a whole also. What we found when I work all over the world, and what cities have found, to feel like a garden, you have to have 50% of green space. And so right now, the urban room, we have 46%, which is really good. So it really will feel like a garden. Madison Square has 50, and your Union Square only has 20 to give you the feel of what it means to have more vegetation. Also, this vegetation is going to thrive because of this amazing high ceiling. And I tend to think of the ceiling more as a piece of sky than a piece of architecture. And so it allows the trees to really develop underneath, very much the feeling like in your airport, which is 78 feet tall compared to our 68, very close. But that type of height makes a different type of feeling in a space. So the overall plan is it's really been worked so that people can move through the space freely, that it's very porous, that you can come in on First, come out through Jesse, come through Ecker, come back through. So it's a very porous space, but also it's a garden and a park. So if you're walking on First Street, you're walking through an alley of trees, and you turn into a room, like in a park. You go up Jesse, you're in an alley of trees, but you have these different park rooms. So it's a series of alleys and rooms throughout the spaces. And one of the first alleys we've looked at is Ecker. And it's really a revitalization, replanting new soil, enough soil for the trees, for the plants, to really give Golden Gate University a really nice neighbor. Also redo the paving and have spill out from the hotel restaurant, and to enliven that area. The streets, we'll be working a lot on the streets to make them more part of stormwater management, having limited impact design on stormwater, also using San Francisco Urban Forest Plan for the choicest trees, and more of a buffer on First. We're making First Avenue larger. And so that will give us a buffer from that traffic that goes to the bridge that just sits there, and trying to get that buffer so the vegetation will really help us with that. Also, in the urban room, which is really the jewel piece as far as landscape is concerned, we have it in two different rooms that are connected, which has been shown by Stefan. The room on the left is a terrace room connected to the cafe that's on 78th Street. And at the same time, you also have seating for the general public where you don't have to spend money. So you really have both types of seating, types of dining, and then a large event space on the right-hand side with a water feature that becomes a stage. Now, there's two water features. One, as you can see, at the terrace room, and which will really mitigate, again, the sound of the traffic. And then the water feature, which is the stage. And the stage is set up so when you're walking along First, you can see the events from the street that's going on inside. So one of the things about light and water, actually water is a better reflector in shade than it is in light. And so it will reflect colors and lights much better, which you can see in this slide. It also means that putting the water features in shade but have light hit them, then that will bounce light into the space. So this is an idea of a water feature on First that has very thin water. It's only about an inch deep that you can turn off at any time, and it's a beautiful sculptural piece. Or you have it, and the sun will come through in the morning and pick up that jet and throw it throughout the room. All of our water is recycled. None of it's coming off the main. So that's all the water for the irrigation, for the fountains, is all recycled water. So this is also, if you do not want to have water going for whatever reason for maintenance, you also can turn it off at any point. The stage is very much the same type of design in that it is a water feature during the general times. If you want to have an event, you turn it off, and it becomes a stage for a four-piece band. You also have the water is a mirror water on the top, so it's going to bounce light through the space. but then it has 2 ramps that are rough water that's going to create the sound of water. Those ramps, when they're dry, also means you can push a speaker up there and install different equipment on it. So it's a very multi-use type of space. Vegetation is going to be very important. We're taking our cues from around the site, different areas that have shade vegetation. We will be having experts work with us and adding to this palette. We really want a place that, as you can see in this section from First Street, you can see across, you can see into the space, but at the same time, when you're in it, you feel like you're in it. So there's this combination between safety, being viewed, and being in that is a delicate balance. We want to enlarge our palette, of course, as we grow to more texture, more color, and really think it's going to be a fantastic space for the future. Now, we do have this amazing animated walkthrough, and I just hope, for once, everything's going to work.
Where's the... We are going to take you through several little journeys. That will
If you can, into the mic, please. If you can, into the mic, please. Thank you.
Technology is too much for us. We're going to take you several different journeys, starting on First Street, going diagonally through the space, and then ending on Elam. This is the situation right now, and you can then take it off completely. And then we're turning right into the space. You see a band just getting ready, people working through their coffees in the morning. In the far distance, you see the existing building with the cafe and the cafe terrace. And we're now turning right. Maybe I have to stand here, don't I? Sorry, I could have pointed at you. And we're now turning in around the corner, walking towards this very lush garden, towards a little pocket park as Elam Alley widens out. And we're now turning right into Elam Alley, and you see the back of the Mission Street Tower. The second journey will start at the corner of First and Mission, then walk past the Pocket Park into Ecker, and then back down through Jesse. This is the Pocket Park right now. That's what it is at this minute, and that is what it's going to be in the future in more or less the same location. We can debate about the art. As we're now walking past the Mission Street Tower with its 2 entrances for residential and hotel, we're now turning into Ecker, and as Catherine was describing, the landscaping will be new, the paving is new, the rest of the cafe spills out onto this lovely alley. We actually do like our neighbor's green space at the base of the building. We're now walking through Jesse. That's what it would be right now. And from the same viewpoint, we're now continuing Jesse into the urban room. And I actually think you will almost feel the environmental, the climatic difference as you get into this hopefully quite beautiful space. And the third journey is going to take us again from the corner of First and Mission, but we're on the other side of the street, say Salesforce Tower, looking at the situation right now. You see the building that will be kept with a new grocery store, deli for the locals. View down Mission on the right-hand side again. I think that's very important, seeing how the walk along this pavement will actually be completely different. Yeah, we all know it's a very busy street. But as you're now turning into the cafe terrace, just going past First 78 First, and again in the far distance you can see the viewing platform, which has another cafe on it, which will enliven the space. And you literally are walking under trees, and you're going up the escalators under trees, which we think will be quite a cool experience. And as you get to the top, you get to the viewing terrace, and get yourself a coffee, sit down, relax, and look down on Catherine's magnificent landscape. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sorry for our technical hiccups, but
No.
we obviously can't seem to be getting it right in this
Okay.
space. It's quite a tricky space.
I
Sorry.
think you got a lot right on this project thus far. Thank you. Okay, opening up to public comment. Daniel Egeter, Amanda Graham, and Michael Nolte.
Excuse me, Commissioners, before we get started on public comment, if those of you, you could just put that down right there, sir. If those of you who are standing could find a seat, we would appreciate it. Otherwise, you're causing a fire hazard. If you cannot find a seat, room 408 on this floor has been arranged to accommodate an overflow where you can watch the presentations, and when your name is called, you can come back to these chambers to submit your public testimony. All right? So if you cannot find a seat, you can make your way to room 408.
My name is Daniel Egeter, and I'm an owner-resident of the pretty old brick building 1 acre behind the planned Oceanwide project that appears in the renderings that you saw. I think I can safely say, as occupants of a top-floor unit of all of whose windows face the new main building, that we are among the most affected by the project. It has been with great excitement that I have followed the progress of this ambitious, forward-thinking, and well-thought-out plan. This is the sort of improvement we were hoping for when we settled in the Trans-Bay District. I have heard some objections, and I would like to comment that the rerouting of Jessie Street will have minimal impact, as it is not part of any traffic pattern and is used currently almost entirely for deliveries and drop-offs. The center's neighbors, including Golden Gate University and its students, will only benefit from the massive increase in public street-level open space, the removal of the attractive nuisance that is the empty Mission Street lot, and the planned market on the corner. Any of us who decided to live in the district understood that tall buildings and increased residential density were planned and must welcome this coming to fruition. Obviously, the years of construction will require of us patience and accommodation. From Oceanwide, mitigating steps that might be considered could include weekly emails, such as the Trans-Bay Authority issues now, informing impacted neighbors of what can be expected in terms of noise, work to be done, and off-hour activity in the coming week. This would allow us to feel a sense of control, ability to plan around impacts, and even a sense of participation in this positive transformation of our neighborhood. Please don't underestimate the benefit of sharing information. I can barely wait from my front row seat to watch this incredible engineering feat and architectural masterpiece rise up before me. I congratulate the architects and all of the planners of Oceanwide on this ambitious and exciting addition to San Francisco's high-rise sculpture garden. Thank you.
Okay, let's try it one more time. Those of you who are standing need to find a seat or make your way to room 408. Okay? If you're waiting to speak, you can line up on this side of the room. You cannot stand in front of the doorway.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Amanda Graham, here from Duane Morris. I'm representing the owners of 510 Mission and 8284 First Streets. We just wanted to come and kind of reemphasize what has already been submitted in our March 16, 2016 letter, which I brought extra copies of just in case you needed them. We're concerned regarding the eligibility of the proposed project for a community plan exemption. We believe that an environmental impact report should be done for this project. Basically, we believe that the impacts for this, the peculiar impacts for this project have not been analyzed. I'm just going to highlight a couple of things that have already been set forth in our letter, just to put it on the record. Number one, we're concerned about the Mission curb cuts. The Trans Center Development Plan prohibits them, and we're concerned about the safety and land use planning impact of those curb cuts. I believe the proposed cut is around Mission and First Street, and that area has been identified as a high injury zone under the City Zero program, and we're concerned that the new curb cut could create more dangerous areas. Also, we are generally concerned about the rerouting of Jessie Street. We believe there's some safety concerns there that have not been considered by the Transit Center Development Plan. Mission Street already has heavy vehicle and pedestrian traffic, and we're concerned that the new route, the roundabout way that is proposed, could create more traffic for vehicles going to the Bay Bridge. Also, the project shouldn't rely on the Transit City Development Plan to support the traffic circulation proposed because of the method used for analyzing the traffic. There used the level of service methodology, and as the commissioners are aware, the board has adopted the new method of the vehicle miles traveled methodology, and we believe that the project should be analyzed under that methodology. Finally, we're concerned about the Jessie Street vacation. Again, this has not been considered by the Transit Center Development Plan, and just general concerns about the potential wind, shadow, and view impacts, which I believe weren't previously discussed during the January hearing. I know there was some additional discussion about it in this recent presentation. Also, we believe that the vacation might not be necessary, that the project could potentially be designed in a different way to avoid this. So just our overall concerns, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Miguel Kennan?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm waiting for the next one.
Next item, okay. Thank you. Is there any additional public?
Hi, my name is Michael Nolte. My name was called. Basically, I'm here representing the Alliance for a Better District 6, and we just want to make sure that neighborhood notification as the project progresses is done correctly. I know this sounds like a big project with a lot of addresses on it, and we definitely want to make sure that the community has proper notification as different phases are happening, and that the community stays aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Elberling. And, we pay really close attention to POPOs, these major private open spaces, because they're going to be so important for South of Market and the city. And while all the eyewash and the walkthrough and everything look terrific, they're basically not honest, what you've seen. What you see are people, it would be correct today, where it's 78 degrees outside right now. But if you notice, everybody in those walkthroughs has just a suit coat on or a short sleeve shirt or otherwise very light wear. It is not showing you a day when it's raining. It's not showing you a cold, foggy day. It's just not showing you a winter day at all. The much more important graphic in your package is the charts that show how much sunlight actually reaches this area. And it turns out that for most of it, it gets less than an hour of direct sun a day, and the rest less than 2 hours. Clearly, this is a totally shadowed, vulnerable to the elements, especially with the height of the ceiling, public space. And it just won't be used extensively when the weather is not good. In order to have a properly designed POPO in this location, and it does have great potential, obviously they need to enclose at least half the space. It needs to be enclosed in where you have, of course, where it's dry, where it's warm the year round, and also that's much more appropriate for evening use. And I think everybody would like to see evening use in the Trans-Bay District very much. So you really need to indicate clearly to the designers that for this POPO to live up to its hype, they have to enclose at least half of it. Second, there is, of course, a Prop M issue about this. I know you have Prop M on your advanced calendar, but just to cut to the chase, I don't believe this project at this location and this time with that kind of office space warrants getting a, over-the-counter or, Prop M allocation this year. You really need to save the Prop M allocation this year for rolled over to next year so that when the Central Soma projects come up for approval, you will have enough to do one or two of them. Those projects are much better buildings for the public and the community than this one ever could be. Thank you.
Sue Hesser, this is back-to-back schools, colleges today. We just went through the Academy of Art. I was a 3-year student, a daytime student at Golden Gate in the 70s. This location, I think, was Zone 3G at the time, but it was basically industrial. I was listening for someone from the Golden Gate University to speak today. When you're talking about Academy of Art and creating campuses, you're also having to deal with this setting. So I would ask you to look back on what the nature of the people in the area are. Golden Gate has a huge proportion of daytime students that are full-time and come after work for law school or for business school. And they have lives in the city. They go down Ecker Street, they go down the alleys because they're getting to the school. And so you got to get involved with how you're planning for the university right there. Golden Gate doesn't have student housing. A lot of people are like me, myself. I was the head of my neighborhood association when I was in law school. So I'd been living in the city for quite a while, and I had an apartment, rent-controlled apartment. So you must have input and thinking through how this works for students. Students have one characteristic that I know of, they're generally pretty poor. And so if you're wiping out the entire area for upscale uses, like places to eat, et cetera, it will make the developer very happy, but bit by bit you make it difficult to have students in the city. Second thing is, since the EIR was done for whatever, a whole pattern of delivery of trucks has changed. The transportation analysis that the city doesn't take into account Amazon and all the deliveries that are done to everyone who lives in the area, because they have trucks, UPS and FedEx, that deliver all kinds of packages. And so they double park on the street. They don't have pull-out areas for that. And it's a creation of not only people that live there, but people who buy things for their business. And final thing, the Planning Department has to take seriously how you comply with the Public Records Act on documents that are like this, bound documents like this. People can't even make copies of. You are indulging too much in color copies, and the bill is astronomical. If you want to have if we want to get a copy, you need to have a serious discussion of documents under the Public Records Law for the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other public comment on this item? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed. And Commissioner Moore.
I appreciate the next chapter on this presentation. It's very delightful to listen to the presentation. I am still in strong support of the buildings. I would have liked to see slightly more differentiated presentation on landscape. Not that what is presented is wrong, but Mr. Elberling's comments definitely ring true to me, to the extent that I'm not as much looking for indoor spaces, but I believe that the depiction of landscape, while it offers interesting spaces and a variety which are part of an exploration, need to be less ambitious on the green side. Unfortunately, for those of us who have worked in the city for many years, including have worked in the profession, we all know that even the most ambitious landscape plans hardly ever materialize. It is the harshness of the climate, it is the wind, it is all kinds of things, including that many days are just significantly more gray than what you could possibly imagine when you come on a sunny day like today and don't experience the grayness, particularly of that part of town. And it is very gray. I'm looking for Mrs. Gustafson really to think about what she was challenged by in Chicago. Millennium Park in Chicago, I think, is one of your most noted pieces. Is that correct? It's a lovely piece of really fabulous landscape architecture. It's an exploration about large open space in an urban setting, which has its own challenges in terms of climate. And I think that is, for me, more an expression of an exploration I would like to see here. I will say without criticism, but with reminiscing on foreign experiences, the landscape that I see depicted here, and it became clearer after I saw the video, is more reminiscent for me of Hong Kong, where there are large indoor rooms, where it's warm outside, and people step inside and step into the continuation of lush, super green landscapes and have a respite from the outside. This is not the case here. We have plenty of spaces we can walk around in, see the attempts on landscape and how they're mostly at that scale don't quite work. I would like to just leave it with those comments, and they're supposed to be more challenging than critical, and ask for a couple of other alternatives, which deal a little bit more with a variety of landscapes which are slightly perhaps tighter relative to what we really can do in this town, and that express a little bit more a variety of urban experiences rather than a continuation of trying to create a tropical garden, because we are not living in a climate which really allows that. We're going to have to say this very, very urgently. We need green. We need green where it can be maintained, and it might not be as green throughout, but it might be selectively more varied. And I'm circling back to your fantastic piece in Chicago, of which I'm highly admiring, and I hope you all will see it sometimes. It's fabulous.
Remind me of that location again.
I'm sorry?
Remind me of that location again in Chicago.
That's Millennium Park.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you. Yeah, I was at Millennium Park a couple of years ago, and for those comments that I think we have a challenging climate, of course, Chicago, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Pittsburgh, cities I've visited recently, have a very challenging climate for certain times of the year, and I think even more so than we have. So certainly well taken that we have to make sure that whatever we try to put in will, in fact, be able to survive. But a couple of things, I really like this a lot. I think it's the finest open space that we will have in San Francisco when it's completed. We made a lot of mistakes in the 60s and 70s and even early 80s where we built buildings without very much open space, with a couple exceptions. There's a plaza in front of the Bank of America building, and there are a couple of others, but most of them are either non-existent or very small. And then recently we have required open space, and there has been some, but it hasn't really been as open or as inviting as what you have here. So I think with the completion of this will probably be the best area for pedestrians and people to enjoy themselves in the city, with the Transbay Terminal Park, with the parks and open space of 415 Mission, otherwise known as the Transbay Tower. It's going to be a very nice area, a very pleasant area. And for concerns about the weather, the buildings are buffers of the westerlies, which are the most injurious winds we have, and they're typically in the months from like April through perhaps as late as September that come from the west. But during the winter months, we will have some storms that come the other direction, but most of the time the winds are coming from the west when they typically are the strongest. So the buildings themselves will provide buffers. I do agree that, you might be challenged on the hours of light you coming in there because of the, the dense environment you have, but I think it looks like the area is covered. It's very high, but there is a ceiling over it. So for those who are concerned about rain, it's probably not that big a problem. I mean, I think you're going to be underneath a cover, and that can be something that can be worked with, certainly. So I think it's a sensational plan. I think it's very meritorious of allotment of the needed Prop M space because it is exactly where you want to put our business climate, our business community, because it's right in the center of what is developing as the new or extended business center of San Francisco. And it's all walkable. It's walkable to transit, which is very important. So I'm really happy with it, and I'm sure any difficulties can be worked out with the landscaping and other things as we move forward. But I'm very happy to see what's been done, and it's a step in the right direction.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks very much. Thank you again for the presentation, despite the technical difficulties. It was very good to see an updated presentation here, and I enjoyed the video and being able to, you guys had that amazing 3D rendering here, but again, just having different ways of seeing the project really helps. I think that there were a lot of things that were actually made clearer here today than they were in the first presentation or two that we saw about this. In regards to the open space, although I can see Commissioner Moore's point in many ways, I do believe that I see this as a continuation of the Transbay Park, which I'm just going to be an optimist and say that that is going to get completed. There'll be some money, and that will eventually happen. And so, to me, I see this as a whole. Where the temporary Transbay terminal is a couple blocks down, this space, which is extremely ambitious in the Transbay Park, I see them all as one sort of whole for providing open space in the area, and I actually love that it's very ambitious and providing that landscape. I actually think about the small sort of mid-block alley park right behind the Transbay building the Transamerica building with the redwoods. That's something that I sort of compare this to. So obviously the owner of the eventual, you guys or whoever owns this property into the future years will be responsible for upkeeping this property, but I'm hopeful and confident that you guys will design something that is both ambitious and also practical. I would hate for this to become a concrete landscape because someone comes in the future and decides that they don't want to maintain the trees or something like that. I think that's great. In terms of Mr. Elberling's comments about Prop M, I can also see the point there, but I think that we do need to see some future presentations, and we'll see some more on this. This is a very large project, so this is going to be something where we're going to have information coming to us. I do want to take a look more at how you guys are designing and programming that office space, because that to me will inform, my sort of thinking on Prop M allocation for this space. My understanding, based on the 3D renderings and the presentations we've seen here before in briefings, is that is a space that will be competitive in the marketplace. It's not just generic Class A office space that people aren't really looking for, which is what I think is a problem right now. We got a lot of Class A office space, but a lot of businesses that are coming in and can pay top dollar. That's not what they're looking for, so they're going to other neighborhoods and taking PDR spaces and taking other spaces. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to get something new here that is also what the market is looking for and drive some of the business activity where we want it, which is around here. No comment yet on the rerouting of Jessie Street. I've seen it in the 3D model. We've discussed it here in the past. I think that there's still some real discussion to be had about what impacts that might create on First and Mission Street, particularly as we think about the rest of the Transbay Development District being built out, and also other changes to the streetscape, even thinking a few blocks north. This will be right in the area where they may change the direction of Folsom Street, making it two-way, and there's lots of other things to think about, but that's not a discussion for today. But I appreciate the update. Great project. Love that it's so ambitious, and looking forward to seeing more.
Commissioner Wu.
I want to thank staff for the shadow analysis that I had asked for last time. I think it's very helpful to see what the projects were in the TCDP, to see them laid out. I would ask that for the remaining projects, Parcel F, the Golden Gate University site, and the Palace, that we get the same level of analysis. I think that would be helpful. It raises for me, actually, if we ever were to finish all these buildings and there were leftover allocation, I think we should take it away, since they were specifically for that district.
Commissioner Hillis.
Yeah, so thank you for this follow-up. Rarely do we see a project that I think is of this scale where we're focused so much on the ground level, on the pedestrian realm, which I think we greatly appreciate, because that's where most of us spend our time who aren't in this building. And not that I don't appreciate the architecture. I think the architecture is wonderful, but focusing on that ground floor and how it's going to look and feel, I think, is extremely important, especially in one of the more denser parts of our city where we're trying to shoehorn in open space on upper floors in under freeways. But I think this is one of the more exciting places we're seeing kind of new opportunities for open space. The scale of the space, I think, is tremendous. It's extremely ambitious. We don't have a great feel for how it's going to be because we don't have great examples. You use like the airport, which I've often kind of wondered how tall or the scale of that space compared to this, and it's got a good feel in there. So I think this is extremely ambitious, and I'm very excited to see how it progresses. I've got some concerns too about climate and how it feels in there on days where it's colder. But I think it can work. I mean, you use spaces like, I think, the Embarcadero. As you walk through it, there's smaller spaces that are outdoors and under cover that work even on cooler days, and they don't have the scale and magnitude that this space has. So it's one of those projects I'm excited to see how it develops and excited to see how it gets built and how it works, because I think it could be a signature space in the city. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Richards.
A few things just to add to the commissioner comments already. I love you started out the discussion with the focus on small business. I think that's really going to be key to making this a complete little ecosystem, and the additional business that those small businesses gets, I think, really going to be key to their long-term survival. I like the other term, people can be here without having to buy something. I think this is great. It's going to be for all San Franciscans should they make their way down there. I do like the 40% green coverage, and hopefully we could find or condition the project on that being maintained. And then the last item, I did pick up on the tropical feel. When I first saw this project, the first thing I thought of was Singapore or Hong Kong. And there are really great days down there, and perhaps you can consider some other type of various things, at least as when you're around the perimeter, that might be more reflective of the climate. But very, 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 very supportive of this project. Thank you.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, no, I think you'll move forward with your foliage, whatever can be successful. I'm very happy with what you've presented if it would work, and I particularly like the ginkgo trees that you showed because they're very colorful and they do well in San Francisco, and I think that would be some very nice street trees that would have the change of color in the autumn months. And then also I will ask staff, and I'm sure we'll have answers as we get our materials for our approval process in May, that make sure we comment on this can be under the community exemption EIR that has been passed for a long time, because it only makes sense. All the other towers and everything else we've approved, I don't see this as being any different from all the others. It may be a little bit large, but the transit tower is certainly not small. And some of the other buildings are also very large, as is the Trans-Bay Terminal. So just comment to staff, so we'll be ready for our hearing in May when this comes before us.
Okay. I think that concludes comments. And again, thank you to project sponsor and all the supporting folks here. It's a very exciting project. Thank you. I think we did fine. Thank you.
Commissioners, that will place us on item 15 for case number 2014-001711 PCA.
Thank you.
This is the wireless telecommunications facility planning code amendment.
Oh, it's got a TV. Super size.
Fancy.
Is that what we're doing now with the screen?
Ready?
Courtesy of Ocean Lines.
Okay. Chip that away here.
Good afternoon, Chair Fong, members of the Planning Commission. Omar Masri on behalf of the Planning Department. The request before you today is to allow for initiation of proposed changes to the San Francisco Planning Code as it relates to wireless telecommunication services facilities, otherwise known as wireless facilities, and dealing primarily but not exclusively with cell towers and cell antennas. The goal, simply put, is to seek the least intrusive means of providing robust and competitive wireless services while still contending with the challenges of various state and federal laws and adapting to current challenges and future trend lines in wireless deployment. When we discuss the word intrusive or least intrusive, oftentimes the issue of aesthetics comes up. So, for instance, is the faux penthouse to screen the antennas compatible with the size of the building, the context? Or the faux vent pipes, for instance. In many instances, we can't find designs that are more scale and location appropriate. But in a dense urban environment, intrusive also includes, when related to wireless facilities, things like noise and exhaust from equipment cabinets and diesel generators that might be a few feet from a bedroom window, and trying to avoid those instances. It may include avoiding cable trays running over residential windows down light wells. It may include ensuring that the equipment cabinets, sometimes the size of Viking fridges, which contain batteries and computers, are not so large or poorly placed as to potentially displace a small business tenant on a month-to-month lease or impair use of required open space, such as a roof deck for residents. It also may include avoiding instances where you have large, bulky, and noisy, thanks to the cooling fans, equipment cabinets on wooden poles right in front of bedroom windows. And in a city like San Francisco, it also includes ensuring that the antennas and other installations don't impair or detract from historic buildings or views within historic districts. Primary change number one would allow for screening elements to exceed current height limits consistent with the current height exemption for unscreened antennas and towers. So in this example, on Union Street in Cow Hollow, you have unscreened antennas on the facade, and if the carrier wanted to voluntarily work with the property owner to move the antennas to the roof within screening elements, the current height limit rules would not allow for those screening elements because it would exceed the 40-foot height limit in this area. When the previous planning code exemptions were written for towers and antennas, screening systems weren't generally available, and we had far fewer sites, mostly hilltop sites and those mounted on large industrial buildings. By the late 90s, around 200 facilities. As of now, there are over 750 micro or macro rooftop, primarily mounted facilities, and over 700 personal wireless service facilities, which are basically antennas and equipment on light and utility poles in the public right-of-way. And screening elements can be composed of a number of things, or mimic a number of things, including wood, brick, steel, and in this unique example, a fake mansard roof. The proposed code language as written would still preserve the ability for staff to look at screening elements with an eye toward design review, shadow review for shadows in city parks, and historic preservation review, plus any limits imposed by the Planning Commission. So, for instance, we'd still retain the ability to say that a design like this is not compatible. The next change would create a 10-year time limit for any conditional use authorization if one is required for a wireless facility. And it also allow the Planning Commission to delegate future renewals to the department for 10-year increments. We believe this is necessary given the rapid change involved with macro facilities themselves and surrounding neighborhoods, things like redevelopment where an adjacent building might be torn down, now more the site is more visible. This is consistent with time limits established in many other California cities and counties. In your letters provided to you by Verizon commenting on the proposed changes, they noted they believe that many of these facilities are trending toward smaller and more efficient technologies, but what we've generally seen is size is increasing. Doesn't appear as clear on that image, I apologize. Or more equipment being added to existing sites as well here. This 10-year time limit would be consistent with the existing time limit placed on permits for any wireless facilities in the public right-of-way, of which are about 700, and probably another 300 we'd venture to guess in the coming years. This time limit would not apply to macro facilities or other facilities in CM or PDR districts where a conditional use authorization is not typically required. Generally, these sites can be approved through a building permit as well as historic preservation and shadow and design review. And this time limit would not apply to qualifying micro facilities, typically 1 to 2 antennas in a fake vent pipe. These sites also typically do not require conditional use authorization. One of the trend lines we're seeing is what's called a densification network. And basically what carriers are trying to do is add more sites closer into the neighborhood, not necessarily always using higher power levels, because what they're trying to do is better control the radio signal in order to reuse spectrum they've bought from the federal government. By fine-tuning this radio signal, they're able to provide faster data and more robust capacity on their networks, given the limitations within the wireless carriers' spectrum. Another trend line we've seen is in the last 2 years, the deployment of over 320 small cells, such as this one for Verizon, antennas mounted on city-owned light and transit poles. And another example, for instance, for T-Mobile, with a somewhat smaller but different design. Another trend we're seeing is wireless coverage going indoors. So you might see small antennas the size of Wi-Fi access points that also carry cellular coverage indoors. And this is important in many large office and commercial buildings and hotels because the large glass walls you see are energy efficient and contain small bits of metal, for instance, that may block radio signals from cell sites nearby or down the street. Information about the proposed changes was sent to over 300 neighborhood groups, plus all the wireless carriers. Information was also presented to members of SF Beautiful Livable City. Community members largely expressed support, but shared similar concerns over many poorly designed or poorly installed facilities and the cumulative effects of them. Concern that was also raised was whether providing a definition of micro facilities that included an observation that they typically have lower RF emissions was met by a response by one of the carriers that somehow this was us attempting to control for RF emissions, and we do not make siting decisions based on RF emissions as long as they comply with the standards set by the Federal Communications Commission. And in fact, as mentioned previously, the city is voluntarily leasing out light poles for what are RF emitting antennas. To conclude, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt the resolution to initiate proposed changes with the hearing before the Historic Preservation Commission to discuss the minor changes to Article 10 and 11 of the Planning Code as it relate to clarifying the ability for staff to deny certain historic preservation applications at a staff level. And lastly, an adoption hearing before the Planning Commission on or after June 16, 2016. With that, I'd be happy to take any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go to public comment, I'd just like to briefly acknowledge Omar Masri's work for almost 3 years doing wireless facilities. This was not a simple or complex enough topic for him, so he's actually going to be moving on to enforcement for short-term rentals. We're very sorry to lose him from the wireless program, but during his time, he's really taken this, completely under his powers authority. He's had a lot of initiative here with a lot of passion to have a really good enforceable wireless program, and I think we're seeing the culmination of that with the legislation that's before you. So he's actually he's working on the short-term rental program now, but he's still maintaining this and getting this through the final post. But thank you for all his work.
Thank you very much. Yes, very complex. Okay, opening up to public comment.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Charles Barr. I own and operate WebPass here in the city. We are an ISP. We have roughly 20,000 customers in the city. We serve almost 1,000 buildings in the city, and we do that with point-to-point wireless. So luckily you didn't see any of our installations on that slideshow because we do them very carefully and we hide them, but the technology is, in fact, the Internet. And my purpose of my comments here today are to introduce you to the Internet franchise, which is a piece of legislation that we are trying to get adopted through the Board of Supervisors. And its main intent is to say that the Internet is a utility. And the Internet is the Internet, whether it comes to you via wireless, whether it comes to you via fiber, whether it comes to you via your phone wire or your cable wire. It is an Internet connection. And unfortunately, there is no competition in this market other than companies like WebPass because it is incredibly difficult to navigate 4 different regulatory schemes. We have to navigate the telephone regulation scheme, the cable regulation scheme, the fiber regulation scheme, and the wireless regulation scheme to deliver one product, which is the Internet. So while I agree Omar is a fantastic advocate for the Internet, I would encourage you to look at this legislation with an eye towards delivering the Internet towards everybody. Everybody in the city wants internet, regardless of what your zoning is, regardless of the type of structure you're in, or regardless of who you are. You want the internet, and I encourage you to approach it with such a ubiquitous thought process. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Paul Albritton, outside counsel for Verizon Wireless. Thank you for considering this legislation. As you heard earlier from Omar, we did submit a letter with some comments to his proposed legislation, and Omar allowed us to meet with him and discuss some of our concerns. We hope to continue to work with the department and resolve those concerns before this comes back to you in June. Our letter outlines a couple of major issues that we thought we should raise. In particular, you heard Omar talk about indoor facilities. Indoor facilities are not regulated with conditional use permits or permits from the planning department because they provide services to that particular property and generally are considered accessory. We're just concerned that one of the definitions that's being proposed could possibly be interpreted in the future to regulate indoor facilities. We're also concerned, as Omar pointed out, in the definition of micro, of using effective radiated power or emissions as a measure between macro and micros. We think that's a mistake. The emissions are really irrelevant to the size of the particular facility. It's generally the proximity of the facility, proximity of the antennas to buildings or other areas that create the emissions levels. So the small macros you saw that we're putting on utility poles may actually have greater emissions to a nearby home than a macro facility. We think that's an inappropriate measure. We also think that a number of antennas is an inappropriate measure for micro facilities. My phone has 5 antennas in it, but it really doesn't relate to the size. So we'd like to propose a definition for micro. We think the concept of turning micros into a permitted use rather than as accessory is a good idea, but we'd like to work with the department on what's a good definition. And the FCC has recently come out with a good definition of small facilities in their Spectrum Act order, and we'd like to discuss that. It's based on volumes like we did with the Tier 1 and Tier 2 and 3 facilities we had for the right-of-way under Article 25. With respect to the we also think that the macro definition itself is duplicative, that there's no need for a macro definition. It's the same thing as a WTS facility, and it's probably superfluous. There should be wireless facilities and then micro facilities, and those are the two distinctions we think that we need. We'd like to work out some of these details with the ordinance before it comes back. Finally, Verizon Wireless, and I think the entire industry, is opposed to imposing a 10-year term on wireless facilities in San Francisco. I've been involved with these types of applications for almost 30 years, and we think it would be a mistake for you to have these applications returned to you every 10 years. There's 700 facilities. Not all of them would be up for renewal, but in 10 years, you're going to see 20 renewals potentially a month. We think that's a mistake, and there are no real land use reasons for imposing a 10-year term. We think a 10-year term could be imposed where land use reasons make sense, and if the code allows for that, for you to impose a term when you think it's appropriate, that makes sense, but not on a blanket basis as proposed in this ordinance. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, President Fong, Commissioners. I'm Cammie Blackstone from AT&T, and we share some of the same concerns that Mr. Albritton just mentioned. I do want to thank staff for providing us of a draft of these changes early on and the opportunity to respond. That was really helpful. That being said, we do have several concerns, specifically about codifying technology in this rapidly changing industry. We think that's quite problematic. The terms on the conditional use permits that Mr. Albritton just mentioned, and then also how all of these proposed changes would work with state and federal timelines. We think that this legislation does require a lot more discussion, and we look forward to joining those discussions with the city, with the commission, with the department in the days to come before it comes back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on this wireless item? Okay, not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioner Richards.
Mr. Massry, maybe you could comment on the couple of the speakers who just talked about the definition issue, macro, micro, frequency-based, the 10-year term, and then those are, I guess, the two major points your additional thoughts on that? Is it something that you think are a valid basis for further discussion?
Well, with respect to the definition for microfacilities, we're using most of the same terms that the industry used when they approached previous zoning administrators to request that a micro category be created so they could avoid coming to the Planning Commission. Not this one, but previous ones. And these factors that we're mentioning are those that are typically characterized, and that's how it's worded. So if you don't meet one of those definitions, it doesn't exclude you from being considered a microfacility and avoiding the need to go to for obtaining a conditional use authorization. We believe that the definition provides sufficient flexibility, but still is concrete enough for us to grasp on and provide some sort of information for the public who often wonder, why is a wireless facility not going to the Planning Commission, for instance? And we can say it's characterized by these factors. And this has worked well for the industry and for communities who generally tend to prefer seeing micros as they're more scale and context appropriate. So really we're just codifying what really is current practice. As far as the 10-year time limit, we believe that for most facilities, this isn't going to be a challenge, especially because most new macros won't come before the Planning Commission. They're going to be approved by staff. And this will only apply to macros that require conditional use after the changes are adopted. So it's a very limited number of sites it would apply to.
Sure. So in your estimation, as a percent of 100, what would this apply to? In terms
maybe 8%, if I had to guess.
And at the rate we're going, that would be several dozens versus hundreds and hundreds.
Maybe a few a year. We're not seeing the same pattern of macros coming in because we're seeing carriers shift to small cells on the poles in the public right-of-way, which already have a 10-year time limit.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard Johnson, sorry.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Masri. We are really going to miss you.
Thank you.
And I'm really going to miss hearing these. Really, really great work. Just a couple of things, just a couple of thoughts. I mean, I'm definitely going to support initiation of this on the micro versus macro. I also sort of question on the radio frequency output as one of the conditions, only because I think this is one of those where if it meets the other ones, so it's, to me, for example, micro, it's small spatially in relation to the space where it's supposed to be put, not a lot of antennas, and I kind of think that there might be an easier way to frame that. But generally speaking, you've worked on it, you know this stuff. I think this is really great work that will decrease the work for us for things that are not, the highest and best use of our time. Mm-hmm. And the only other thing I would say is on the 10-year term, I also totally agree with that. And the reason, and just responding to the public commenter, the reason why I agree with that is because if we don't have something like this, we only have a really clunky way of doing cleanup. Because what's happening right now is there are many roofs around the city that have all of this equipment on it that is obsolete. And the only way that we get around to cleaning it up is when someone else wants to put a site there. Then we say, oh, well, there's all this other stuff. You got to clean up those things, before you can put your new site. But that doesn't speak to buildings where maybe someone hasn't said we want to put a new site. So there's just stuff there. So having a 10-year term actually puts it on the installer to make sure that those things are either renewed because they're still in use or taken up. And so I definitely agree with this. And it does say in the legislation that we could delegate the director to approve subsequent 10-year terms. So I don't think it puts any more work on us. Maybe a little bit more work on the director fractionally to look at it and make sure that it's fine. But I think this is great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Antonini.
Move to initiate.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to initiate these planning code amendments, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously, 7-0.
Commissioners, can you just give us 30 seconds? There's a little bit of. We're done. We're done.
Okay. So I think I might ask you to take a 5-minute break because we need to
Okay.
change the order.
Okay, so the commission is going to take a 5-minute break. There's a little staffing problem.
Sure. Sorry.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing for Thursday, March 17, 2016. I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. Commissioners, we left off under your regular calendar on item 16 for case number 2013.1753E at 1066 Market Street. This is an appeal of the preliminary negative declaration.
Good afternoon, President Fong and members of the Commission. I am Chelsea Fordham, Planning Department staff for the 1066 Market Street project, case number 2013-0792E. Joining me is Devyani Jain, Senior Environmental Planner. Members of the project sponsor team are also here today. The item before you is an appeal of the preliminary mitigated negative declaration, or PM&D, prepared for the proposed 1066 Market Street project. The project site is bounded by Golden Gate Avenue to the north, Market Street to the south, Jones Street to the west, and a two-story commercial building to the east. The proposed project involves demolition of the existing building and parking lot and construction of a 12-story, 120-foot-tall residential building with a ground floor commercial retail space and two subterranean parking levels. The proposed building would include 304 dwelling units, 4,500 gross square feet of ground floor commercial retail space, and 102 parking spaces. The PM&D was published on January 13, 2016, and an appeal was timely filed on February 2, 2016 by Sue Hester, representing San Franciscans for Reasonable Growth. At issue are the cumulative population and housing impacts of the project and displacement of low-income residents in both the Tenderloin and South of Market neighborhoods. Additionally, the appellant raises concerns about the PM&D's analysis of the potential mid-market arts and education special use district and how it relates to the proposed project. As noted in your appeal packet that you have, the PM&D did analyze cumulative population and housing impacts and determined that this impact would be less than significant. Cumulative population and housing impacts were evaluated in the context of the project consistency with the Plan Bay Area, a regional transportation and land use plan adopted to comply with California's greenhouse gas reduction legislation, Senate Bill 375. As part of the planning process for the Plan Bay Area, San Francisco identified priority development areas, or PDAs. PDAs are areas where new developments would support residents and workers in a pedestrian-friendly environment and would be served by transit. The census tract in which the project site is located is within an identified PDA. Even though when the proposed project is combined with the identified cumulative projects in the PM&D, altogether they would add 3,200 new residents and 1,450 dwelling units to this census tract. This growth has been accounted for and planned for under Plan Bay Area. Additionally, this cumulative growth was analyzed in all 18 environmental topics in the PM&D, and it was determined that the proposed project would not contribute considerably to a cumulative impact. With regard to the appellant's claims that the PM&D did not adequately analyze displacement of low-income residents in the project area due to development of market-rate cumulative projects, CEQA is required to focus on the direct and indirect physical changes to the environment that could reasonably result from the proposed project. Economic or social effects of a project are not considered significant environmental impacts unless they lead to a physical change in the environment. Potential displacement of low-income residents is a socioeconomic impact. The project site does not currently contain any residential units, and the project would not result in direct displacement of residents. The possibility that the project would contribute to rising residential rents is speculative and is not a physical environmental impact analysis under CEQA. In response to the appellant's claim that the PM&D did not adequately discuss the mid-market arts and education special use district, or mid-market SUD, in relation to the proposed project, The PM&D acknowledges that the project site is located within this potential mid-market SUD and analyze any potential cumulative impacts that could result due to the project's location within the SUD. However, the project sponsor is not seeking to use this potential mid-market SUD zoning for the project. Additionally, the project sponsors for the mid-market SUD are not currently seeking approvals for this potential SUD. Therefore, we do recommend that the Planning Commission adopt the motion to uphold the preliminary mitigated negative declaration. Thank you, and this concludes my presentation. We are available for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. And Jonas, just to be clear, I can open this up to public comment now, or is there a project?
The appellant gets 10 minutes. The project
Okay.
sponsor then gets 10 minutes, and then we'll.
The appellant, please.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Sue Hester. I've been the attorney for SFRG since I graduated from Golden Gate Law School. We seem to have come full circle today. We start off the day talking about housing of upper or lower income residents being destroyed or taken over by Academy of Art. We went then to, which I've been pleading for a really serious discussion on, leave that alone. And then we went to discussion, information item, not airy-fairy, but getting information on what is happening at First and Mission for an upper-income office space. They merit separate, real discussion by the Planning Commission, or 2 separate discussions, or 3. We're going back to poor people, an effect on poor people. My office is at 870 Market Street, just down the block, a couple blocks away. I'm dead serious about needing to have a discussion about the effect on the residents, the population, and the services, real people and their services, on the area from 9th Street until 5th Street on Mid-Market. The same area was supposed to have a discussion when their mayor announced a big plan to basically build housing for the tech community. And they were going to do an SUD on Market Street. And when this came out, I appealed it. I also appealed a following week the SUD and the 950 Market, hoping to have a serious discussion at the Planning Commission about what are the effects of cumulative development on services and people on either side of Market Street, in the Tenderloin and South of Market. The Planning Department, I'm not going after Chelsea, and I'm not going after Ms. Jones. The Planning Department goes and does its own thing. It says CEQA doesn't require analysis of poor people's housing and services. And they could be totally right. But there should be a discussion at the Planning Commission. If you had a discussion and I missed it, I apologize. When was it? When was that discussion about what is happening and what we are planning to have happen in Mid-Market? The mayor had a press conference. He got a lot of press. And so the discussion should happen somewhere. It should happen because I was blown away by reading the Chronicle after I filed both of these appeals by the displacement on the north side across from 950 Market Street, the north side of Turk Street. The sisters were given an eviction notice for their food program. That's 2 blocks away. Just, 1066 and 950 on the other side. People in that area that have buildings say, ooh, I can make a fortune. And so their willingness to displace people that have been in their buildings for a long time is one of the effects of the development. At some point, we need to have this discussion. Unless you're totally jaded. Are you totally jaded? I hope not. I don't think that poorly of the Planning Commission. So at some point, the Planning Commission should put it on your advance calendar. You're going to have this discussion here. Help. We have a low-income population that is being rapidly displaced from the city. Tech industry and the people who have higher incomes can take over 145 Leavenworth. They can take over that's a site. They're building a site there. They can take over 351 Golden Gate, a site that is not going to be used for affordable housing. And so I'm going through this and saying, help, we need to have a discussion. If the Environmental Review Office says it's not in our scope, and I believe they said that, then it should be your scope. One of the things that I asked, and the things that I was scratching my head at, when we did 351 Turk Street, the analysis that we had from NOAA, from non-neutral, gave the projects within a half-a-mile radius of that site. And this is a quarter of a mile. It shrinks. And I'm looking at this and I'm saying, I know projects that were approved and they're not in the list. There is a current approval for 1390 Market Street, the Fox Plaza. They can build their high-end housing right there. There were approvals for 351 Turk, Golden Gate, and 145 Leavenworth. You approved them. So I know of a lot more projects that are the ones on your list. Because I read the notices I get, I'm aware of how many market rate SROs are coming in between the Tenderloin and the South of Market and increasingly into the Mission. Market rate SROs were not a factor in people's discussion of what was going to happen in the Eastern Neighborhoods rezoning. I know because I went to all of those hearings. People were assuming that there would be no massive displacement as you built more housing. And guess what? The analysis that was done in the early 2000s is not the real world that's happening right now in housing. And I am pleading. I was trying to get it through this appeal, and I was trying to get it through the appeal of 950, and that appeal was pulled out from underneath me because the city says, oh, we're not going to do the mid-market SUD, we're going to do something else. But how do we have that discussion? How do we talk about poor people? Have we basically said, you're gone? I'm hearing it as you approve projects. I'm hoping that the presentation on the project will address that. They will address that partially for their site. They will not be addressing the entire area. And do people have to come in all the time when people are evicted or get an eviction notice from their food programs? We can't do that forever. And some point, I'm not going to take my entire time. It's luxurious to have more than 3 minutes and not having the clock go off. But there is a place for planning, not environmental review, planning. Have a discussion. Have a planning discussion. Don't talk about an environmental review that was done in the early 2000s when the market is 2016. The economy has changed. The population that is looking for housing has changed. Get as much as you can out of the Shorenstein Company and get it out. Set the context for understanding what is happening to low-income people. I'm leaving you my extra 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Thank you.
Excuse me, folks. It's really unnecessary at this point.
No, it wasn't.
Project sponsor, you have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Steve Vettel for Ellerbron and Martel on behalf of the Shorenstein Company, the project sponsor. I'm going to be very brief. An appeal of a neg deck is a statement that an EIR should be prepared for a project. And in order to successfully appeal a neg deck, one must present evidence that there are significant environmental impacts that were not analyzed in the neg deck. The appellant in this case has not done that. There's no evidence in the appeal or in her presentation that this project would have significant impacts on the physical environment. The discussion that she wishes to have regarding the socioeconomic issues around housing in the Tenderloin can happen somewhere else, but they don't need to happen in the context of an appeal of a neg deck. In fact, they really can't happen in the appeal of a neg deck. The city is on strong legal grounds in its response, the department's response, that there is nothing in the appeal that requires an EIR for this project, that social and economic impacts are outside of CEQA. They're not outside of planning, and they certainly ought to be discussed in the context of planning, but they're outside of CEQA. I just wanted to call your attention to a case that came out of the Court of Appeal just 8 days ago called Preserve Poway versus City of Poway. Exact same question: do social and economic impacts, alleged impacts on the character of a community belong in CEQA documents? The court was unequivocal, saying no, that, let me quote, CEQA addresses physical changes in the environment, and under CEQA, economic and social changes resulting from a project shall not be treated as significant effects on the environment, and thus need not be mitigated or avoided under CEQA. The focus of the analysis in the CEQA document shall be on the physical changes in the environment. So this case is only 8 days old, confirms and supports the staff's conclusion that this appeal does not result in the need for an EIR on this project. I would urge you to reject the appeal and move on to the project hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm now opening it up to public comment. Abdallah Megahead, Kathy Wolf, Kim M., Del Seymour. And if everyone, when we call, wants to line up on that side of the room, we'll keep the door open, reminding everybody that there are no outbursts in this commission room, and if you can keep your cell phones completely off, that'd be helpful. Laura Slattery, Mike Anders, and looks like Wendy Click.
Also, I'd like to remind members of the public who will be testifying during this portion of the hearing is that your comments should be limited to the preliminary mitigated negative declaration. If you wish to have submit comments about the project, you should do so when that hearing begins.
Our Planning Commissioner, good afternoon. My name is Abdullah Mujahid. I am here today on behalf of TNCD supporter, which I like to speak out for the land number 1066 Market Street. That land have 4,450 square feet, and that land is neighborhood with our Muslim mosque. They left that land over 20 years empty, and now is our time to ask you and to open your eyes for each land empty in the city. The mayor, he have no right to tell us we don't need homeless people here or homeless people there. How the people can live in San Francisco now? You give the right to let some people in 2122 Mason Street to building. One building there is still empty. You ask me why? One house or one studio, they ask for 3,600. What that mean? The man behind me, he work and he make it $9 an hour. How he get $120 every day to pay that rent? And that rent becoming double price when you ask for one bedroom. Please, if you want to make it something else good for me and good for the people of San Francisco, decided to make it housing available. That we need it, and that we ask you. Don't feel guilty for that building who make it the landlord greedy and ask for 3,600 for a studio. Where we can get this money if the most of the people in my city, they are low income? Wake up and see what we talk and what we need. We need you to take you outside and you think about any land empty. We need to building housing for the homeless people, from the poor people, from the low-income people like me. Thank you very much, and God bless all of you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Okay, the next speaker, please. If you're ready, anyone who's we've called is ready.
And again, I'd like to remind members of the public that this is the hearing on the appeal of the preliminary negative declaration.
Well, I can talk about the a change in the environment, if that's part of it, if that's relevant. My name is Jesse Johnston. I'm a co-chair of the Tenderloin People's Congress, which is a growing alliance of residence-based organizations. But I'm here to speak today about, as a person who has lived in the Tenderloin for 20 years, as a person who lives the next block over on Golden Gate from where this development will happen, and as a person who loves this neighborhood very much. The problem with this project is going to be a disaster. It'll alter my environment for sure. Catty corner from the development is a huge, family, housing complex. Across the street is a senior apartment building. A block, next to that is a church. There are 3 mosques around it. There are people with wheelchairs in the area, and quite frankly, there are a lot of people who probably have had a little much to drink. Now, the corners of Golden Gate and Jones gridlock at least twice a day. And when it's not gridlocked, people use it as a fast lane thoroughfare to get from Van Ness to Market. This project will only make things worse. I can't see how anybody could say that this project would make the area safer. If it's safer, it's only because the cops are going to push people out of that intersection, but they'll only push them down the block a couple of ways, so that suddenly I'll be living on a powder keg because people will congregate in denser and denser areas. And plus, people who get displaced aren't going to go away. They're going to be hanging out on the street. It's going to be a very frustrating situation for the people living there. It's going to be a very frustrating situation for the cops, and that's a danger to me. I know a lot of people will profit from this project, but sometimes there are things that are more important than profit. Sometimes there are things that this is a very fragile. You want to talk environment? This is a very fragile ecological zone. Poor people and people of color are an endangered species in this city, and so please oppose the project. Thank you.
All right, there's no applause or outburst. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexandra Goldman, and I work with the Tenderloin Neighborhood Development Corporation. I'm actually here. This might be kind of obvious. I think a lot of the people who submitted comment for item 16 intended to submit it for item 17. So just that might be clear, but maybe I would encourage you just to call people up for the appeal rather than go through those cards. And hopefully people don't need to resubmit cards. They can just queue up on item 17.
I think that's a great idea.
I think you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay.
Fair enough. I think that's a fantastic idea. And through the chair, if those persons who wish to speak to the appeal of the negative declaration line up on the screen side of the room and approach the podium, we would appreciate that. Otherwise, we could take your comments if this appeal is upheld, or excuse me, the project is upheld. Commenters on the appeal of the negative declaration.
Since I do have comments on the negative appeals, but since it's a separate item, do we get both? Or
Yes, no, there will be another public comment period for the project itself.
Thank you. My name is John Schwark. My specific, and I'm also in the neighborhood. I live across the street from the project. My specific comment is that this is a pretty good example of a time when somebody can write a page and a half of not particularly pertinent stuff about the project that most people looking at it would think it's not really a good appeal. They get 10 extra minutes to talk, and planning has to write a 20-page analysis to explain why their letter was gibberish. It's a good example of why we need process reform for some of these EIR things, and maybe to raise the fees to submit the appeals. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Joe Wilson with the Hospitality House. So just reference the previous comments. I want to applaud Sue Hester for her cogent comments in terms of her appeal, and I do think it's very telling. It's almost something out of Through the Looking Glass, where the condition of people or displacement of people is not subject to environmental review. But that aside, I think that it's especially important for this body to consider all aspects of the effect on an environment. And the condition of the people living in a community is very much in the purview of proper planning. So I would fully support the appeal be upheld, an additional review be conducted to specify both the anticipated impacts and the real displacement that's happening every day in communities like the Tenderloin. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Reginald. I just want to say I go along with the last person's comments about that. I think you should not accept their proposal for the moment, but put it on ice and take it and look at it again and get them to come back to the community again and try to work out something together so we can actually come to a real fine understanding of what is proposed so we can all be able to say we are happy with it. But right now we're not happy with it. Things are off the chains. People are being displaced. I don't care who says it's not happening. It is happening every single day. And no matter what you say, I've seen a picture up there earlier with all those pretty things sitting around for eating, drinking, and carrying on. People that are not able to do that are not in that picture because they don't see them in the picture. The fact is, people are people, and people should be treated with respect. Just because they're down and out don't mean they're a done deal. I think you ought to look into that and try to find ways to help them as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Again, just calling for speakers who want to speak to the appeal of the preliminary neg deck.
Hi, my name is James Pounders, and I just want to say that when someone says there will not be a significant impact on the community, that should throw up a red flag because obviously there will be an impact, and what is significant to her is diluted by the amount of money she's going to get. So her impact is a lot different than what it will be on me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the appeal?
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for hearing us. My name is Curtis Bradford, and I'm the president of the Tenderloin Residents Association. The reason I'm going to support the appeal of Sue Hester is, first of all, I think it's really important to acknowledge that the process itself is really important, and protecting the process of appeal so that residents do have a voice in these matters is relevant and important. If not for the environmental review, the ability to appeal that and address you commissioners and actually get and make sure that these processes are being adequately addressed, then what are we here for? Because ultimately, this process is still about serving the people and serving the public and protecting the public. And that means if we have to have lengthy appeal procedures and lengthy discussions so that we can affirm that a project is appropriate for that particular area, then that's what we need to do. And no, I don't believe that trying to limit that process with or diminish that process by streamlining it is in any way beneficial to the community. That's not how planning is supposed to work. So I applaud Sue for taking the initiative to file this appeal, and I would ask that the commissioners seriously consider, and maybe we really do need an additional environmental impact review so that we can really adjust what are the significant impacts in this community, because as a community member, I don't buy the fact that there are none. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other speakers. Public comment is closed. And Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you, and thank you to staff to doing an excellent job of answering the appeal. And as has been pointed out, while there are significant questions that will be raised about this project during the consideration of the project, the appeal is about the environmental analysis, which was very thorough and complete. Socioeconomic issues are not CEQA issues. They can be discussed when we talk about the project. There is a vacant parking lot and a vacant commercial building that this is being built at, so it does not physically displace anything or anybody. So it's, that's the second issue about this. And Also, in regards to the Art and Education SUD, as was pointed out, that's not even in place yet, and even if it was in place, the project sponsor is not applying for additional benefits by having an art or educational use in there. So even if it were in place, it wouldn't be involved in this issue. So I think it was really well done. It analyzed the area, analyzed it in terms of Plan Bay Area and Senate Bill 375, and talked about the new residents in the area and how many housing units would be built. And so I think that it's a very thorough neg deck, and I'm going to move to accept the neg deck and reject the appeal.
Second. Commissioner Richards.
I absolutely agree that the conversation around the issues brought up that are going to be brought up in this neighborhood because of development need to happen. I do regretfully agree that CEQA is not the place to have it. We should be looking at other conversations inside planning. And I find it incredibly ironic that not a few hours ago we talked about how we were going to implement the interim controls for the mission, which talk about, one, discussion of the demographics of the neighborhood, 2, economic pressure, indirect displacement, direct displacement, total housing production, affordable housing production, housing preservation, tenant displacement, relocation assistance, business and community building, jobs and economic profile, and additional available space. And the last 2, affordability of community building uses and non-residential displacement. These are exactly the same things that we're going to be hearing about today, just for your neighborhood, not for the neighborhood in the mission. And I think that this commission really should take it upon itself either to work with the supervisor's office, come up with something similar to address these issues in this neighborhood, or we should take it upon ourselves to initiate interim controls if we find it necessary for this neighborhood. But I don't think it's right now to find that in CEQA this is the place we should do it. This conversation needs to happen.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. I will also be supporting upholding the preliminary mitigated negative declaration. The only thing I would add is just in terms of the general conversation. The last time we had the conversation specifically about physical environmental impacts, we were talking about the Potrero Hill development, where there actually were some potential direct impacts where they're going to, demolish public housing. People are going to have to move, and a large mass of people are going to have to move somewhere. And even there, it was difficult to look at the physical impacts within the EIR for that project. We kind of had to say, well, that's a true statement, but when we'll have to look at the environmental impacts when we know what project, actual building, will support the people that we have to move for that demolition. Right, so even if since we had trouble there, it's going to be impossible for projects like these to be able to look at direct and indirect impacts. And stepping aside to look at the general conversation that we need to have, I totally agree with Commissioner Richards that the mission interim controls allowed us to ask developers and staff for more information that will help us. But I still think that there's a gap that we should collectively think about how to cross, which is what do we then do about it, right? The big, I think I applaud Ms. Hester for coming up and making this appeal because it opens a conversation, and I think it opens up a rift that nobody knows how to solve, which is there's not a direct impact, but it's more indirect, right? There's not going to be a building that's torn down, and so now 500 families have to find some place to go at the same time. It's more of a slow to medium trickle. So how do you account for that? Where do those people go? And if they go outside of San Francisco, what's our role in that, right? What is our role in that? I mean, there's some element of choice there. There's also an element of factors that force people out. It's not one or the other. So I just wanted to put out there that it's a very challenging conversation, and I think it's a really pat response just to say it's not a CEQA discussion. I think it's a discussion we need to have. I agree, but I don't think it's just a matter of the venue. It's also a matter, I don't even think we have the tools right now to have the discussion other than to voice our opinion on it. I don't think there's anything we can say about it right now. So I challenge the commission, I challenge the staff, I challenge anyone who's involved in that sort of policy discussion to think about what are the tools that we can develop that will actually help us solve the problem.
Commissioner Moore.
Thank you to Commissioners Johnson and Richards summarizing very thoughtfully what the challenges really are. There is a concern and shared pain about what is happening. However, what are our tools? And I'm going to be asking Ms. Sarah Jones, just for the sake of giving a solid foundation of what we are supposed to do, the tools we don't have, in order to basically acknowledge that this appeal is really not warranted. That does not mean that all the rest of the responsibility to create policy, support, etc., is with us, but it's not this particular tool. Would you mind summarizing of what our responsibilities are?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I believe the question is, just to make sure I answer correctly, what are the Commission's responsibilities under CEQA in this case? Yes. So the Planning Department issued a mitigated negative declaration, which found that with mitigation measures, the project would not have a significant impact on the environment as that's defined under CEQA. The Commission's responsibility here is to consider whether that determination is correct with regard to what's in the statute and guidelines, and also consider if our environmental review was done accurately, adequately, and according to the provisions of law, and if a fair argument based on substantial evidence has been provided that could lead to a different conclusion. I'm also going to ask Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne to supplement my response if necessary. She says no.
The issue of what we are being challenged here is that there are environmental and social impacts for which we do not have any metrics. We have large projects up and down Market Street, bordering other sensitive neighborhoods, but we do not have any tools by which we could ask any EIR process or any CEQA process as it stands to respond to those types of challenges.
That is correct. We look at the cumulative physical impacts. CEQA specifically says economic and social impacts are to be considered in light of their physical effects.
And that does not relieve us, as we hear a real strong push towards responsible policy statements, to avoid that as a discussion item. But that is not part of what we are asked to do today.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne, I would just jump in and say that is not what you're asked to do today under CEQA. However, you also have the project approvals in front of you, and of course you exercise all of your regular discretionary approval authority over those project approvals, including these kind of policy considerations. However, as far as CEQA is concerned, CEQA is only concerned with physical environmental impacts. Here, where you have an alleged, an asserted socioeconomic impact, if that socioeconomic impact indirectly led to physical changes in the environment, then that would be something we'd consider. But without that link between a socioeconomic impact and actual physical change in the environment, then it's not a topic for an environmental analysis.
Thank you.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, there's a difference, and City Attorney, as well as Ms. Jones, made it very clear that what we're asked on the appeal is just, is it an adequate analysis of the physical impacts of the project, which I feel it is very adequate. And, we'll have plenty of time when we get past this one to discuss the project itself and the impacts it might have. And we'll hear from both proponents and opponents, and we can make a decision on the project. So that's the place where we should be discussing it, not in the environmental arena.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, there is a motion that was seconded to uphold the preliminary negative declaration. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Commissioners, we can now move on to the actual project proposal, items 17A, B, and C for case numbers 2013.1753, CX, and V. At 1066 Market Street, you will consider the downtown project authorization, a conditional use authorization, and the zoning administrator will consider a request for variance. And if you just leave the doors alone, they'll close by themselves. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. Tina Chang, Planning Department staff. The project at 1066 Market Street, as we've heard, proposes to demolish a 2-story vacant commercial building and adjoining parking lot and the new construction of a 12-story, 14-level, 120-foot mixed-use building containing 304 dwelling units and approximately 4,500 square feet of ground floor retail fronting Market Street and the corner of Jones and Golden Gate Avenue. The project site fronts onto 3 streets and is located north of Market Street, east of Jones, and south of Golden Gate Avenue in the C3G Downtown General and 120X Height and Bulk District. The sponsor will provide a detailed presentation regarding the design of the project, but first I'd like to touch on a few policy and regulatory issues. In order to proceed, the project requires a couple of actions from the Commission, including an exception to Section 148 for the reduction of ground-level wind currents and freight loading per 161 and C3 districts. Compliance with criteria for both exceptions sought is described in the draft 309 motion in your packets, but in short, the Department believes that the requested exceptions are warranted and meet the criteria established by the Code. Secondly, conditional use authorization to allow additional square footage above the base floor area for affordable units is being sought. The project would provide 36 below market rate units on site amounting to approximately 21,400 square feet, which would be exempt from floor area calculations per 124F. Compliance with Section 124F and 303 are included in the draft CU motion, but in summary, the Department similarly finds that the findings are satisfied and that the project is necessary and desirable because it would add 304 dwelling units to the city's housing stock, of which 36 would be permanently below market rate. The proposed ground floor uses would also help activate the project's 3 street frontages, more so than a large portion of the site currently occupied by a 23,000 square foot parking lot. I have updated Section 309 in CU motions that corrects a few typos. The BMR units proposed is 36 and not 37, as was indicated in some sections, and the commercial space incorrectly notes that it's 3 stories versus the 2. Additionally, all BMR units will be subject to Section 415, so since this is on-site rental, all BMR units will be made affordable to households whose incomes do not exceed 55% AMI. There is also an updated Costa-Hawkins agreement, which has now been executed by the City Attorney's Office. The case packet includes a Costa-Hawkins agreement, but it had not yet been signed by the City Attorney. Finally, the project requests a variance from the use of inner courts as open space. The zoning administrator will opine on the variance request after the Commission takes action. To date, the staff has received 1 request for continuance and an additional 76 letters of support from neighbors, business owners, and organizations in the vicinity. This is in addition to the 20 letters of support included in your case packet. I have the additional letters of support in case anyone would like to see it, as well as the request for continuance. In conclusion, the Department supports the project because it meets the goals and objectives of the general plan, as it replaces an underutilized parcel with new housing and has been designated to be consistent with neighborhood character. Thank you, and this concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay. Project sponsor, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Meg Spriggs. I'm with Shorenstein Residential. We're pleased to be here today to share with you the culmination of nearly 3 years of work that went into this project at 1066 Market. This will be the first property that the Shorenstein family has ever developed as residential, and we intend to hold and operate the property forever. I did want to thank our planner, Tina Chang, for her diligence and hard work on this before I jump into my overview, and then also let you know that the core team is here for questions. You already heard from Steve Vettel, our attorney, Julie Burdick, my colleague, and Bernardo Fortebrescia from Architectonica, the lead designer. This is a vicinity aerial that will show you the surface parking lot that exists today as 1066 Market. You can see we've got a little bit of frontage on Market Street there, only about 50 feet. And then we've got, in total, 300 feet of frontage on Golden Gate and Jones. The Shorenstein family purchased 1066 Market in the 1960s. They purchased it to provide parking for the Golden Gate Theater. Because of the high crime rates in the area, they're always incredibly apprehensive to develop anything new on the site. However, despite these challenges, we feel like now is the right time to move forward with this code-compliant project. Next, yes. So we are surrounded within a block radius by mostly housing. You see Mercy Housing, the Boyd Hotel, St. Anthony's, San Cristina. These are all permanently affordable housing buildings. You do see a little bit of commercial in the area, but I would say there's not much positive retail at the storefront level. Next slide. We've got some current photos here. This shows you the elevation at Market Street, 50 feet of frontage, which is now currently a mural, and then the 300 feet of frontage on Golden Gate and Jones. So in recognizing that this is an incredibly complex environment to be building housing in, we started our community outreach very early for this project. Before we filed our PPA application, actually, we met with a very broad swath of stakeholders, nonprofits, individual residents, property owners, and commercial businesses. And as of yesterday, have had 98 meetings with local neighborhood stakeholders and have 100 letters of support, 65 of which are from Tenderloin residents. Also, in listening to everything that the community had to say, we've put together a community benefit package, which we consider an ongoing project as well. We've formalized our commitment to our neighbors with good neighbor agreements. This is with St. Anthony's and the Tenderloin Housing Clinic. We're also working with St. Anthony's on creating a homegrown neighborhood security program. We've funded capital improvements for the Boyd Hotel, including providing much-needed laundry on site for their residents. Been most recently facilitating a program with LavaMay to offer mobile showers there on Golden Gate and Jones, and hope that continues. We also are storing the grand pianos that get rolled out onto the street every week or so and played for the public in the Tenderloin and Market. Next slide. So before I turn this over to Bernardo, 304 for-rent apartments. We're doing 36 units of affordable housing on site. And for our parking ratio, we have a low parking ratio that we think is very location appropriate at 0.3. And we've got more than one bike stall per unit. I will now turn it over to Bernardo.
Good afternoon. I'm Bernardo Forbrescia. I'm a principal of Arquitectonica. We are the architects for this project. We are faced here with an unusual site in that it has a panhandle. Even though it is a rectangular site, it has a panhandle that reaches out to Market Street. And it has the prospect of a proposed new development adjacent to it. To the right, as you can see, the signs that indicate those parcels. And yet, on the other hand, it has an existing historically designated property at 1072 Market Street that is a mixed-use retail and the ground floor and other uses in the upper levels. That building is I would call it, even though it is in San Francisco, a Chicago-style building of a period in which this neighborhood simulated so-called Chicago School of Architecture with a certain type of windows and spandrels. This building will remain as a low-rise building due to its designation, and it's both a challenge and an opportunity for a project because it allows views and light and air that is very positive for the development of the block. You can see here what happens in this district, and you can see what I mean by the Chicago style, particularly to the left image on the Wilson building, where there are spandrels that divide larger panels, and the windows are divided into three pieces, where what they call a picture window in the middle and two side panels on either side in glass as well. All of the ground floors are utilized by retail with a fairly high ceiling, and we have tried to relate to such condition along Market. So here you see our proposed building along Market. It has, like many of the other three buildings that I've shown you and the building next to us, It has a base to the building, and you can see we had to make a choice at which one it aligns with, but in fact the street has no alignment, so the ground floors go up and down according to each building. Very something you see very often in many cities, that there's not an exact coordination. That's part of the sort of pluralism of the American city. But we do have that base, and then we have a middle zone with smaller fenestration, and we have a upper zone which picks up again what started on the ground floor with spandrel horizontals, and which exists also in the top floors of the next door neighbor. It happens on the top floors of our building as well, with a double height with a spandrel. This is what we call, this is the leg of the building that faces Market Street. The building continues back into the larger portion of the site and creates a courtyard with quite a bit of natural light that and wraps around in a U shape that stops short of the historic building of 1072. And you can see that the building is made out of multiple pieces that actually have a gradual change of tonality that helps identify the same base, middle, and top. You can see on Jones Street how the cornice line of the historic building aligns with the podium of the base portion of our building, and how there's a second element above that projects forward, and then the third element that actually recedes. And in fact, on the right-hand side, we have an aerial view that we'll show you later. So you can go back, please. There were a few other things I needed to point out here. And you can see in the floor plan on the left-hand side how our building, what you see in yellow, it is a commercial space that faces Market, and it continues the tradition of commercial spaces along Market. And that commercial space allows an alternative way of getting to the building and to its lobby. There is a change of elevation, so that in fact the Market side is really one level below grade, because as usual in San Francisco, and it's interesting topography, the real ground floor is on the corner of Jones and Golden Gate. And therefore, in the drawing that you see there, you see a semi-basement where we have storage and against the retaining wall and mechanical, but on the inner side facing the courtyard, which is sunken with respect to Jones, we have some of our amenities and some units that are on grade with respect to Market and open up to that central green space that is part of our green space allocation as per the requirements of the code. We have a fitness area, shared spaces for the out in the terrace for our residents in that space. Here you can see the base of the building on the corner of Jones and Golden Gate, and I will show you a slight modification that we have made. You know, we submit many months in advance, and we've reflected on the corner of this building, but it is essentially this urban corner with shops, and there's retail along Golden Gate, and we have our lobby that is entered from Jones, and we have so we have a significant commercial space. You can see here on the right what are some of the adjustments we have made on the building. You saw that on the Market Street side, we have a moment where there's a change of scale at the top of the building, and in this case, on the Jones side, we have like a cube that projects in the middle of the building, and we have eroded slightly the corner of Jones and Golden Gate to create a double corner on the lower levels, and we have done the same at the top of the building. And by making that cut on the top and on the bottom, we've lightened, I believe, the composition of the solidity of the block, and we have created this floating element that adds some drama as it cantilevers towards the corner in a different scale. So some of what we had on the Market side reappears in a different form on Jones, and appearing instead in the middle of the building. Otherwise, you can see here the arrangement of windows. Some of them are combined vertically and some of them horizontally. And if you looked at the first three images, in the Chicago-style buildings, some of them combine vertically and others horizontally, except that we've chosen to mix it almost in a Mondrianesque manner here within each one of these rectangles that form the composition of the building. And I think that is our way of reinterpreting in a modern way the idea and the details that occurred in the neighborhood, but giving it a twist in a different way of using it several decades later. And but this is the view from the top, and you can see the courtyard that I mentioned, and you see how the building is taller on the Golden Gate and Jones Street, and there's an area of influence coming from Golden Gate down Jones, where suddenly the building drops and creates that terrace. That terrace and that setback define that upper zone of the building. And the same occurs on Golden Gate, where the building is now suddenly measured from the from the Market Street side, and you see where the roof terrace for the project occurs. There's a more quiet and more intimate roof terrace on the left-hand side, and there's a more shared, larger space on the right-hand side where we have a very significant roof terrace. And so this, in addition to the balconies on the courtyard.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up, but the commissioners may have additional questions for you.
So this was the last image anyway. That's the view down the courtyard. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we are opening it up to public comment, and there may be questions for project sponsor after. Continue on where we were before. Darnell Boyd, and again, line up on this side of the room, please. Curtis Bradford, Jackie Jenks, Joe Wilson, James Pounders, Kim Ballion. We got a bird in here. Deborah Coops, Reggie M., Stefano Medina, Rose Eager, Charlie Lever, Michael Terrio, Joe Koppel, Danny Campbell, and Vince Mota.
Ready? Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Kim Mostero. I live at 220 Golden Gate, Leavenworth, and Golden Gate, and the 145 project is going up right next to me. And I think this whole day has been sad, sitting here listening. Where is everybody's common sense? I'd like to come here and give you my definition of affordable housing. I earned $13,248 last year. I will earn it this year, next year, and I don't know how many years because I am disabled. In 1978, I was married with a child on the way and rented a 2-bedroom home for $200 a month. Grant you, that's many years ago. I came here, I've been through the shelters, I've been through your SROs that you can't condemn for some reason, even though they are falling apart with mold and roaches that I stayed in for several months that gets all that government money. You want to find a place to plug up for government greed? Go to the SROs and do what they said earlier. Inspect them. Take them down so they don't steal from disabled people like me. So, use the term of housing affordability realistically here in the Tenderloin. What does that mean for real, where we have over 50% people who are disabled like me, mentally, physically, and people who are on real low incomes earning less than $20,000 a year? So, if you were to do realistic community housing affordability, you would find rent in the Tenderloin for $200 a month for people like that. Up to $600 or $800 maybe. That is the definition of me at 15 years of school of what affordable and then housing means. So if that's affordable housing, inclusionary would become the real thing. Inclusionary ordinance would be how many unaffordable 1,500 to 2,000 rooms would be allowed to be sold or rented by the owners and the builders. Well, let's give them the 12% inclusionary, because that's not what's normal in the Tenderloin. You have all these businesses they're talking about. Of course she is. On the corner of Market, where everybody knows Market Street's the big, right? Okay, so I challenge this board to become history makers for its constituents and be the activists that you're supposed to be, to turn the clock not backwards but forwards, to creating a place for all humanity, especially those representing us in the Tenderloin, where our downtrodden people are crying out for fair housing, fair food prices, and safety, to where we can walk outside our door and not be attacked by criminals. So she's mentioned about security. Are they going to do the security with the other people about cleaning up the streets, so what the police can't do? So now the SRRs should be able to be shut down that are totally inhumane for us. So make humanity your goal and money the non-ruler. There have got to be contractors out there that are willing to come in and help us and not gouge us. Why don't you put up a subcommittee and find those people?
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
So hello once again. Good afternoon, commissioners, and happy St. Patrick's Day. So my name is Curtis Bradford. I'm the president of the East Tenderloin Community Residents Association, and I really would like to speak to you today about what I feel is an injustice in this project. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't oppose the project as it stands. It looks like lovely. I mean, you know, who wouldn't want like some quality improvement in our neighborhood? I can't oppose it. Right now it is an empty parking lot and some empty buildings. So I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you that I completely oppose the project. That's not my goal. What I do oppose is the way that it's being proposed. It's got a 1066 Market Street address, but the reality is this project is basically at Golden Gate and Jones. We're talking the Tenderloin. This project is going into the Tenderloin neighborhood. It's going to push Tenderloin residents who currently reside in the area, even though it's not physically going to push them out. It is certainly going to provide a level of displacement through, the pressures that come along with safety, security, economic pressures. The socioeconomic pressure and displacement is going to be significant in this project. And you know what? We can probably work with that because there are also obviously some social and economic benefits to development and improvements in the neighborhood, and I'm not going to try and deny that. But the reality is, at 12% affordable, that's not representative of the neighborhood that it's moving into. The Tenderloin, by definition, is roughly 30% affordable, permanently affordable housing as it stands right now. Building a project like this at that scale at only 12% affordable is really going to begin that process that we're going to see continued, where it's going to begin to shift that percentage down, and you're going to see a complete change in the demographic of the Tenderloin neighborhood. It is the very definition of gentrification. A few years from now, we're going to have an entirely different population of people living in that neighborhood than we have right now. And as a Tenderloin resident and living in that neighborhood for many years now, I don't want to see that. My neighbors deserve to stay there. They live there. They work there. They're hardworking, good, kind people. Yes, we have some challenges in the neighborhood, but there's an awful lot of good people in the neighborhood too. So if this project is going to be built, then let's talk about what is the real options. At minimum, it should be 20% affordable. Minimum. I mean, and the realistic thing is we do need housing in the city, but we also need housing for everyone. And 20% affordable, not an unrealistic number in this market. And frankly, the only reason they're not doing it is out of greed, sheer greed. And 12% affordable in the Tenderloin, it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I am Dr. Latrell Odom, and this is what happens to the less than significant. Perception sells. Fear drives the plotted broadcast of the media portrays, justifying their means, forsaken souls by forced lies told, looking with judgeful eyes and painted smiles, with formed conclusions to people and their individual stories, blindly grouped without getting to know. Others do for show. Perceptional boundaries, Mr. Money, Power, and Control, keeping the people purposely separatized to divide. I wonder why, Willie Lynch. Drugs you provide, manipulated highs, a charitable plague of despair and displacement, not to count what is done to capture minds and sold souls. I wonder the agenda. Gentrification feeds the need of greed. A platform, a false beauty with money setting the standards of the many, but calculating to the few. Neighborhoods extorted, faces fading, displaced, thrown to the streets, homeless, no sit or lie laws, fumigating the streets. Massive shuffle render limited roads, no direction, placed with distractions to disrupt contents physically and mentally for the higher goods, revenue, capital, and dividends, with consistent strings leading to agencies of so-called social services with stagnated pools delivering vast multitudes of red tape, loops, and hoops, with continuous barriers, invisible with vivid manufactured discrepancies, laboratories for containment of human suffering, the end. Perception sells. P.S. Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Darnell, and once again, I had a nice speech, but every time I come here, it get thrown off because I'm from Chicago, and I wasn't impressed with the buildings in Chicago when I was living there, and I'm most definitely not impressed with no carbon copy of Chicago-style buildings. But when I look at the project is good for one thing, and it's good for housing 300 elderly and homeless women. They said this month was Women History Month. And to me, if you really want to honor a woman, don't honor her with lip service. Give her some keys to one of these apartments and get her off the streets. You shouldn't have elderly with arthritis, with sicknesses, living on the streets. I had found a pamphlet that District Attorney Gasconi put out, and it says, and it goes into the signs of physical and emotional abuse for elderly people. It says, unexpected bruises, marks, and scrapes and burns, poor hygiene such as uncombed hair, unattended medical needs or conditions, unusual weight loss, malnourished or hydration, depression, withdrawal from normal activities, unsafe or hazardous living conditions. Now, if we would do this to our elders, we'd go to jail. But when you drop a luxury apartment, luxury Chicago style, it looks like the Conrad Hilton, into a low-income neighborhood, this is what you cause. And so what I'm saying is, you should, that the family, the Sorenstein family, if they want to do right, use it for a homeless shelter and help people out. Don't think about profit. And so, help the people out. Just don't transfer our neighborhoods into these big high-rise with a bunch of yuppies running in and out. And another thing I'm curious, why they bought the building, they bought the property in the 60s. What took it so long for them to develop it? Was it that they couldn't find the right administration that was on their side, or was it they couldn't find the right police department that will push out homeless? The other day, I was watching security and police. A lady was in front of the Orpheum Theater. They went up and kicked the lady, like, get up, get up. Now, this lady is kind of elderly. Now, would you want anybody to kick your mother who's out there on the streets? So we want these developers to do right by the community and respect the culture, respect the identity of the Tenderloin, and just do right. Thank you for listening to me.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mike Anderer. I'm Vice President for Demariak Academy at 175 Golden Gate Avenue on the next block from this project. We serve 230 families who live primarily in the Tenderloin and Soma neighborhoods in a 4th through 8th grade school program and a youth development program that serves high school and college-age youth. Over the past 2 years, Shorenstein has made extensive efforts to build quality relationships with many institutional leaders and some residents in the Tenderloin, and for this work they are to be commended. The 230 families at Demariak Academy want the unit block of Golden Gate Avenue to be developed. They believe that the development will help make the neighborhood safer for them and their children. This is an important fact, as you know, because the density of families living in the Tenderloin is one of the highest in the city according to the Central Market Tenderloin strategy. And the importance of children growing up in a safe and supportive neighborhood is critically important for educational and life success and long-term health. At the same time, the 230 families that we serve are also extremely worried about their own housing stability and the affordability of their housing. 90% of our families have an income of 30% or below of the area median income. Of course, there is 24% permanent affordable housing in the Tenderloin also that's in that strategy plan that OEWD put out. It's an incredible number in comparison to the rest of the city. However, less than a third of the families that we serve actually live in any of that permanently affordable housing. Most of them are in the other 55% of rent-stabilized housing in the Tenderloin. That's not permanently affordable. 12% contribution to below-market rate housing is simply not enough for any new development in the city at this point. It's the city's responsibility to ensure that all developers opt in to the appropriate contribution to inclusionary housing that's needed in the city right now. And so, Commissioners, the next step to ensuring that is in your hands.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Laura Slattery, and I'm the Executive Director of the Gubbio Project. The Gubbio Project is located inside of St. Boniface Church at 133 Golden Gate, half a block from the development site. We allow about 250 homeless people to come into the church every single day and have about 110 at any given time, people sleeping on the pews of the church. To our east is St. Anthony's, where 3,000 people a day, or 3,000 meals a day get served, where homeless people come and get clothes to wear and see their caseworkers. Right across the street, they're there as well, where families can come get medical help. Larkin Street is right across the street from us as well, and Demariak Academy is just to the west of us, who spoke. When I think, the visual I get when I think of this proposal going in on this is that 90% is in the Tenderloin and about 10% is on Market. And yet when I think about the people who are coming in to that, 90% are folks that don't really fit into the Tenderloin at its current understanding of current levels of economic and social, current levels of people who are living there. Part of the group asked Shorenstein if they would increase the 12% to fit in a little bit better. When I'm saying 150 people are sleeping on the pews, really literally a stone's throw away from this development, some of our guests are making money. They don't make $36,000 like most people in the Tenderloin don't, right? The average is, $25,000, I think. Isn't there one room in this new development for our folks, for the 150 folks that we're seeing? Just one room. 3,000 people are sleeping on the streets each night, and the Tenderloin is home to the majority of those. I'm wondering if Shorenstein can set an example, can be a team player. Can we set aside 5 rooms for those folks? 48% of homeless folks surveyed say the biggest obstacle for obtaining permanent housing is that they cannot afford rent. When we talk about the crisis that we're having right now in the city, it's really an opportunity for developers to step up and go that extra mile. So the Gubbio Project does not support the proposal without some increase in the inclusionary housing percentage. It's not a good match. The residents won't be happy, and neither will the nonprofits and the guests that they serve. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Reggie. I was here earlier. I'm from the East Residential Communities Association, downtown in the Tenderloin. I have a problem in that in this city, money makes all the difference, and people's lives don't. I have a problem in that developers can come to town and make all kind of proposals with you guys, and then go on with those proposals unscathed, without any conscience of what they're doing to the community. I have a problem with people who are sitting in high places wearing fancy clothes, who seem to have all the power to do whatever they want, while the people who votes for them don't have any say in what they do. Sure, you give us 2 minutes of fame, we get to say a couple of words here and there, but doesn't when the end of the day comes up, does it really matter after all? Have you already made up your mind to do what you're going to do, notwithstanding how people feel? When you mentioned people on the streets, I know one lady in particular, she's every night on the street. She's broken up. The lady is very sick. But she has no place to stay. It rains on her. It gets cold on her. She don't have clothes proper to keep herself warm at night. No proper blankets for herself. And that's not just one, but it's multitudes of people just like that. While you're sitting at home watching television and eating a hot meal, many people are out on the street with nothing, can't go no place. Some would even argue that some people like to be that way. No, they don't. But then you get to the point of hopelessness, when you see nothing works, when the people that are supposed to help you out don't do nothing. They sit in the offices and have a good day making legislation, and at the end of the day, they go home to their beds, but you guys, those guys go out into the streets. And you don't make any housing for them. Those rich folks that's coming from out of town, the techies and all the rest of those guys, they're coming from beautiful homes, which they sold, because they said, we're going to live in San Francisco. But at what expense? At what expense are they doing this? They're doing it at the expense of the poor people that's down in the Tenderloin. It's not a nice place. Can anything good come out of Nazareth, Jesus says? Well, can anything good come out of the Tenderloin? Yes. A lot of good people are down in the Tenderloin. A lot of intelligent people are down in the Tenderloin. A lot of people with good sense there in the Tenderloin. Give them a chance and do what's right. God's watching.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Kind of late. My name is Miguel Carrera. I'm working for the Coalition on Homelessness. And I oppose to this project. Number one, because this new development, they offer only 12% of the housing units to poor people. And I want to this project or this company take a 12% and give you the rest of the housing for homeless people in San Francisco. We have 7,000 homeless people in the streets and the shelters in San Francisco without housing. We have more than 3,000 homeless children in San Francisco school district without housing. And these kids, they need housing right now. They cannot wait tomorrow. They cannot wait next year. So I oppose for this project because this project displaces people from all neighborhoods. Why I say this? What happened in the Mission District? Thousands of people and families, children, was displaced in the last decade. And it's not cool. It's not cool because we suffer the consequence as our children. For me, that's so cool, no? I have my job. I can get up from my job and go to my home, have my nice bed, my nice meal with my family, eating nice as a family. When these families have a chance to sit down together and eating together as a family, it's not. I am opposing to this project, and I really want to take in consideration that give you more housing of this project to families and poor people in San Francisco, please. We need right now. We cannot wait. Thank you so much, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Catherine Wolf, and I am president of the South of Market Resident Community Association. I am a single parent of a homeless vet and a college-age daughter. Formerly homeless myself, I'm disabled. My family and I have lived in SRO housing for over 15 years, where we existed on 3 to 4 hours sleep a night, interrupted many times, just a step above being on the streets. My daughter was defined as homeless by the school district when we lived there. Many in my community have been in similar situations. For us, housing has been a hindrance to a better quality of life. Many have lived in substandard housing for over 30 years. Many do not have, are not able to access affordable housing bigger than a tiny room to meet their needs as they age. They are left with no options to better their life. There is not enough affordable housing in San Francisco, and therefore there is a very huge housing crisis. Just going with a minimum of 12% is not going to help solve this affordable housing crisis very quickly that Shorenstein is proposing. It is time for all housing developments, and I repeat, all housing developments, to include at least 40% minimum, which is affordable not only for the current 55% AMI, which is the area median income, or $36,000 a year, but also for those whose income ranges from 0 to 35% of the AMI. By designating for every housing project being built that at least 15 to 20% be designated for those that are homeless, formerly homeless, veterans, families, disabled, and seniors, with incomes ranging from 0 to 35% of AMI, we as individuals, as companies, as lawmakers, as a city, as a community, will begin to give all of these people a better quality of life. When we, these people like me, have a better quality of life and are not daily faced with just barely surviving, then we can start focusing on living life, enjoying life, but most of all, by contributing positively in a much quicker time and not be seen as a problem. I have gone from being homeless 3.5 years ago to currently having a one-bedroom apartment, to where I am now today, currently giving back to my community. Please give us this chance by continuing this item until the developer, Shorenstein, has decided to provide at least 20% affordable, but more importantly, what would be even better is 40% be affordable to help solve this affordable housing crisis issue. I ask you to continue this item. I ask that you go with 40% because we really need to make it affordable, not just all at what the 55% is, but reach those that are 0 to 35%.
Thank
it's
you.
very important. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Deborah Coates, and I'm here to support very low-income housing, affordable housing. I have lived in a Tenderloin over 10 years in a great apartment, but the quality of life in the neighborhood is not good. Because of the housing problem, homeless people have to live on the sidewalks right in front of my building and the surrounding areas. The lack of housing brings other situations that reduce the quality of my life. Help us get rid of this situation by bringing more low and very affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you very much for hearing us out. My name's Sam Dennison, and I'm with both Faithful Fools and Market Street for the Masses. And I'd like to tell you a sort of incredible story from the last .com boom that we had. Faithful Fools had just begun, and we had $500 in the bank, and we thought we'd like to have a building in the Tenderloin. And who would have thought during that period of time you could buy a building with $500? But we walked around, and we met a fellow. His name was Ramesh. He ran a copy shop, and he said, you know, the one thing I want to do is get out of this business, and I want to sell it, and I want to sell this building to a nonprofit. And so we made an agreement with him. He carried some paper for us at a very high rate of interest for 6 months, and in those 6 months we were able to get other people to donate money to us, and we were able to negotiate getting a good deal going. We're now within $30,000 of paying off that $600,000 debt. We're doing okay. Lots of other nonprofits are not in our area. But the thing that strikes me from that story is 2 days after we signed the papers with Ramesh, another person came and said, listen, I will give you another $100,000, no, make it $200,000 if you'll give me the building. And Ramesh said, you know, profit tempts, but my conscience is clear. In these days when we have such a crisis, one of the things we need to do is all of us set aside what we look at as being our profit motive and ask ourselves, where is our conscience? And one of the things that I know, having spent some time with the Shorenstein folks, who I really respect, we've had some very good conversations, is that they are bright, intelligent, creative, determined people. And one of the things that I would ask is, if at all possible, to take a moment and really put that energy into thinking about how we can make projects together that will provide affordable housing. We need that collaboration along with the kinds of projects that are being done. So rather than have this project simply steamroll along under its own force without question, I think it's time that you ask them to work with the community in finding some other solutions, and that we all sort of step outside of our boxes. Because for right now, it's as if we're on a roll. We've got this momentum that's carrying us ahead, and we haven't yet found a way to stop for a moment and say, how do we do better? So that's my request is, let's put this on hold for just a short minute and ask ourselves, can we do it better? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Joe Wilson, Hospitality House, urging you to continue this item until the developer can come to the table and negotiate in better faith to increase the affordable housing targets for this project. Had the pleasure of visiting the Shorenstein Properties website. I found this item. Bear with me. Real estate is a cyclical business with its cycles determined in large part by capital flows. This next sentence is one sentence. A sound investment strategy must recognize the importance of these cycles and requires a commitment to maintain pricing discipline when buying and a willingness and an ability to move quickly to sell when the value enhancement program has been completed and the capital markets are fully valuing asset and market fundamentals. Not exactly sure what that sentence meant, but it sounds like it had something to do with making money. And what struck me is this principle of getting in and getting out quickly. And that interesting phrase, pricing discipline, which is something that poor people know a little bit about. When poor people don't maintain pricing discipline in this town, their children go hungry. When homeless people don't maintain pricing discipline in this town, they die on the street. It's the purview of this body to maintain policy discipline. A policy discipline that says that not everything in every community is for sale. A policy discipline that says that we must uphold at every opportunity the spirit and the intent of Proposition K, which sets an affordability target of 33% for lower-income households. A policy discipline that levels the playing field for poor and working people in a community. A policy discipline that says that if you want to make money in this town, you play by our rules. And our rules say that people come first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Commissioners, Michael Terrio, San Francisco Building and Construction Trades Council. I'd like to introduce a very different set of questions to the conversation, starting with this one. Are mixed-income neighborhoods desirable? I submit to you that they are. I've seen repeated studies that in the long term, for low-income families in mixed-income neighborhoods, the results for their children are better than for low-income families in purely low-income neighborhoods. And the next question I would ask is, are mixed-income neighborhoods achievable any place in the core of San Francisco? And I would submit to you that if they are, it is precisely and somewhat ironically in the Tenderloin that they are. The project is going to be located in a place with substantial quantities of permanently affordable low-income housing under the control of nonprofits in close proximity. It's going to be located in a neighborhood with most of which has become subject to historic preservation for its residential units, and that they're therefore under rent control. If we're going to achieve low-income housing side by side with upper-income housing, and this we still lack the middle here, I'll grant you, and possible good outcomes for children as a result of that, this is the precise kind of place where we're going to do it in the core of San Francisco. The 12% that you've seen up on the board is going to go away. The 25% ballot measure for inclusionary housing that the Board of Supervisors approved, 11-zip, will be coming with a piece of trailing legislation. Under negotiation right now are the quantities of increased affordable housing that claw back to projects like the one before you today, how much they're going to be subject to in terms of increased requirements for inclusionary housing. This project will become subject to increased requirements for inclusionary housing. The question right now is simply how much and how it will be achieved. We ask you actually to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Joel Koppel, Electrical Workers Local 6, San Francisco Contractors Association. Here, voicing our full support of the project as proposed today. We've had a long relationship with Shorenstein over multi-generational. They've been a big contributor to the shrinking middle-class workforce that has lived in San Francisco and is lessening by the year. Shorenstein puts our local contracting businesses to work. They put our San Francisco residents to work, and they provide career pathways for our residents through our apprenticeship training programs. I really think that this project is a better utilization of the land than a parking lot. I'm very familiar with the neighborhood. Just in the past couple of weeks, I've had brunch at Farmer Brown's. I've been to a nightclub at 222 Hyde Street. I've had a drink at Aunt Charlie's, and I've even recorded a couple songs at Hyde Street Studios. I used to play pool at Hollywood Billiards when it was still there. I can always remember walking up Market Street from 5th to Van Ness and just not being happy with what I've seen, and over the years with the development, I think it's living up to its potential. Again, we're here in full support of the project as proposed today. Urge you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to read some more names, although there are a lot of people standing. Kelly Cutler, Moses Thompson, Julia Galgot, Deniser Juan Vagra, Adrian Simi, and Eric Marcoli.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for providing this forum. My name is Vince Moita. And before I go into what I have to say, I'd like to say that there were a number of people who meant to speak but were unable to, and they were in support of this project. For one, there was Rudy Corpus of United Players, John Than of Tenderloin, he's a Tenderloin resident, Kathy Looper of Cadillac Hotel SRO Supportive Housing, Will Douglas of St. Francis, the TLHIP, Chris McCarsky who's a mid-market resident, Barry Stranger of St. Anthony's, Ryan Berdovsky of the Tenderloin resident, Ann Nguyen of TEDP, and Alex Shapiro, the Director of External Relations for UC Hastings. So once again, my name is Vince Moita, and I'm a local resident of near 1066 Market Street. Currently, I live at Hunter McAllister, which is the student housing component of UC Hastings. And prior to living there, I had lived at 360 Hyde Street, which is on the corner of Hyde and Ellis, excuse me. Prior to going to Hastings, I worked in the Golden Gate Theater building at 25 Taylor Street. Every morning, I walked by the parking lot of the backside of 1066 Market, and on the way to work. While passing by the parking lot, I witnessed a lot of illegal activity, and even at 8 a.m. in the morning. On the way back from work, I would often avoid walking along Golden Gate Avenue because of the lack of lighting and the street engagement caused by the dead space created by the parking lot, mostly for my own safety. Among my current classmates, of which there are around 900, many avoid walking through that area specifically because of the same reasons of personal safety. I stand here today in strong support of the proposed development project because it will increase street lighting, engage the street sidewalk, and significantly contribute to the increased public safety, especially for local residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here to expose the housing discriminatory practice and tricking devices that's being applied to low-income bracket people who have a combination of both mental and physical disabilities, and also our veterans as well. The MPI scale of income scales, which is produced by HUD, starts at about $13,000 to $14,000 a year and goes all the way up to people making about $120,000 a year. These construction companies, developers are manipulating that scale by means of zeroing in on the income that starts at $40,000, $39,000 a year and claim that that's below market rate and low income and affordable housing in order to make you believe that they're helping people who are in need of housing. It's a practice that's been used on the 5M project. It's a technique that's been used at the Mission Rock project. For example, Mission Rock advertised that 40% of apartment building complex that has 1,900 apartment units is going to be for low income, 40% affordable housing people. When you read the fine print, 10% of that 40% pie goes to people that's making $122,300 a year. It's the same technique that's being applied in this project right here and the other two projects. For example, you claim 40%, and when you read all the fine print, only 2% is for people that's making up to $36,000 a year. In this project right here, you're starting at $39,000 per year. You have people who have permanent disabilities, people who are on Social Security income, and you have veterans that have a pension plan who do not make this much money per year. That's the reason why you have so many homeless people out in the street. Then, when we have all these homeless people out in the street, the city acts like they're concerned and want to help these people, but yet the truth of the matter is every time you build a building, you exclude them. It's anti-constitutional, and is demonstrating professional, serious, and willful misconduct on the grounds that you're violating the 14th Amendment pertaining to due process and equal protection under the law. That's not equal protection under the law where you're providing housing opportunities for people in high income brackets, but by the same response, you don't provide the same type of treatment for people who are in low income bracket. It's really adverse, and it's up to you to put a halt to it. And about these construction companies coming up here talking about they're providing low income, what we need to do is to get a non-profit construction company so they won't undermine you and put these rates in. And furthermore, you make your demonstrations, your own schematic shows how 70 to 80% of that building is located in the heart of the Tenderloin, and only the front side on Market Street is not there. So, and Mercy Housing is a nonprofit organization, and they charge 30% of low-income housing in order to move into buildings. So they misrepresented the facts.
Your time is up.
Thank you. Mr. Shaw.
Randy Shaw, Director of Tenderloin Housing Clinic. I want to first thank you for last week. 6 of you commissioners, I know Commissioner Wu was on her honeymoon and missed it, spoke with a great understanding of the Tenderloin in terms of the onsen hot springs. And I think a core issue that is often forgotten, there's a perception that market rate housing is coming everywhere in the Tenderloin. But in fact, we haven't had a market rate project built in 10 years. We had one in the last 10 years, the Lofts on 7, the former KGO building. And on the Planning Commission, you've been approving projects, entitling projects, 25 Mason. There's been a project at 180 Jones you entitled 10 years ago, hasn't been built, still a parking lot. 101 Hyde across from my office, the side of the post office, which is a big drug scene. I know the owner got it entitled and been trying to sell it ever since. And so you don't have any projects moving forward in the Tenderloin. This project will get built. And I think that I have to disagree with the prior speaker saying, well, they're coming in, the Sorensen Company, they're going to, they're not speculators. They have a commitment to this project, and they're going to keep the project, and it's going to be a rental project. And so I think we don't really have any new rental housing coming into the Tenderloin that people are afraid is causing these terrible effects. There has not been the kind of evictions in the Tenderloin. There's been no-fault evictions in the Tenderloin since the Rent Board started creating statistics in 2000. There's been a lot in the Mission. We don't have Ellis evictions in the Tenderloin. We've had 0. We don't have owner move-in evictions in the Tenderloin. The kind of abuses you see in the Mission have not occurred. We have a more politicized constituency in the Tenderloin, and we have a huge nonprofit base. And I think if you look at this site, diagonally across the street used to be a parking lot. It's now Mercy, since 111 Jones at Mercy Housing now owned, used to be Catholic Charities. St. Anthony's just built a 10-story building across from this site. And if people worry about gentrification of that site, I don't know that the gentry want to live across from St. Anthony's dining room. I mean, that's a low-income area forever. We have the whole Golden Gate Street with low-income housing and health and human services. We have our Boyd Hotel there. CHP's offices are next door at the building on the corner, and they also have the San Cristina. So I think we've succeeded in the Tenderloin in preserving that area around there. So I think this project deserves your strong support, and I hope you'll give it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Happy St. Patrick's Day. My name is Lisa Zahner. I'm the Interim Executive Director of Urban Solutions. We're a local nonprofit based on Mission Street, and we build better neighborhoods one business at a time. We're the only nonprofit real estate brokerage in the city, and I would hedge to bet probably one of the only nonprofit real estate brokerages around. What we do is we attract businesses to come to underserved neighborhoods so that we can help to improve the area, the neighborhood, and for the businesses and for the residents who are there. We're very much in favor of this project because it's going to bring new retail to the neighborhood where it's very badly needed. In conversations that I've had with the folks at Shorenstein, we have discussed making that retail available and affordable to our local small businesses so that they can afford to be there. Our local small businesses provide local jobs, provide resources for all the residents, and really help to enliven the feeling of a street and a neighborhood. No one here has spoken on behalf of small businesses, so I'm here to do that. And I'd really like to encourage you to approve this project because we really do believe that it's going to provide a space for our local small businesses to grow and to thrive and to better contribute to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. My name is Alexandra Goldman, and I am the Community Organizing and Planning Manager at the Tenderloin Neighborhood Development Corporation. I'm here today speaking on behalf of TNDC and also as a member of Market Street for the Masses Coalition. TNDC is very supportive of development in the Tenderloin. We are among the leaders of a major Tenderloin neighborhood-wide planning effort to foster development without displacement in the neighborhood. So we are definitely not anti-development. However, we support development as long as that development is equitable. By equitable, we mean that existing Tenderloin residents must also share in the benefits brought by new projects. To that end, we welcome the possibility of 1066 Market in the neighborhood for the benefits it will bring, but are very distressed by the relative lack of affordable housing. To build this many units in the Tenderloin and have only 36 of them be affordable is unacceptable. We cannot support a project with so few affordable units. We have asked the developer to provide at least 20% of their units on site as affordable housing. We have also expressed to them that we are open to off-site options. We would endorse the project if it met a 25% off-site requirement. And while we're not receptive to a straightforward in lieu fee through the Mayor's Office of Housing, we have proposed a program to Shorenstein where they would pay a per unit amount into a Tenderloin Acquisition and Rehab Fund to be used to acquire existing rent-controlled buildings to protect residents from displacement and eventually develop into permanently affordable housing. The Tenderloin is one of the few remaining neighborhoods in San Francisco that is home to racial and socioeconomic diversity. And diversity is one of the cornerstones of a thriving world-class city. The median salary of the Tenderloin resident is around $20,000 annually, whereas the median salary needed to afford a new rental unit, like the ones being built in this project, is $120,000. Even the below market rates units at 1066 will not be affordable to most Tenderloin residents, as you've heard many of them explain. The Tenderloin is slated to receive 1,000 new households, most of whom will earn 6 times as much as existing new Tenderloin residents. So Tenderloin residents are very concerned. They're worried about their homes and their ability to feel welcome in the Tenderloin. They are asking to be treated equitably in light of the wealth surrounding them. Does 12% really represent a fair share? In speaking before you today, I'm responding to what we've heard from residents, and they're asking for more affordable housing. There is a desperate need for more affordable units. We've been in conversation with Shorenstein, and we know they hear us and appreciate the need for more affordable units. We value our relationship and appreciate their willingness to engage with these dialogues. And we continue to hold out the hope that they will agree to provide 20% on-site or 25% off-site. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll call some more names. John Nolte, Kirk Larson, Michael Nolte, Teresa Imperial. Next speaker, please.
I'm going to say good evening because it's almost 6 o'clock. My name is Derek Brown, and it's a blessing for me to be standing there. You know, 6 years ago on Eddie and Leavenworth, I was shot, and I'm on disability. If that didn't happen, I would be making at least $40,000 at Macy's, and I would still be there. I'm going to say that I have no problem with this project. You know, I have no problem with change. What I have a problem with is when people come into communities where it's people of color, people who are low income, and you come in and you don't provide jobs for the construction, for the people who live in the community so they can work. When you don't provide education, when, you know, it's all about profit, money, money, money. I have no problem with money. This is a great country we live in where a person, male or female, regardless of nationality or religion, can take $1 and turn it into $5. I have no problem with profit. What I have a problem with is greed. You know, we all can live together. You know, I have no problem with those who have money and those who don't. What the problem is fairness. We need fairness in this country. So if somebody want to come to San Francisco and make a profit, I have no problem with that. But we need to learn how to share and live together. You know, to San Francisco, the Tenderloin, those who don't live in this city, I'm going to share something with you. I lived in Eddie and Leavenworth. Now I don't anymore. I stay on 8th and Howard. But on Eddie and Leavenworth, just a block away is Nordstrom's. They call that the financial district. So the financial district is here, and the Tenderloin is right here. How is that different? 1 block away, I'm at Macy's or Nordstrom's, and a block away, I live in the Tenderloin. I don't understand that. You know, thank you for having. You know, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening, commissioners. Yeah, my name is Moses Thompson. I'm sorry. Yeah, we want the project to provide at least 33% or 99 units as affordable. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call some more names. John Schwark, Barry Stenger, Nicole Lindler, Leona Talwatko, Tim Colin.
Commissioners, I'm Terry Anders of Anders and Anders Foundation, a community nonprofit. And my mission statement is to break the cycle of recidivism through job opportunities. So I am in support of 1066 for the reentry population. I have yet to hear someone talk about the Tenderloin and the large concentration of ex-offenders, the large concentration of dope addicts. I have 26 years clean, and this is after I was looking at 40 years for robbing 7 banks. So I owe it to the construction trade. I am a former retired member of Ironworker Local 377. I still go to the meetings every month. What I am about is about trying to bring some kind of sanity and some kind of sensibility to people who live in that area, because it's the same people such as myself. So what I offer is to put people into the different unions. The different unions have an opportunity for people who don't have no marketable, sellable skills, where it's on-the-job training. I've talked with Shorenstein and I've talked with Swinnerton, and they're willing to give this population that opportunity to work on this project, to help deal with the demolition. So, you know, I'm hearing about the housing Yeah, I was part of that element, part of that problem. But today, as you look around the room, there is mixed use. And people have came together to talk about mixed use. If we talk about, like, when I look at the projects, I see a whole bunch of poor folks, and it's cancerous. It's eating on itself. So it's the same with any kind of depressed neighborhood. That's why I am in favor of mixed use. That's why I am in favor of building this project. One, I would be part of helping folks get into a trade. Those who are in their addiction, get out of that element. Those who want to deal with a trade and don't have no marketable, sellable skills, that they can get into one of the trades. They don't have to have a high school diploma or GED, although most of the unions want it. There are some that will take you when you don't have it. So when we talk about moving forward, let us all move forward. And there's room for everybody to move.
Thank you, Ms. Imperial.
Hello, my name is Teresa Imperial. I'm from Bill Soro Housing Program, and we're here in solidarity with the Tenderloin groups in opposing of this project. As you guys know, our group is in Soma, and we have been here before. Different districts have been here. Different neighborhoods have been here. The Mission, Soma, and now Tenderloin. They're all asking for displacement analysis. You guys have provided for Mission, and now it looks like we need a citywide type kind of displacement analysis. Also, on the issue of affordability level, I mean, our service, we really, is primarily for people who are looking for affordable housing. And we really need to address the barriers in applying for affordable housing. And one of that is the deep affordability level. Second of that, also there are other bureaucracies in the inclusionary housing that also hasn't been addressed yet, where people who are applying also getting denied, where it can actually be approved of. So before we talk about this inclusionary housing, let's look into that closely in that program. How effective is this program? And also, I've also said that when we are talking affordability, let us know how much is the rent. What are the income requirements about it? We keep saying that, and until now, there still hasn't been, that much of a change when it comes to this inclusionary housing. So those are the things that I think the plan commissioners and other legislators need to factor in when it comes to development like this, and more developments are coming in like this. So please think of it and oppose this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Marcoux, and I'm a resident of South of Market and a native San Franciscan, fourth generation. This project is providing the bare minimum of affordable units. Only 12%, or 36 units out of the 300, will be affordable to people earning 55% of the area median income, or around $36,000 a year. The rest of the units will be unaffordable to anybody earning less than $120,000. The Tenderloin is losing housing due to rapid gentrification. Even SRO housing units are being changed from low-cost residential to micro units at over $1,000 a month. Our working people, those who are making less than 50% of the area median income, are unable to obtain housing even in the Tenderloin because it's too expensive. It took me 13 years in an SRO to get an apartment after I was priced out of the Haight. Soon our teachers, nurses, police, and anyone other than high-income, primarily white people, will be unable to live anywhere in the city. For these and other reasons, we're asking you to table this project until we get Shorenstein to agree to at least 33% affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. As a member of the community and as someone who is employed on the block, I urge you all to approve this project. There's a stigma that exists of the Tenderloin as a place of drugs, poverty, and unimportance. This same stigma has caused the area to be overlooked by good development and instead places all the burden of its care on the nonprofits. I'm asking, when are we as a community and as a city going to take care of the Tenderloin ourselves? Are we going to continue to let the Tenderloin be viewed as a fringe society, or will we humanize it? It starts with development. It starts with welcoming diverse income levels. It starts by letting the residents know that they haven't been overlooked, and this project is one way. Some will argue, many in this room, that this is a microaggression of gentrification, but I disagree. Much of the housing stock in the Tenderloin, as you know, is already preserved for low income and for the homeless, and that won't change. But I do believe that these residents deserve a chance to thrive. Many of them are unseen, unheard, and victimized over and over again by crimes and drug dealers on that block. I can attest because every day I walk down that street in fear, and every day I hope that something will change. Every day I hope the cops will come out and stand on that block as long as it takes for 24 hours a day, and they don't. So I'm asking, are we going to stand by and let our streets be overrun by drug dealers who run that parking lot, or is there another answer? I think this is our chance. I think we have the chance to erase the stigmas cast on the Tenderloin and develop a project that not only will add value to the area, but will also show its residents that they are valued too. So I support this project, and I urge you to as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Laura Clark with Grow SF. And I urge you to support this project. Anytime you can turn parking into homes for people, it is a good thing. Right now, we have inclusionary zoning that requires 12% affordable, and we have abused CEQA in order to push it sometimes for higher levels, and I appreciate the motives of people who want to do that, but if we continue to legislate on a project-by-project basis, we will never address the housing crisis. Right now, we are in a crisis. We need to build the housing that we so desperately need. If we're going to raise the rate of inclusionary zoning, that is something that needs to be done legislatively. It is being debated right now if we are going to bump it up to 25%, and that is great. We should have that debate, and we should make that decision if we're going to bump up the inclusionary zoning to 25%. Totally fine. We're going to decide about the Affordable Housing Density Bonus Program, if we're going to add in middle-income housing to that requirement. Fantastic. But we cannot continue to abuse CEQA and abuse these kinds of ways of pulling the levers on projects in order to slow the process down and create pain throughout the entire system in order to raise the amount of affordable housing. It has long-term damage both to the idea that we have laws on the books that we follow, and it does long-term damage to the ability of this body to actually make progress and not just sit here listening to people complain for hours and hours and hours, which I know you all are sick of. We need to speed this process up, and we cannot allow people to continue to abuse processes that we know have nothing to do with the issue at hand. CEQA has nothing to do with the issue at hand. It has nothing to do with what people are coming up here to demand this project address. It is an unrelated topic, and you are a body that is designed to say, does this meet the requirements that the legislators have put on the books for a project? Yes or no? This is not an opportunity to re-legislate the issue. And so I beg you to leave those decisions up to our elected government. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Leora Tanwatko. I work here in the city. I know that the Tenderloin has added a ton of jobs in the mid-market region in the past few years, and so the gentrification pressures are already in place because people want to live near where they work. And this project would provide people of all income levels to live in that area. It would replace a parking lot, as Laura said, with homes. And in this current crisis, that's something we absolutely need. I remember that one of my friends came to visit from New York, and she pulled me aside as I was walking down the street and was like, "What is this? How is the Tenderloin in existence so close to the center of a city?" She was wondering how we had saved it from being displaced. This was last year, I think. And so I got to explain to her how nonprofits had bought up a bunch of the units and how we had protected legislatively the cost of living there. And I think that's something that we should be proud of. And this project allows the Tenderloin to grow without displacing any of the people that currently live there. So I am in support of this project. I ask you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schwark.
Hi again. So as I said before, I live halfway down the block on Market Street from this building. So it's in my immediate neighborhood. Every morning or several mornings a week at 6:50, I walk down the street to take my daughter to her school bus. It's an intimate part of my everyday experience. This block, I'm very much associated with it. I think we have to really take into consideration, and I really disagree with the idea that the Tenderloin needs an interim control measure like the Mission. We have to consider the fact that a very high percentage of the Tenderloin is already BMR housing. A very, very high percentage of the Tenderloin is also already rent-controlled housing. I live in a rent-controlled unit. When someone moves out of my unit today, the next person who gets that unit gets offered it at 2.5 times the rate that I pay for it. Okay? In the time since I've moved in, we've added Twitter, Square, all these other things. Something's going to happen. Either we're going to get more jobs, we're going to have a very successful economy, and we're going to need more housing, or those jobs are going to drop off, and we're going to have another recession or a bubble or whatever you want to call it. Either way, having 304 units here is very important. If the bubble keeps going, that 304 minus 36, whatever that 275 or whatever you want to call it number is, that's how many people aren't looking for the other units in my building, and the other rent-controlled units that have pressure to kick people out won't have as much pressure to kick people out, and they won't have as much they won't be getting to charge as much for their units when the people do leave. So actually, by building market rate housing in this neighborhood next to all these high-end jobs, you're creating less eviction pressure and you're creating lower rents in the future. If the bubble turns, this is the first building in the city that's going to become affordable naturally. This is the first filtering that's going to happen. It's surrounded by low-income housing on a block where people get shot about once a month. So let's not hold this up by future 25% requirements that may or may not work for buildings that aren't half office space. Let's go with the law as it is today and let them get it built. That's our requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Ayn Nguyen. I'm the Executive Director of the Tenderloin Economic Development Project. I also lived in the neighborhood. I was evicted January 6th of this year. I lived at Eddy and Larkin. Studies have shown that when neighborhoods reach 20% poverty level, all things decline, such as safety, health, education, and crime, and all that increases. Our neighborhood is at 50.6 poverty level, and we have a 25% plus unemployment rate. And what I believe is that the problems with the neighborhood is that we have a lot of absentee landlords. We have a lot of slumlords. My job in the neighborhood is to sustain and retain small businesses. Small businesses reflect the diversity of our neighborhood. And I'm also Vietnamese bilingual, bicultural. And my community has been in the neighborhood for, since the 80s. And if people in this room are concerned about gentrification, my community has been displaced at the highest rates. And we also have a neighborhood full of children. The children in this neighborhood deserve a safe neighborhood, deserve their parents to be able to run their businesses in the neighborhood, to improve the neighborhood for the community around them. And from what the Shorensteins have said is that they've said that they would commit to providing space for the community at the ground level so that they can earn a wage, earn a living. So I support this project because I believe that our neighborhood needs investment. And as it stands now, these absentee private property owners do not invest in the community. There's nothing that we can get from the amount of slumlords in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesus Perez. I'm with the Coalition on Homeless. And I every day see a lot of families, out in the streets. And I want you guys to go and stop by there and see how it is, because we need these housing for affordable housing for low-income families and single. So I want you guys to just take a walk and just see how it is, okay?
Thank you. I'll call some more speakers. Jennifer Friedenbach, Sonia Traus, Wendy Click, Mike Anderer, and Laura Slattery. Mr. Colon, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tim Colon on behalf of the 300 members of the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition. We reviewed this project in depth, ages ago, and to the extent it matters, our members really liked it. They really liked the project. The design is respectful of the neighborhood. It fits in very well. It's stingy on car parking and generous on bike parking. But there are really two issues that are at stake here, and the first one is this project is kind of unique in that it's in two neighborhoods. It's in Mid-Market and it's in the Tenderloin. And it's hard to overstate how important the benefits are to both those neighborhoods that this project would bring. That's more people on the street, more residents, more customers, more families, more people in the neighborhood that badly needs it. And this project is entirely code compliant. It asks no special favors. And on the question of housing affordability, the city has been perfectly explicit in the rules it expected of the project. And the project complied entirely with it. And it put in the affordable housing on site as our members appreciated. And that was what was expected of them. To come in at the last minute and say that's not enough, we need to change the rules when all the commitments, financial and otherwise, have been made on this project is unfair and it's bad civic practice. This project really needs to move forward for the benefit of two neighborhoods. And on the question of the character and composition of the Tenderloin, it's hard to, there's not anyone that knows the Tenderloin better than Randy Shaw, and I'd echo what he said about this neighborhood. This is something you have a chance to change the trajectory on a neighborhood that's been crying out for it for decades. You shouldn't delay a second to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Adrian Simi, Field Representative for Carpenters Local 22, and I'd like to introduce Sharon Venson. She's been here, I don't know how many meetings. She's one of our standby, right? We can always count on Sharon. What I'd like to say, though, a little bit more, we both went into the apprenticeship in 1979 as carpenters, and that's more years than I'd really like to remember. Both of us would like to remember, but Sharon is a resident of the Tenderloin. She's also a Local 22 member, a hard-working carpenter, and we obviously support the project. But what she is more than just a rank and filer, she's my friend. I consider Sharon a close friend. We've worked together now for about 8 or 9 years, very closely out of Local 22. And I believe that she deserves, as well as all the residents of the Tenderloin, to have a safer neighborhood. And we believe that this project is going to make that neighborhood safer. It's going to provide affordable housing, and it's going to provide jobs that carpenters can go to work at. And we'd like to thank our partner, Shorenstein, for this project, for committing to use signatory general contractor that provides these jobs that Sharon and the folks behind me, the Local 22 members, ladies and gentlemen behind me, can go to work on. Thank you. You'd like to add anything, Sharon? No. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Next speaker, please. I'll call a few more names. Del Seymour, Kim Monstiero, Kathy Wolf, and Austin Hunter. That's
Hi.
Austin Hunter. Aha.
My name's Austin Hunter. I'm with Grow SF. For the sake of time, I'll try and keep my comment short. I've heard many speakers iterate that we cannot continue to prioritize parking over people. This project takes a blighted neighborhood and turns a parking lot into homes. It's what we need. It's in compliance with all of the codes set forth by the city, and we cannot continue to delay projects like this because we want to opt in and try and get a higher percentage of affordability. That is for Prop C to decide, and it's something for the Affordable Housing Density Bonus Program. This project is within its bounds and should move forward as is. We cannot continue to delay building housing. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sam Rosen. I'm a student at UC Hastings. I'm in my third year, and I live in the neighborhood. I've watched, I think a couple of my fellow classmates have spoken tonight, but I've watched a lot of people at Hastings sort of come into the area and move into the neighborhood. And, you know, the truth is there is very little housing in San Francisco, especially for students, so affordability is important. But you've got students. Students are very much the people, especially if you can go to law school and rack up that debt or do it on your own, who are the gentrifiers. And the truth is we're moving into the Tenderloin either way. It's better to give students and to give, you know, the Twitter employees a place where they can pay market rates instead of competing for less expensive places, because they do compete. The truth is we've added so many jobs to the city that we just don't have enough housing, and building housing is what's the most important, because we're not going to find a way to fix this crisis if we don't build more housing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julia Galliot. I work at Hospitality House, which is a nonprofit in the Tenderloin. Thought it was really cute how earlier someone listed off all the supporters that weren't able to be here. I wish that I could list off the thousands of people who are on the waiting list to get into affordable housing, or the thousands of people who are in shelters, or the thousands of people who are on the streets, again, waiting for affordable housing. The idea that helping the neighborhood means plopping an unaffordable development right in the middle of it is insane. 12% affordable housing in the middle of the poorest neighborhood in San Francisco is profoundly insulting. And I'm really asking you, on behalf of all the folks who can't be here because maybe they didn't get a late pass from the shelter, maybe they don't have the resources to know about how to come to City Hall and talk to you all about what's going on. We need to prioritize affordable housing. 12% is not enough. It's the bare minimum, which really speaks to the character of the developers coming into the neighborhood, that they're willing to do bare minimum. Thank you.
Next speaker, please, and I'll call some more names. Ryan Brokowski, on Nugent, Will Douglas, Rudy Corpus, John Than, Miguel Carrera, Tony Robles, and Lisa Zanner.
Hi, my name is Sonia Traus. I founded the SF Bay Area Renters Federation. I'd also like you to consider some people that aren't here, namely the 400 or 500 people who would move in if this thing existed, and then the many thousands of people who will live in it over the course of its life, including the people that will live in it in 30 years and 50 years and 100 years. Who knows what the neighborhood's going to be like then? I kind of have a question. Since this is code compliant, I'm not sure, does this body have the discretion to turn it down? I actually don't know the answer to that, and I'd be interested to find out. Okay. And I'm interested to see that a lot of commentators want this to be 25%. As far as I understand, you guys are going to be hearing the grandfathering legislation in 2 weeks. And so commentators here have an opportunity to come then and ask you to not approve the grandfathering legislation and have nothing be grandfathered. And so if they want to see 25% at this location, then anyone can come right in 2 weeks and ask for no grandfathering. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
2 weeks.
Very good.
Okay, excuse me, sir. You're out of order, okay?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is John Nolte. I want to clarify a couple of things that was said about the neighborhood, and also I think more importantly is about the sponsor. The sponsor, like it was said, has been in the neighborhood for 40 years. They have the theater across the street, and so the parking lot was for the theater across the street. And so now, after the founder of the Shorenstein Company died last year, Now they want to develop the property. And this is not the first time they wanted to develop the property at that site. So I want to make some clarifications. This is not the first project that's been heard in front of you about on those parking lots. Secondly, hearing the conditional uses that are in front of you, I have a problem with, to clarify the wind study, they want to put trees. Well, I actually do put the trees in the neighborhood, and so I can speak on some authority about putting trees because I've been doing it for over 10 years. That is not going to reduce the wind study by putting in trees because it's already been discussed multiple times in the downtown area about the wind. The wind comes especially to around 2 blocks away. We know that it's a very windy part of the city. The windiest part of the city is right in that area coming off Twin Peaks. So to mitigate by putting trees is going to lessen the wind study. I find that imperceptible to say it that way. Next, I want to point out, again, the below market rate housing is in the Tenderloin 2000 plan. And everybody seems to negate or not even bring it up. It's a plan that was already adopted, and maybe it wasn't adopted by the Planning Commission, but it is a plan of the community. And it was a plan that still speaks today because there's no other plan currently in place for the Tenderloin. So it's already in talking about housing. It already has a whole section on housing and what kind of housing goes in. And we already discussed what this kind of market rate going in and why we don't have agreements with the community by Shorenstein. Shorenstein has brought their team and have infiltrated the nonprofits in the neighborhood with their staff. I'm very concerned about what they're doing with their company. Thank you. And I think their founder would be kind of upset with them.
Next speaker, please. While you're coming up, Chris Markowski, Alex Shapiro, Del Seymour, Terry Anders, and Kathy Looper.
Hi, I'm Tony Robles. I'm board president of Manilatown Heritage Foundation. Our organization preserves the memory of the International Hotel. It looks like we're coming full circle. Way back when the I-Hotel struggle was happening, Shorenstein wanted to tear that down and build a parking lot. Now he wants to build housing on a parking lot, so we truly have come full circle. The 12% affordable for this proposed development, does not address the housing affordability crisis. It is irresponsible. 69% of people in San Francisco earn less than $80,000. Most seniors, and these are folks that we're most concerned of, our constituents, earn 20% of AMI. So for whom are we building? I've heard this talk about a Chicago-style building. Well, there's also Chicago-style pizza. Doesn't mean that it belongs here. It doesn't mean that it belongs in the Tenderloin. We don't have to approve every single development that some goofball developer puts on the plate. We don't have to eat it. This affordability crisis for seniors, for people with disabilities, it is extremely. It's a health crisis. It's a housing crisis. I met a Muni driver a couple of weeks ago. He's living in a shelter. I don't know if he would be able to afford a market rate unit in this development. I just feel that given what I've seen with the homelessness crisis, with the affordability crisis, that 12% is insulting. It's irresponsible. It's inappropriate, and I would ask this commission to continue it or not approve it. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Jennifer Friedenbach, Executive Director of the Coalition on Homelessness. We're an organization that's deeply rooted in the Tenderloin. We've been there about 27 years. What we do as an organization is we engage in very extensive dialogue with our community, and we work to represent that community. That makes us an accountable organization. And as an accountable organization, we can only be opposed to this proposed development. And as an accountable organization, we're not going to take a position because Shorenstein bought us new carpets, like one of your previous speakers. And as an accountable organization, we recognize that this development will have a devastating impact on tenants in the neighborhood. And they're not going to be Ellis Act because that's not the kind of, we don't have 3-unit flats in the Tenderloin. We have large buildings. So the way people get evicted is they get evicted for bogus lease violations, silly things like strollers in the hallway and, being accused of things that they're not doing, for having to call the fire department. It goes on. And so a 12-story high-end development will absolutely drive up rents. And landlords will have even more motivation to evict tenants for bogus lease violations. And I also want to call out this really ugly notion that having almost 300 affluent households added to a very severely impoverished neighborhood will somehow make it more safe. And just try to deconstruct this concept a little bit. Safe how? Are the people moving in saints and the people already in the community criminals? Is that what that's saying? Are the new tenants going to drive away drug dealers? Will they not also be buying drugs like all the affluent people who come in droves to the Tenderloin to buy drugs already? Will the new tenants call the police on current residents more often? Perhaps. Will that make current residents feel more safe? Unlikely. So what exactly is this idea that moving affluent people into a poor neighborhood makes it more safe? Well, let's get real. It's called racism and it's called classism. So Shorenstein is a company with a most evil legacy here in San Francisco and with a lot of money. They are doing absolutely nothing for the neighborhood that they're going to be profiting off of so gigantically. They're doing the bare minimum, the little breadcrumbs that they're giving away that are very painless, the little 12% they're required to give by law. But what the community... It is not going to impact and offset the harms that the development is going to have on that neighborhood. Those breadcrumbs will not. What the community needs is housing affordable to poor people. Not just 12%, but real numbers. This is really a greedy, monstrous-sized monolith, and it's not willing to give, so reject it. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Jackie Jenks, the Executive Director of Hospitality House. We are a community institution in the Tenderloin. We've been there for almost 50 years, and I have had the distinct privilege of working in the Tenderloin for the past 21 years with neighborhood residents struggling with poverty and homelessness. I ask you today to continue the approval of this project until the developer has agreed to substantially more affordable housing than the bare minimum. 12% is unacceptable, and even recently the mayor and members of the Board of Supervisors has acknowledged that point. I think everyone knows here that we have an affordability crisis in San Francisco, and nowhere is that more visible than the Tenderloin. What this really boils down to is profits over people. This is somewhat understandable given the world that we live in. Tech moves into our area, everyone flocks around to capitalize on it, and that's the way it goes. But this is no ordinary neighborhood. According to your own Planning Department American Community Survey, the 2014 update, the median household income in the Tenderloin is around $21,000, contrasted with the $79,000 median income citywide. That's 1/4 of the income of San Francisco as a whole. Median rent in the Tenderloin was $880, contrasted with almost $1,400 citywide. We all know that has changed considerably, but it's still stark. And a majority of the city's homeless folks are right here in the Tenderloin and Mid-Market area. And I would go so far as to say that this should be no ordinary developer. The Shorenstein family, as has been noted by others, has owned this land in the Tenderloin for the past 50 years. The family has owned and operated other property here for decades, and they should know the neighborhood of any other developer. You would think they would be more invested as a long-standing neighbor in the community. Well, I've met with the developers several times, the good folks over at Shorenstein, and while they have made good efforts to meet with the community organizations and have agreed to some of our requests, the most important request that has been given by the community has been the affordable housing, and the bare minimum of 12% is unconscionable given the neighborhood they're developing in. We must consider the socioeconomic impacts of this project on the community. You all were right when you said that before. If we do not have the tools to do that, then maybe we need a moratorium on new market rate development until we can develop the tools, because once it is gone, it is going to be gone. I also just wanted to say in my last 14 seconds something about this idea of safety. Hospitality House has really witnessed how all of the police presence and the getting ready for the new rich people in the community has actually made our residents more unsafe, more profiled, to the extent that even our staff of color have been hassled by the police coming in and out of work and trying to do their job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very
Your time
much.
is up. Thank
I
you.
really hope you will continue this.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Michael Nolte. I'm the Executive Director of Alliance for a Better District 6, and I'm speaking on behalf of the organization. We have met with the Shorensteins not only at the Alliance meetings, but also the Tenderloin Futures Collaborative meetings. They have done, which I think the only positive thing that I can mention is they did do a lot of outreach compared to some of the other developments that have come into the Tenderloin over the couple years, last couple 10 or 20 years. And again, I also want to clarify, I heard one of the statements that we haven't had many market rate housing, which is bunk, because we're surrounded on Van Ness and Market of already planned market rate housing. And what's happening now, because I was before this planning commission about 101 Hyde, there are other developments being planned that are market rate that are coming in. That we already have the borders of the Tenderloin. Now we're getting right in the middle of the Tenderloin. So the Alliance is neutral on this on the project, but we do have issues. One is the lack of community services. We believe that the Jones and Golden Gate frontages of the building are just solid walls, and that doesn't serve a purpose. We believe that the open space should be reconfigured. And we believe that the increase in inclusionary housing needs to happen. And this is, because it's on Market Street, it's the gateway into our neighborhood. And nobody's mentioned that. This is the gateway. I mean, people are going to see this walking into our neighborhood, this new building, or leaving the neighborhood, whichever way direction you want to go. And more importantly, there's only a few of the speakers did mention, and I'm glad they did, but they mentioned on different angles, which we used to have 700 small businesses in the Tenderloin. Now we're only down to 300. So this project, I'm not sure how it's going to be helping out that issue, but the thing is, we as the Tenderloin community have to start planning our neighborhood, not project by project, by finding out what our needs are, and not be dominated by certain entities that just will write a letter of support if you write us a check. And this has happened in the Mission, and it's happening now in the Tenderloin. And there's got to be the real voices are the residents, because they're here 24/7. And I represent an actual neighborhood planning organization that's been around for 17 years, and the Alliance has. So I mean, we've been dealing with these issues, and many of our board members are former board members of the North Market Planning Coalition. So we do understand the issue of planning, and we also want to empower current and future residents to understand the issue of planning too, and not just deal with letters that are coming from executive directors. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment this evening? Okay, not seeing any. Public comment is closed. And Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you. I think this is an excellent project. It's kind of amazing that people say people will see this as the entry to our neighborhood. I mean, isn't that better than a parking lot in an empty commercial building? I don't quite understand that, but it's long overdue, and it provides growth without displacement. the demand for this housing in this area is going to continue, and it's going to get stronger, and where there are rent-controlled units, there will be competition for those from newcomers who can afford them and afford to, get into those units. This could help to accommodate some of that demand, so it only makes sense. As far as the actual approvals we have to do, we have a rear yard approval of 134. This is pretty much standard. We have freight loading, and they still have one off-site loading. They don't have two. The 161. The wind, I read the report, and unfortunately the way the wind exceedances works is unless you remove every single exceedance you have, then you are stated as having an exceedance. So I don't really see that as being significant. And finally, the FAR, which is the CU, and this is what we standardly do for almost every project. When they have affordable units, the square footage of the affordable doesn't count towards the FAR. Also, I believe from the staff report, 1/2 of the bays and the halls or the entry areas of the unit do not also count towards FAR, so that they still are above it to some degree, and that's what we're being asked to do. There were 96 letters of support, which there was a lot of outreach, and I think some speakers were talking about outside developers, but as most people have represented, the Shorenstein Company has been here for generations and decades, and so it's not somebody coming in from the outside. And, I think that it will, there's a lot of affordable housing that has been built around the area, and most of the buildings in the area do have low-income housing or services for low-income residents. So that was a good point made by Mike Terrio, where this will allow us to become more of a mixed-income neighborhood, which would probably be a good thing. I think it's going to provide some jobs. It's going to provide benefits for the city that could be used for the neighborhood in terms of the fees that it pays. And, I think it can only do good things. They had lots of community outreach, which almost everybody's acknowledged, 98 meetings. And also the night lighting will help safety, which they don't have now, and there'll probably be new retail. The new retail will provide some local jobs and might tend to discourage some of the criminal activities in the area, which even the opponents have spoken about and saying they're very unhappy with that. So those are some of the main things. The other thing that's really important in keeping with the discussions we had earlier during the EIR is people have asked for a displacement analysis. We have two of them that are excellent, that have been used in discussions of the Mission District, but they apply just the same to the Tenderloin. There's the Ted Egan study and the recent study that came out of the California State Legislature. Both of them point out that the provision of market rate housing in low-cost neighborhoods tends to lessen the amount of displacement that occurs, which makes common sense because the demand's going to be there. If you provide some market rate housing to satisfy that demand, there's less pressure on displacement. In fact, the Assembly study shows that there's an up to 50% less displacement if market rate housing is built in low-income areas. So, the studies are out there, and they seem to be fairly consistent in their presentations, and we have 4 different studies that we're going to be looking at when we talk about the mission controls, and these are very applicable to the Tenderloin because with some differences they still apply to any areas that would have a lot of low-income population. In terms of affordability of this project, as you know, there's a ballot measure in June. We're not allowed to discuss that, but it's going to be there, and there also is going to be trailing legislation. And I think the two things together, more than likely, the trailing legislation will encompass this project and any other projects that are approved or have been approved in recent months that will, have to end up raising the amount of affordability that this project will have to have, or it will happen automatically if there's no trailing legislation, because they would be controlled by whatever is passed by the voters, and if it does succeed, it would be 25%. So I think this is an issue that should be taken up by the Board of Supervisors, who are enmeshed in this whole discussion right now, and the supervisors and the voters will have ability to decide this, to ask a developer to come forward with a number above what is required at this particular time. Doesn't really make any difference, because it's all going to be changed by the trailing legislation or the election. So I think those are the main things. And also, it was pointed out by Randy Shaw, who certainly knows the area well, there's only been one market rate, excuse me, continue. Randy Shaw knows the neighborhood very well, and he said that only one market rate project had been built in the Tenderloin in the last 10 years. Some have been approved, but they haven't been built precisely because of the kind of problems that this project is having and other projects have had when they try to go to build it and try to get funding and try to get financing. And you know, one thing leads to the other, and it's a downward spiral for this neighborhood. So this is the kind of thing you have to have built to begin to provide some economic opportunity for the neighborhood to, you know, become more economically beneficial for the existing residents or anyone else who moves in. And so, as someone else mentioned, there have been very few evictions in the Tenderloin because, you know, most of the residents are in affordable housing units that are controlled by nonprofits, and you know there's not going to be any evictions from those. So I'm very much in favor of this and support it.
Okay, Commissioner Hillis.
So first, thank you all for coming to testify. For those who've been before this commission or heard us debate market rate housing projects in the past, I mean, primarily we've seen a lot in the Mission and Potrero Hill, not as many as in the Tenderloin. We've faced this issue about how we stop displacement and gentrification and try to provide additional affordable housing. It's been an issue we've obviously talked a lot about over the years, and have encouraged, I think, and that discussion has led to the board's efforts and our elected officials' efforts to increase the inclusionary percentage, which we certainly applaud and think is needed. We agree with many of the commenters that 12% is low, and I think we're all facing a charter amendment to increase that in feasibility studies and where that lands. I don't quite think we all know, but it's going to land somewhere north of 12%. So we've been encouraging of that process and look forward to how that can increase the amount of affordable housing built. My question, I don't know if it's for staff or for the developers, is where would this land in the kind of the trailing legislation that's being kicked around by the board? I know it's been introduced. There could be changes that are made to that as it continues through the process. But I imagine this gets caught up in that at some point. There's a little bit of process, gamesmanship going on. If this gets into the board and is delayed in the approval process, it will get caught up in the trailing legislation. And where does it land as far as the percentage of affordable housing?
So the trailing legislation, as you know, requires a number of things and feasibility analysis and so on, and it also has grandfathering provisions that are. And this is, to be clear, this was the legislation that was introduced just 2 days ago. Right. And so it needs to be approved, and it will likely change as it goes forward. But the current version has grandfathering provisions that depend on the date of the submission of the environmental application for the project. So it changes it's lower depending on how far back you go. So I think the first trigger is the beginning of 2014. I believe this project was submitted before then, projects that were submitted at that point, I think, would have a 1% increase in the affordability requirement from 12 to 13%. And then there's another increase if projects were submitted in 2015 and another increase if projects were submitted this year.
Okay.
So it's about my best guess is that it's like I would be affected by a 1% increase in the BMR requirement.
Okay. And then I guess a question for the developer. You're obviously hearing, requests from neighborhood groups to increase the affordable percentage. We've seen some projects come before us. I mean, the vast majority, I think, that have come before us in the past year or two are kept at the current rate, which is 12% or 15% or whatever the rate may be for where they are. Some have increased voluntarily. I guess just you've obviously had discussions and you've done outreach and people have said you've met with them as you thought about this and the grandfathering that's going to take effect. How do you see this playing out, and two, what was your thought process and analysis about potentially increasing it voluntarily early?
Sure. Appreciate the question, Commissioner Hillis. We are a code compliant process, and I think that feeds into the way we're thinking about the project and how we're meeting the different requirements. We'll also say, in regards to the trailing legislation, we fully expect to fall under that, regardless of the timing and how things unfold over the coming months leading up to June 7th. I feel that there is positive momentum at the policy level right now that's moving forward with this trailing legislation and the charter amendment. And so we're willing to wait it out and let the government tell us where we need to be.
Okay. So, I mean, I think that's the question. Thank you. But before us is, we have a couple options. One, to approve the project and see what happens at the board level. And obviously this is going to get caught up in the trailing legislation, and we'll have some increase in affordable to continue it, which I think gets to the same outcome. We would eventually have to hear it and kick it to the kind of the trailing legislation ordinance or deny it. And again, I've always stood on the side. I think it's important for us to keep building projects market rate and affordable. We've certainly approved a lot of affordable, certainly not enough. But I don't see the benefit of denying the project and keeping a parking lot. Certainly, I think we've advocated for projects with the maximum amount of inclusion area as possible. So that's my thought on the housing. One issue that didn't come up, which I appreciate, kind of the changes that have been made in the design of the project. I think there's obviously a couple facades to this project that you can see, one on Market Street, both at the Market Street level and then beyond the historic building, which I think are good in their design and articulation. And there was some changes done to both the Golden Gate and Jones facades, which I think were flat. And it reminded me a little bit of the John King article that was written about the Trinity projects before there was encouragement to kind of give them some more depth in articulation. And I think we saw some changes to those facades, which I think were encouraging, and I certainly, if we're moving this project on, would like to see the developer and the architect work with staff to even strengthen those and make them more pronounced, because I think they were heading in the right direction. So thank you.
Commissioner Wu.
Thanks. So I also want to thank everyone that came out for public comment. There were a number of things that resonated with me, and I just wanted to sort of reiterate them, is that, there really is something special in culture and diversity in the Tenderloin, and I take issue with sort of the sense that it needs to be cleaned up or washed away or something like that, that there's really something important to preserve there that's very hard to build anew. Also that, 55% AMI for rental BMRs is an important place for there to be BMRs, meaning that it's important to serve people that make around $39,000 per year. But it is very true that the median person in the Tenderloin cannot afford to be in that BMR. If the median income is $21,000, you just don't make enough to even apply and be accepted for that BMR. And so it really leaves out the majority of people living in the Tenderloin already. I wanted to respond to Commissioner Antonini. There are a number of different studies. I think the work that Karen Chappell is doing out of Berkeley and the Urban Displacement Project has somewhat different nuanced look than what came out of Ted Egan's office. As to the question of inclusionary, I think that the question of equitable development is the question, what's equitable? And that legislators set the 12% at the time they thought that was equitable, right? I think that it's been clear at Commission over the last year, 2 years, that no longer is true, but we are not yet legislatively caught up to figure out what we think it should be at. We don't really have that many tools to do much here from where we sit today. I know that the June the work is upcoming, but with regards to grandfathering, what we really heard was that we really heard the community wanting 20%. It doesn't look like, we don't know what will happen with the negotiations, but it doesn't look like it'll get there with the grandfathering, and so I just put that out there to the developer to think about.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess a question for Mr. Theriault, please. Something you said really kind of hit with me. I got into a bit of a tussle this past week please come up. Got into a bit of a tussle this past week over something called exclusionary zoning and how it keeps mixed incomes separate. It keeps income homogeneity.
Homogeneity, I think.
Homogeneity, I'm sorry, I've got braces. So in this abstract that somebody sent me after this big tussle, I actually sat down with a clear head and read it, and it said, it's better to move lower-income people into higher-income neighborhoods than move higher-income people into lower-income neighborhoods, was what this abstract said. And I can see here, with your mixed income is achievable. What are your thoughts on those two different kind of?
Yeah, I haven't seen the particular abstract that you're talking about. I'd love to, actually. So if you forward it to me, I'd be happy to see it. I don't know why. Again, if you have a situation where a substantial quantity of housing is preserved as affordable, permanently affordable, and another substantial quantity of housing has a high degree of protection through rent control and historic preservation as affordable, that may be different from the kind of circumstance you're seeing in the abstract.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
I mean, I guess maybe to staff, question for staff, Ms. Chang. When we had the 5M project, the thing that got me over the line was the fact of understanding what the context of the project is. I'm struggling here a little bit with the context in terms of what is actually permanently affordable, rent stabilized, and kind of what an income level housing map would look like if you were to go a quarter of a mile around this project. Do you have any thoughts or anything you can help me out with here on what the context is of the Tenderloin in terms of those two dimensions?
I haven't prepared that analysis, so I
didn't mean to put you on the spot. I probably should have called you, but somebody brought that up, and it just kind of hit me. Okay, thank you. Somebody brought up 20% poverty as the tipping point for what they called a cancerous cycle when they said the Tenderloin's at 50, 25% unemployment. I heard 25% of the permanently affordable housing is rent stabilized, 55% is rent stabilized, 25% is permanently affordable. I think for me here, a project here makes sense. Absolutely. I completely agree with the people that said, hey, a project here made sense. I am concerned as well about just understanding what the context is, and I think I said interim controls. Maybe that's too strong a statement, but really understanding what's going to happen here, at least trying to understand based on what the existing conditions are, would help me out a little bit more. And if I had some of that, I could probably get over the line pretty quickly. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
The project poses a great deal of difficulty because on the 10% Market Street side, it does all the right things given the really larger changes, structural changes of Market Street. On the Golden Gate Jones Street side, it is hard to understand with 90% of the project being in that area, and picking up on what Commissioner Wu just said so succinctly, that indeed the BMR rental rates are out of sync with those people who actually live there. this project becomes like an introduction of a foreign object almost, because of what we normally have, and it works well in many other neighborhoods. I live at the edge of Chinatown and Nob Hill, which is a very, very sensitive blending of similar factors. The gap isn't as noticeable and unbridgeable. So I can very much understand why people describe this as being like the unsurmountable wall, because indeed they cannot find themselves realized in the project in any form, and I'm not debating the 12% that we have been diligently using for the last few years. It is in that gap of defining what is affordable right in the neighborhood, that's where it becomes so difficult. And yeah, perhaps I was expecting some magic. That magic isn't 40%, that magic isn't 30%, but somehow perhaps I had hoped, and we had indeed quite a few projects as of late, where the developer, without even hesitating, took the next step themselves. And I know that the Shorenstein Company is new in the residential business. That was an opening statement I heard, but somehow along the line, given that we are really confronted with an absolutely unsurmountable project in the bigger discussion about housing, I am kind of wanting to see a guarantee that 15% is the beginning point of the discussion. That would be my preferred way of looking at this project. I feel kind of tied by supporting many aspects of it. I agree with some of your observation on the design, but I'm very much torn about the unresolved commitment to a higher percent of affordability.
Commissioner Johnson.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is interesting. I think, at least to the developer, I'm encouraged that a lot of our comments are not about the physical building. They're all about sort of the intangibles, about affordability, sort of where it is, who it's serving, and I think that's encouraging because honestly, those are things that can change in the future, right? We're working within a legislative realm where we have a certain level of inclusionary housing that's needed. There's a certain definition of AMI that we're sort of bound to for a lot of reasons at this point. But honestly, those are things that legislatively might be discussions that need to be had in the future. I'm supportive of having a project in this space right now. This is exactly what we look for when we talk about urban infill, about adding density, about creating more housing units. This is, a vacant building and a parking lot. And so I think that we need to be, supporting housing in this area. The one thing I will say is that in terms of the conversation, it would be nice to have this more informed by what the Prop C and the trailing legislation actually say. I sort of debated in my mind whether or not a continuance would help. I'm not sure that it would, because either this project will or will not be caught up in that legislation, and that's not something that is part of our decision-making process. So either this project will be part of it or it won't. And in terms of the affordability for people in the area, it's a conversation that has not started just today to talk about having area median income definitions that are beyond sort of the San Francisco metro area. That's how we get to those numbers. When you have a median for the entire city, that's how you get to those $39,000 and $40,000 income levels in 2015, 2016 for 55%. If you were to do neighborhood AMIs, those numbers would look vastly different in different areas of the city. And that's, again, a conversation needs to happen at a higher level than here. We cannot compel a project, I'm not even sure it would be a good idea, to sort of make up their own numbers as they go. So that's kind of where I'm at with looking at the project. I do have one specific question about sort of the physical layout of the project. The layout sort of puts in junior one-bedrooms and one-bedrooms, and they sort of lump them all together. So when you look at, and then for the affordable housing, those units have to be equally distributed as according to the distribution of the units in the building. So my question is, is that designation of junior one-bedroom versus, I guess, quote-unquote, full one-bedroom, is that a distinction that's made when looking at which units are affordable and which ones aren't? Or which ones are part of the inclusionary and which ones aren't market rate?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Johnson.
Question.
We have to, the BMR program requires us to reflect exactly what's going on in the entire building with the unit mix. So we wouldn't, I think maybe you're asking, would we be swapping a junior one for a studio or a...
No, so you have studios, you have junior one, and then you have one bedroom, two bedrooms.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at the unit mix, to say what percentage of one bedrooms what number of one bedrooms have to be in the inclusionary program, there's no distinction between junior one bedrooms and one bedrooms. It's sort of a design distinction, but not actually made when you talk about which units are affordable and which ones aren't. So I'm asking the question. I have to look again at what number of one bedrooms that percentage turns into, but is that a split that you're making amongst the juniors one bedrooms and the full one bedrooms or not?
Of those affordable units.
I think if I understand your question correctly, there's maybe a concern that they may ultimately designate all the junior one bedrooms as meeting the affordability requirements for the one bedrooms, and that would not be allowed. It would have to be across the range of apartments. So if they have X number of junior one bedrooms, would have to be BMR, X number of one bedrooms of the studios, of the two bedrooms. So.
Okay, so maybe that's more for the staff in terms of the in the motion or maybe in the documents, because that's a distinction that's made in the design documents that there's junior one bedrooms and one bedrooms, but not when looking at the numbers.
No, I mean this is part of our standard practice for implementing the BMR program, that we ensure that there's comparable units. So we already have a program for for reviewing that, and we go to the extent of during the addenda phase, we actually designate specific units in the building, and there's a notice of special restrictions required, and our staff does ensure that they're appropriately distributed. So.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, question for staff. In terms, we have, downtown project authorizations, and we also have a CU. So does this project also have elements that need approval by the Board of Supervisors?
No, there's no proposed code amendments or general plan amendments.
There's not a code amendment, but it would be appealable to the board if certainly the CU portion. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So anyway, as far as the 12%, it was approved by the voters in Prop C, and that's what is in place now. And that will be decided in the future by the voters again in June. And we don't really know what the trailing legislation is going to be. So I'm going to move to approve the downtown project authorization for freight loading, wind exceedances, and rear yard, and also the CU for the FAR, allowing it to exclude the inclusionary from FAR. I believe those are the actions that are before us.
And variances.
Can we do it together?
I believe you made a motion for both.
Yeah.
17A and B, but I did not hear a second.
I'll second that, but I want to hear what other commissioners.
Sure, no, that's fine.
Have to say. Okay.
Yep, second.
Okay.
And are the variance is not in your motion?
No, the ZA did the variance.
Oh, you did the. Oh, Jesus. Sorry, he's got.
Okay. Let me throw out a few thoughts and thank everyone for all the comments and time spent here today. As far as affordable, I see this as a code-compliant project. I think it sits right on top of transit. I realize there's some variances that have to go through. It sits on top of transit. It's not involving any kind of displacement or demolition. I think it's an interesting project, as Commissioner Moore pointed out, because it really has potentially three different faces: a Market Street address, a face, a Jones Street, and a Golden Gate Avenue address. And so from an architectural point of view, I think it's quite interesting. And those three streets are very different in themselves. And there is, as one speaker said, a confluence of different neighborhoods that come together. Shorenstein, we have known them for a long time. They do have a number of properties. I do also know that they have made great contributions to the city in a philanthropic way. And I think for this neighborhood, in my opinion, that there's no I don't know if there may be a better, but this is a very good neighbor to have in this neighborhood. And I feel over time they will step up beyond all the things that they've talked about today to help improve the neighborhood, to help create jobs, and et cetera. I'm not going to ask them to do that. I think they will do that. It's a San Francisco family and a San Francisco company that I think has long-term vision for the city and will participate that way. I'm interested in seeing it go through today. And I think there's maybe some danger in watching it be subject to the 25% affordable. I think that probably changes the economics and the dynamics of this project significantly, so that we end up with maybe a lesser project than we're looking at today. So I think it's important to move it forward and keep San Francisco money in San Francisco. Commissioner Hillis.
Yeah, I agree with many of the comments that have been made. I mean, I think we're going to see an increase in this project in the BMRs. I mean, there's probably little doubt it's going to be appealed to the Board of Supervisors and get caught up in the grandfathering legislation. There's arguments to be made kind of in the tenderloin that percentage should be more than the typical kind of citywide percentage because of the diverse income that's there. Now there's arguments that it should be lower because of the higher percentage of stabilized housing in the Tenderloin. I think it's a good model for other neighborhoods in the city that there are so many housing projects in housing parcels that are controlled by nonprofits and then layering on rent control where rent is stabilized. So, but that's not a debate we can necessarily have here. We don't have the power to alter the percentage of inclusionary. So I think it is best to move this on. I think it is appropriate to have a project here. I think it's a lot that's been needing of a project. I mean, I worked in mid-market in the city 15 years ago under the old redevelopment planning, and this project, there was always slated to have a development project here. I think it's long overdue that we actually saw housing on this parcel. So I'm supportive of the motion in a second to move this forward.
Commissioner Moore.
I just wanted to make a comment that, contrary to some other projects we discussed, this project does not provide any nested bedrooms. The unit plans are actually quite good. That needs to be said because it speaks to the 36 units that are currently identified as affordable as being good units. I'm not sure how, even if we could afford, what the definition of affordability means here. I would like to see if Commissioner Wu has any experience with any project where that has been challenged. No?
I can offer some thoughts.
If you wouldn't mind.
The rental BMR program is what it is, and so I was trying to take notes to myself. Is there any way to do something like a LOSP operating subsidy? But that's a totally different kind of project. It's if it were a TNDC or a Mercy project, and that's just not what's in front of us.
That is a sore point and remains one, because I feel there is something amiss in how we, even in the broad brush tools we use, fine-tune some of those particular subtleties. This is a very extreme case because, as I said earlier, I don't feel there is a necessary kind of textual blending even. There is something still uncomfortable for me. And on the larger issue, like I'm not sure we will be voting, and I'm not sure how I'm going to vote. But if nothing else, I want to pick up of what Commissioner Hillis said earlier, that the modulation of the building needs to be looked at a little bit more. It is a very, very large building, and I think the changes in color paneling is still too random for me, particularly because there is not a lot of modulation on the facade itself. I would want the department to work on that a little bit more.
Yeah. As the maker of the motion, I'd accept that staff continue to work with project sponsors, particularly on the segments on Golden Gate and
Jones.
Yeah, those areas.
I'll agree to that as a seconder.
And the only thing which remains to be asked is Was there ever any point where staff was encouraging the developer to look at a higher affordability? Was there ever any discussion that that would even be considered? I might have to ask Mr. Vettel himself. There's just something very dry and painful about this project, as much as I want to support it. Is he even still here?
It's right there, Mr. Vettel.
And the question again?
Was that ever a discussion? Was that ever on the table as a realistic question?
It's difficult for me to answer that question. It's the 12% is what we came into this project at. It's what the voters enacted in 2012 in Prop C. We know that's going to change, but we don't know where it's going to change. And at this point, that's the level that this project makes sense and works at.
Thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess, where with Commissioner Moore is as well. I'm still struggling with this one. The optics here look terrible. Let's face it. We're in this situation of a housing crisis and affordability, and we're coming in at 12%. We're going to vote on it, and that's the law, and that's what I conveyed to the project sponsor the other day when I met with them. It is what it is. And whether it gets caught up in the grandfathering or not, we're going to have to see what that is. I think what I'd like to ask staff to do, or maybe put on the action item list, is to see what kind of projects we have coming in the Tenderloin to determine if we can get some type of more of a contextual look at what the Tenderloin looks like, rather maybe than interim controls. Housing context in terms of stabilized, permanently affordable. Maybe some comment on that cycle of poverty issue that was brought up. Where are we at there? Income distribution, and maybe what any data we have on what's a good mixed income neighborhood look like, if there's any data. Just general stuff. So I struggle here, but I want to understand kind of more the on-the-ground condition. And it's not a 5M. There's no development agreement. So it is what it is. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
Commissioners, if there's no other deliberation, then there is a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions, with a suggestion that the project sponsor continue working with staff on the design, specifically Golden Gate and Jones.
Mm-hmm.
SOD modulation.
SOD modulation, yeah, would be the right word, yeah.
Right, and along the lines that the developer already presented today.
Very good, Commissioners. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore. Excuse me? Commissioner Moore?
No.
Commissioner Wu?
No.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 5-2 with Commissioners Moore and Wu voting against. Zoning Administrator, what say you?
Thank you. I close public hearing, inclined to grant the requested variance.
Thank you. Commissioners, that'll place us on item 18 for case number 2015-000-184 CUA at 29 through 31 Hattie Street, conditional use authorization. If those members of the public who are leaving these chambers could do so quietly, we would certainly appreciate that.
Let's see more. 4 more, 5 more, 5 more.
My kid's pitching. I'm missing him right now. Look at how that's. Treasure.
Good evening, Commissioners. Marcel Bucher, Department staff. For you is a request for approval of a conditional use authorization for expansion to an existing 2-unit residential building that would exceed lot coverage of 55%. The project proposal includes horizontal and vertical addition to retain and expand the 2 existing residential units. The building permit application was approved by the Planning Department in February of 2015. However, a final site permit was not issued prior to interim zoning controls for large residential projects, which became effective on March 20th of 2015. This proposal is now subject to conditional use authorization for proposed lot coverage of approximately 66%. Following expiration of the required neighborhood notification of the building permit in January 2015, no discretionary review requests were filed. The subject property is within the RH2 zoning district with existing lot coverage of approximately 48%. 29-31 Hattie is situated on a small block which exhibits parcels with varied lot depth, lot coverage, and placement of structures on site. There is no existing pattern of mid-block open space on the small block. The project has been reviewed by the residential design team, and modifications were made to increase rear side setbacks for the proposed expansion in the rear. On balance, the proposal is designed to be compatible with the neighborhood's scale and character and with the surrounding residential structures, specifically with the massing of the rear of both the adjacent structures. The department has received some communication about the project, as noted in your case report, but has received no additional information. Based on these findings and those outlined in the case report, the department recommends approval of this project with recommended conditions. This does conclude my presentation. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Does this work?
Yep, you should be.
I'm the homeowner. I've lived in San Francisco for 20 years, and I love and respect the charming character of the city, particularly of Corona Heights, which is why I've chosen it to make my home. I'm not a developer and not an investor. This is my home. The current top apartment where I live is 800 square feet. My partner and I are in the process of adopting a child, so we merely want to create an extra room in the existing attic space by making it a livable space. I fully support this legislation's intent to prevent monster homes, but as Marcel noted in her report, my lot is smaller than the standard San Francisco lot, this 100-foot standard lot. It is, in fact, one of the smallest lots in the entire neighborhood. You can see on this overhead, this is my lot in shaded, and the lots behind me on Ord Street are over twice the size. The monster homes intended by this legislation were to prevent huge homes on the through lots of Ord Court and State Street and the through lot of 17th and Roosevelt Street. Obviously, this 55% rule, the larger the lot, the larger the home. My lot is only 1,875 square feet. My lot itself could fit inside those monster homes several times over. My house is planned. The plans that are up for review were fully within the code and the rear yard constraints before this legislation was passed. Like Marcel said, I passed 311 with no complaints by any neighbors, no notices or anything. My adjacent neighbors have never complained or objected. In fact, no one on my block and within blocks of my house have objected. I was fully approved by Planning Department, and a site permit was about to be issued, but there were delays in planning when it sat on people's desks, and I was caught in this legislation. It was passed in the meantime. Mine is not a monster home. It's not one of the homes that was intended to be subject of this legislation. Scott Wiener himself told me, and he's told the press several times, that this legislation was not intended to prevent homeowners from simply accommodating the growing needs of the family, which is what I'm doing. Thank you.
I am John Goldman of Goldman Architects, the architect for this project. And I'd like to point out a couple interesting things. So this small lot, 25 by 75 feet, the footprint that we're proposing is 1,242 square feet. So just as a point of interest, if the lot was 25 foot by 90 foot, still a substandard lot, the lot coverage would be 55%. If it was a 25 foot by 100 foot lot, a standard San Francisco size lot, the lot coverage would be 49.7%. And if it was one of these lots on Ord Street, our lot coverage would be 36.5%. I'm sure this legislation was not meant to affect such tiny lots. As SIDA says, it was really meant to prevent monster homes on very large lots, such as you find on Ord Street. I'd like to just take you through some of the design ideas and explain how we are trying to fit very comfortably with the adjacent neighbors and maintain mid-block open space. First, Viewed from Hattie Street, just pointing out we're working pretty much within the volume of the existing attic space, and we're basically converting the attic space into a new usable fourth floor, which is how we're expanding the top unit where Sita lives. Most of the issues I'm going to talk about have to do with the rear yard. This home here to the south has a long blank wall on the property line. So what we decided to do is use the alternate method of rear yard averaging, which I'm going to put this diagram up. This sums up.
Pull it down.
Okay, so
no, there you
go. What we've done, the home to the north has a large rear deck, 3 stories high rear deck with a bunch of stairs. They use their decks for outdoor living space. They have couches, they have microwaves. It's basically outdoor living space. That's right here. The home to the south has a long blank rear wall, which I showed you. So it made sense to take some of the area away that here and put it on this side. So we basically took 37 square feet from this area and added it to this area. So it basically moved the east wall of the building about 1'7" further to the east along the blank wall of the adjacent property to the south. So that's the alternate method of rear yard averaging. Something else pointing out, so this wall here is basically the average between the wall of the building to the south and this the wall of the building to the north, with the exception we moved it 1'7" further to the east in order to accommodate the building to the north. The other thing that's interesting to note, and I'm going to show you a roof plan, but is the deck of the building to the south is here, the stairs and the deck is here. So this additional 6'8" extension into the rear yard, which is pulled in 5 feet on each side, 2 stories tall, that, in fact, that face is sort of averaging between the deck here and the face of the stairs and decks there. I think if I show you a roof, kind of a rendered roof plan, it'll be apparent what I'm talking about. So here's the deck of the building to the south. Here's the stairs and decks of the building to the north. And you can see the rear yard extension, this 2-story high extension, which is about 6'8" deep. Kind of averages, kind of splits the difference between that deck and this deck. And the building itself splits the difference between that wall and that wall, the north and south walls. And then the fourth floor is held back at the 45% setback line. So the fourth floor is held back quite a bit from the rest of the building. Showing you some renderings from the street first. You really cannot see, you can barely see the fourth floor addition from the street, which is up here. And here, you can barely see it. And the view from the rear yard, I think you can see how it fits within the adjacent properties quite comfortably. So I mean, it fits right in, and
it's not blocking the open space, the mid-block open space at all.
No, it's not extending into the mid-block open space that's already established by the adjacent properties with their decks and their stairs and their building walls. So I think it's very compatible, as the planning department has determined. We're following all the usual code regulations. We use alternate method rear yard averaging to accommodate the neighbor to the north, to help them out, and in no way hurting the neighbor to the south. And we're here before you today just because the interim legislation occurred during this whole process. So we have to get this approved now, which it wouldn't have even required an approval prior.
Yeah. And I just want to put in, the legislation itself states the Planning Commission shall grant conditional use authorization allowing residential development to result in greater than 55% lot coverage upon finding unique or exceptional lot constraints. And we're pointing out that the unique and conceptual lot constraint of mine is that it's abnormally short.
Okay.
course, we're available for any questions.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, opening up to public comment. Not seeing any public comment is closed. Commissioner Richards.
It's interesting. I supported this concept of the interim controls because of the through lot situation. What the project sponsor did convey around the fact that there were no neighbors objecting, there were no DRs filed, that there is an exception to the legislation around certain types of lots that are substandard or unique, and this one seems to me not to be the subject of what this whole legislation or the intent of these interim controls were. So I'm generally supportive of approving this project.
Is that a motion?
Wait to hear what the other commissioners say.
Okay. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's kind of caught in the legislation that probably wasn't intended to affect projects such as this, which seems to be well designed, and better to have that extension a little more into the rear yard where you've set it back from the adjacent neighbors who you might have had an impact in, and there's a big elevation change behind there, so it's and you have a very short lot as was presented. If you had a 100-foot deep lot, you'd be far below what was allowed even by this 55% coverage, which is a special provision that was passed with the legislation regarding Corona Heights and Monster Homes. So I'm very much in favor of approving this.
Commissioner Moore.
Since this has been elevated to BCU, I think we have the ability to look at it carefully. I think there are some skillful moves relative to the rear yard averaging. I still would ask that we consider the front of the building. I believe that the front of the building should indeed follow the standardly used guidelines of a 15-foot setback rather than an 12-foot setback, partially because I believe there is a little bit too much fluff on the fourth level. I think pulling it back by an additional 3 feet, which would mean flipping one stair, would not diminish the quality and the general usefulness of the expansion, but it would, in a way, speak more to what I believe is a very foresightful interpretation of Supervisor Wiener's Corona Heights legislation, that we want to avoid the massiveness of what a building looks like. We're not here to restrict usable square footage. We're not trying to restrict usefulness for an expanding family, but we are here to use like a skillful eye by which we diminish the over-imposing quality of a neighborhood where other houses are lower and where we otherwise typically, even in non-Corona height situations, ask for a 15-foot setback. And I'm more and more trying to have us realize that those extra 3 feet really matter a lot. We have it all across the city. We have reminded ourselves on that. And so I would strongly encourage us to ask for a additional 3 feet. That's very visible on drawing A1.4. Everything else is fine about the building, that building is pulled back a little bit more. Mr. Goldman, if you want to make a comment on that in terms of making it possible, I don't think it's a deal breaker, but I think it is important to us in order to be consistent in how we it's basically just pulling this back by 3 feet. This piece right here. How we need to, as a commission, we need to act consistently.
Right. I'm aware of the standard 15-foot. There's a couple things. First, the front facade's set back a few feet from the property line. So it is roughly 15 feet back from the property line, but it's true it's not 15 foot back from the face of the building. The reason I think you don't really need 15 foot in this case is because we're hiding it behind the mansard roof. I mean, if I could find a section.
It's not as much hiding or what we don't do. It is for us to be consistent. We have all kinds of situations on flat streets, on sloping streets, on sloping lots, all kinds of situations. I think the interpretation is a consistent one, and I'm really interested for apples and apples, and I strongly encourage us to leave it with those 15 feet because it's not really in any form or shape diminishing the building. Mr. Commissioner Richards, are you prepared to amend your motion?
I actually didn't make one. I welcome you to make one.
I'll make a motion that we ask for that we approve the project with the condition that the front facade gets set back by the typical 15 feet that the department basically is using as a standard for setbacks on extra floor expansions.
At the top level only.
Yes, thanks.
Second.
Only on the top floor.
Is that standard is from the face of the building typically, right? But is that true even if the face of the building is set back from the property line? You still use 15 feet always?
That's correct.
It is set 15 feet from the face.
No, it's 15 feet.
From the face of the building.
I mean, it is not a strict rule. I mean, we do look at context, and I guess I'm wondering, in order to achieve that, we're then pushing back the staircase and making the light well smaller.
Could we show you that section? Which just for a
You
moment.
would basically pull the deck back and push the deck further in and start reducing.
Right, but because of the
building mass on
sloping
the
mansard
expansion.
roof, which we retain of the existing building,
Yes.
You can't really see that top floor addition from the street, as I showed you in the perspective, because the mansard roof, which we're keeping for this purpose, to hide that front face from the street. So if we didn't have that roof, you'd definitely see more of that top floor. But by keeping it, and you don't. I mean, here's the view. You see like the top 3 feet of that floor.
So our residential design team has reviewed this and found it to be consistent with their application of the residential design guidelines. And I guess one of the concerns that I may have in terms of I think it's a very subtle change, but how that may trickle down to the project with the stairs and
it would complicate
impacting the
things
lower
for sure.
levels. So
it would be difficult to get that stair to work without that extra 3 feet, because that extra 3 feet Commissioner Moore is referring to is where the stair actually exists. So I'm not sure how I'd make it work.
You would have to
Because
move.
that stair stacks above all the other stairs below, and it needs a dog leg. So without that extra 3 feet, I lose 4 risers, and I'm not sure how I do it, actually. Out a pretty significant redesign of the floor below.
Ms. Boudreau, you seem to be, I saw you nod your head when I made the comment about the 15 feet. In what way, could you please comment on how the design review has discussed this issue?
I was nodding my head in understanding of your comment. When we were reviewing this with RDT and also with preservation, we did feel like the 12-foot setback would be appropriate for this project due to the fact there was the mansard roof, and that it would met our minimally visible standard.
I question why off a stairwell you have an additional terrace which is right next to your laundry room, when you have, just with rear yard averaging, off the master bedroom created a large terrace to the rear of the building. I find that somewhat not necessary. There is a sliding door. I can understand all of the light and everything else, but by asking for an additional almost 9-foot terrace to the front of a laundry room, I don't get it. Particularly not to the front of the building. No, it's
6'9".
It's whatever, 7 feet almost.
7 feet.
I just don't get it. And that's for me somewhat of a deal breaker. We do typically not have decks to the front when there is really no purpose of having it. There's not really any useful room behind it. You're coming up a stair and walking into your laundry, and you're having a 7-foot terrace. It just doesn't make any sense to me, and I'm not intending to support that. Because if that makes a building more massive, then I think I'm making a mistake here. You're looking at it as CU.
Commissioner Hillis.
Oh, I was just going to ask about the. I mean, the fourth floor is relatively. It's not deep, so I was just concerned about the 3 feet chopping off and not being able to reconfigure those stairs in the master bedroom. So, I mean, I have some concerns about reducing the 3 feet.
Commissioner Antonini. Commissioner Antonini?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay, a little bit confused by the motion. It looks, what we're being asked to move back is the wall, not the deck, but the wall itself, because you've got about 12 feet setback, just a little under. It's 11, 10, and 5/8 from the beginning here back to the wall of the structure itself. And I can see reducing the deck. I don't think the deck has to be as big as it is. I agree with Commissioner Moore on that. But I believe by making it 15 feet, then you're cutting into those stairs, which is the only way you're going to get up to that floor. So I'm not quite sure. I would be supportive of moving the deck out or reducing the deck, but I think you need the wall where it is, because you're not going to be able to fit it. You're going to have to cut the size of your master bedroom by quite a bit, move everything the other way, and get you off on the stairs.
You're correct in needing the wall where it is, but the deck then has to go away.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Are you changing your motion then?
I made a motion.
No, you made the motion. I seconded it.
Then I think we need to eliminate the deck altogether.
Why?
But don't move the wall here.
Don't move the wall. The wall stays where it is.
All right.
If he insisted on the deck, he would have to basically move the wall, and since that doesn't work, it would work, but we would have to redesign the stair. We'll basically eliminate the deck.
So, I mean, visually it would look the same as it's proposed now. It's just they would be denied access to a deck.
Outdoor. There would not be any railing or anything. You wouldn't basically be seeing anything.
I guess what would be the findings that you would suggest for that? We would have to, I think, incorporate that finding into the ultimate motion too.
Commissioner Moore, I think there's a couple more commissioners who have questions, but at the very least, I think we need some clarification with the architect to understand what direction you're going in.
What I'm trying to do is, if we are not moving the building back, we are at least eliminating the deck even to occur behind these dormers or whatever they're called, mansard roofs or whatever they are, and basically have a laundry room with a full glazed window on a non-occupiable deck. It's a non-occupiable roof. Fine. The building sits where it does, but there is no roof deck to the front of the building.
Does that make any sense to you?
Sure what
If you can speak into the microphone, please.
Sorry. Yeah. So this deck here, Commissioner Moore is saying to eliminate it. There's no guardrail here. I mean, the existing mansard roof we're keeping, and that's higher than the required 3'6" for a guardrail.
I see an elevation of where that is clearly visible as a guardrail.
Well, but that's actually the existing side of the house. It's there now. We actually haven't built that. I mean, that wall right here, the side wall, that's there now. Now, I think what you're saying is, okay, take this straight across here so you have this sort of void. We put the deck there just because we didn't see any point in having an unusable void. Yes, it's true. The deck's 6'8" deep. It could be 6. My kind of general rule of thumb is 6 feet is absolutely minimum for a usable deck. If we reduced it even smaller, in other words, if we made this wall thicker, we could do that. But I'm not sure what the urban design point would be, because it doesn't affect the view from the street at all. Well, whether this deck exists or not, it doesn't affect the view from the street. And having the deck does allow more light into the west side of the home, because then you can have full height doors there and letting light in instead of just roughly 3'6" height windows. So I guess I don't get it, because it doesn't affect the view from the street. I mean,
I'll remind commissioners this is not a DR, and there is no opposition. No. There is no opposition. There is no opposition to this project at this moment. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you. I would just support the motion to move the project as S4. This is a CU, so we'd have to have findings for that. I think Commissioner Moore, if I'm interpreting correctly, we were on the path to potentially having findings to adjust the project if we were talking about setting the building back further, because there would be some findings we could have there, but I just don't, with the deck argument based on where the original building is and the plans here, I just can't see how we would come up with any findings that would make sense for a CU for this project. So, yeah, so I'd like to move that we approve the project.
Second.
Well, there's already a motion.
I thought there was already a motion.
There's a motion that has been seconded that eliminates 3 feet from the front facade on the top floor. So
that motion has to be amended.
That motion would have to be amended or withdrawn.
That motion has to be
voted
withdrawn because the architect clearly indicates that there is no way of moving the stair.
I did not hear the withdrawal of that motion.
So I'll withdraw my second.
She is right now.
Okay.
So I'm going to make a new motion that we approve the project.
Second.
Shall I call the question, Commissioners? Then on that motion to approve the project as proposed, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore? Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Moore voting against. Commissioners, it'll place us on item 19 for case number 2014.0400 CUA at 430 Eddy Street, conditional use authorization.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tina Chang, Planning Department staff. The project at 430 Eddy proposes the new construction of an 8-story, approximately 80-foot tall mixed-use building containing 23 units, 970 square feet of retail space, and approximately 2,800 square feet of private and common open space in the form of a rear yard, roof deck, and second-level terrace, of which 2,500 count as code-compliant open space. This exceeds planning code requirements, which requires 1,100 square feet of open space if common, or approximately 830 square feet if all private. The project is located in the Uptown Tenderloin Historic District, mid-block between Leavenworth and Hyde Streets on the north side of Eddy Street. In order to proceed, the project requires conditional use authorization to approve the new construction of buildings exceeding 50 feet in height within an RC4 and ADT height and bulk district. Compliance criteria is included in your packets, but in short, the department finds that the findings are satisfied and the project is necessary and desirable because it would replace a vacant lot with 23 dwelling units, of which 3 would be permanently affordable. The proposed ground floor uses would help activate Eddy Street. Additionally, historic preservation staff, together with our staff architects, have carefully reviewed the building's design and find it compatible with the Secretary of Interior's standards in Uptown Tenderloin Historic District. To date, staff has not received any public comment regarding the project, though the department has received phone calls from members of the public requesting additional information. The department supports the project because it meets the goals and objectives of the general plan and replaces an underutilized parcel with new housing that has been designed to be consistent with the neighborhood. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Project sponsor.
Good evening, Commissioners. John Kevlin here with Ruben, Junius, and Rose on behalf of the project sponsors. The project before you proposes the construction of a new 8-story, 23-unit residential building with roughly 1,000 square feet of ground floor retail space. The project removes an existing vacant lot that was previously used as a surface parking lot. We've got 3 on-site BMR units, open space provided in the rear yard, a second-floor courtyard, and a roof deck. The project proposes no parking. It's actually an area that's well served by transit, 7 nearby bus lines, and a 5-minute walk from the Powell Street BART and Muni station. The design, we've worked over a period of time very closely with the planning department, both the design review team as well as the historic staff to come up with a design that is consistent with its context and also with the Tenderloin Historic District. The surrounding neighborhood consists of higher density, smaller scale dwelling units and residential hotel rooms. The dwelling units proposed by the project, which are less than 500 square feet in size, are consistent with the smaller scale unit size in the neighborhood. And due both to the location and the size of these dwelling units, they're expected to be more naturally affordable than most new housing units being brought on the market today. There's at least 14 other buildings within a 2-block radius that are 8 stories or taller, most of which are taller than 10, and one is as tall as 19 stories. I'll just put it on the screen real quick just because it kind of stood out to me when I put it on a map again. Yeah. all of those boxes are buildings that are 10 stories or taller within 2 blocks. So we do have community support for the project. We've entered into community benefits agreements with both TNDC as well as the Tenderloin Housing Clinic. The Tenderloin Housing Clinic actually operates the Jefferson Hotel adjacent to our building, and part of what we're doing to ingratiate ourselves with the neighborhood is renovate the lobby of that building, which is quite run down at this point. And we'll also continue to coordinate with the neighborhood on identifying an appropriate retailer for the space. That was something that a lot of folks had some opinions about, so we're going to continue to coordinate with them on that. So the project will provide 23 new, more affordable units in a short period of time. The project sponsor is ready to seek a permit and begin construction as soon as we're approved. And the project is consistent with the neighborhood, an area with dense development, apartment development. It supports transit-first policies, provides neighborhood-serving retail space, and we respectfully request that the Commission approve the project, and we're here with any questions.
Thank you. Opening up to public comment. Are there any comment cards? Secretary Ayunin.
I do apologize. There
No
are
problem.
two.
Okay. Mr. McNulty. Mr. Nulty, I'm sorry. Apologize. I try to call people by name.
Well, there's 2 of us, so
that's
last
right.
name gets it right. That's PC. Okay, my name's Michael Nulty. I'm speaking on behalf of the Alliance for a Better District 6. The project sponsor did do a presentation at our request to do some outreach to the community. And at our meetings, just for those that might find this entertaining, we actually videotape and put them up on YouTube. So we try to bring actual sunshine to our meetings, because not all our members can actually attend the meetings because they're either senior or disabled. But there's also that does additional outreach to the different developments that come to our meetings, and so we do that. So I thought a letter had come in from our organization, but I guess it may not have been sent. So we're for the project. We like the idea that there's smaller units, and we think that's a better fit for the neighborhood. Although every time we hear that another parking lot is leaving our neighborhood, there was a petition signed some time ago when Glide's 2 parking lots were on the development thing, and a lot of people in the neighborhood then said enough is enough. We need to start thinking about planning the whole neighborhood and considering some open space. We lack open space. We keep on inviting more people into to the neighborhood, larger family developments. In this case, there's some that are coming up that are be family, and we need more opportunities for them. And so I'm always concerned about actually the last project that we heard sometime recently would have been a perfect place for open space. And I think this, we have to start preserving some spaces for open space, or there won't be any at all. We'll just be a concrete jungle in our neighborhood with a wind tunnel. And we'll all be just flying down the street as we walk through it, the Tenderloin. So, but overall, our organization is for it, but we do have some concerns just overall about how things are transpiring in our neighborhood. We've seen quite a few developments that have been on the being considered, and I think that it's about time. When I was here for 101 Hyde, the same issues were being brought up about how are these impacting our neighborhood. I mean, it's nice to talk about it, but until we see somebody do a study or something, it's mute. So we don't want to. We would like to see how it's all impacting as a group of new developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nulty.
The project spot. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is John Nolte. The project sponsors bought the parking lot in 2014. Within a month of it, after it got out of escrow, they started their plans for their development. I find this very kind of interesting that they did not do really outreach to, as was said by the attorney, that they did outreach to these neighboring buildings, but not to the community at large, in which I find a little concerning because we just had a massive group of people of the Tenderloin in this in the audience for a similar market rate development, and they couldn't stay for this. So, I think the same issues that were brought up for that apply to this. And additionally, I saw the design for this, and I do not think it is appropriate for the Uptown Tenderloin Historical District, the facade of the project has been presented. And I think, as you made a motion on the Market Street one and also at the 101 Hyde, specifically you, Mr. Richards, on the working with staff, I don't see that happening with 101 Hyde. So, and of course, that project sponsor is now selling the property. So, I find that this is what happens is the project sponsors come here for entitlements and they don't build the property. And this parking lot, like the other parking lot, has had multiple sponsors come in front of it or people to develop a property, and they sit still. So I don't even know if this project sponsor has the money to develop the property, and he has another lot behind this address that he bought too, and he's doing it individually. So I'm concerned about the impact on the neighborhood with this sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Seeing none, Commissioner Moore.
Project is just a simple straightforward building, 23 dwelling units, 3 affordable units on site. Ms. Planner Ching was responsive to providing the Commission with the required site survey. The drawings express units which are indeed not showing any of the problems we have seen in others as being non-livable. The unit arrangement is very similar to what we approved on a project on Bush Street just a few weeks ago. I asked her about the workability of the second floor inner Lightwell courtyard. That courtyard does not meet the requirements of being counted as common open space, but indeed is the use of a roof of a courtyard, which I think is appropriate to the building. It helps this building. It helps adjoining buildings. I asked Ms. Chang to make sure that the bedrooms for the rear and for the front unit have additional planters which would move the doors into a slightly different position, because if you have usable open space, you need to protect the privacy of the rooms which adjoin and take light from that roof deck. She acknowledged that. I make that a part of the condition, but the building itself, I think, is approvable. It is a very simple building, I think, and we would hope that indeed this project will move forward to add the additional 23 units and replace a parking lot in that area.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion with the caveat of the modifications on the second floor roof deck so that the windows are protected.
Second.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I'm also very supportive. I think it's a simple project, but architecturally, I think it looks good. It's got the tripartite type of design. It's got the punch windows. It has a lot of things that are in harmony with the buildings in that area. And in a very small lot like that, it's probably about all you can really do, and it seems to do it well. So, and it's got the affordable on site, and so I'm supportive.
Commissioners, there's been a motion that has been seconded to approve this project with conditions as amended to include a condition the second floor roof deck windows are protected. Is that correct?
On the second floor roof decks, there has to be a planter or an ability to have people not step right up to the window in order to guarantee the privacy of the room beyond.
So some form of privacy.
I think Mr. Kevlin has talked with Ms. Chang and knows what I'm talking about.
So a privacy component.
Privacy component, yes.
Very good, then, Commissioners. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson. Excuse me, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, that'll place you on item 20 for case number 2013.1696C at 1737 Post Street, also known as 11 Peace Plaza. Conditional use authorization.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Wayne Farns, Planning Department staff. The item before you is a request for conditional use authorization to legalize an existing formula retail use that has been operating at the Japan Center Mall since 2012. The subject business is the Face Shop. It's a Korean cosmetics retailer with approximately 2,300 stores in 29 countries. The tenant space is approximately 300 square feet and does not have a street frontage as it is interior to the mall. The project is supported by the Japantown Task Force and the Japantown Merchants Association, and we've received 25 letters of support from the public and a petition with 1,150 signatures. There is no known opposition to this project. The department staff recommends approval as the project complies with the newly created Japantown NCD zoning district, the Japantown Special Use District, and findings have been included in the draft motion for the Japantown Special Use District, and the project is compatible with the commercial nature of the neighborhood. That concludes my presentation. I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, project sponsor, please.
Commissioners, good evening. Philip Lesser for the Face Shop, project sponsor. I don't want to be redundant, especially at this late hour. However, there's absolutely no opposition whatsoever. But what I do want to add is I've gone on way more than my share of merchant walks. I've never seen as much love shown to a merchant as I saw to Mr. Ezra Jung. And I'm very proud because, like myself, he's an alum of George Washington High School, and his parents had a grocery store on a street that I grew up on, Cabrillo Street, and it's just wonderful as a native San Franciscan to see another businessman out there that's fully embraced by the community. So I would ask you to please accept the recommendation by the Planning Department to approve this project. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? Not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioner Moore.
Move to approve.
Second.
On that motion, Commissioners, to approve this matter with conditions, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0 and places us on item 21 for case number 2015-00789.
I have to make an announcement before this item, if that's all right.
Let me just read it into the
sure.
record then. Item 21 for case number 2015-00789 CUA at 1699 Van Ness Avenue. Conditional use authorization. I believe Commissioner Antonini has some.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Working on my required 700 form, some years ago I bought stock in First Republic Bank. I only bought a small amount, like $1,400, but it's done so well that it's now over the $2,000 limit. In consultation with the city attorney, I think it's wise to recluse myself from this hearing because my interest, at least for the time being, is over $2,000 in my First Republic stock. I would ask to be recused.
Move to recuse Commissioner Antonini.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to recuse Commissioner Antonini, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
No.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Hillis voting against.
Are you saying the increase is too small?
It was too small, yeah.
And you didn't get a calendar.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Wayne Farns, again, Planning Department staff. The item before you now is a request for conditional use authorization to establish a new formula retail use financial service doing business as First Republic Bank, located at 1699 Van Ness Avenue on the eastern edge of the Pacific Heights neighborhood. The First Republic Bank is currently existing at 2001 Van Ness, and they plan to close this branch when they open the new location at 1699 Van Ness. The company has 67 locations, primarily in California, but several others throughout the United States. This project, as it is a relocation of an existing business, would result in no net increase in formula retail concentration in the district or the quarter-mile vicinity. It restores an active ground floor use to the historic building, which previously hosted or housed the Hard Rock Cafe about 10 years ago. Department staff recommends approval as the project complies with the RC4 zoning district, the Van Ness Automotive and Van Ness Special Use Districts. The general plan is incompatible with the commercial neighborhood. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for your questions. Thank you.
Okay, project sponsor, please.
Hello, my name's Steve Chung. I work for First Republic Bank in the Architectural and Development Department. The project itself is just simply a straight relocation of the old Hard Rock Cafe space. It's been vacant for a very long time on Van Ness. So the challenges are primarily the space itself, or the building, is protected as a historic space, part of the Auto Row area. So we thought it would be a great opportunity to see that empty space revitalized again. It's a relocation of our small space over on Jackson Street now, and we're saving as much of the building as we can. We're saving quite a bit of the interior ceilings, which are really spectacular. They're all about 16-foot ceilings. And then the exterior window storefronts were preserved. And the steel sashes at the transit line were going to restore and replace the only lower section, which are currently in quite a state of disrepair. So we had worked with the historic already to confirm the scope of work and ensure that we don't damage or take away anything that was already protected. So there was really nothing outstanding or significantly challenging or different about this project. But I think I drive by that every day, take my son to school, and it's just empty. But when we got in there to look at the space, it's like, holy smokes. I mean, the ceilings are beautiful like this. So we've got 16-foot ceilings, coffer at the center. There's a gigantic oculus with a port of the sky there. So there's a thing. I remember sitting there throwing back some beers over the years, but for it to be empty this long, it's long overdue. So we're tickled to get the opportunity. The clients upstairs, Pacific Union, approached us to see if it would be a possible fit for us to maybe do a move there. So we had a community outreach, didn't have any opposition, so we're assuming it would be pretty straightforward. So they'd be available to answer any questions. Have an executive from FRB here also that could speak. Any questions?
My name is Volker Ulrich, and I work for First Republic Bank. One object of the new branch office will be a meeting room which can be used by the public. So it's a nice community meeting room. So we are here for the community, and we show appreciation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And opening up to public comment, if there's any. Not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioner Hillis.
Yes, so I'm supportive. I think it's an appropriate use for the space. It's good to see the building reused. And I also wanted to note First Republic, unlike some other banks, and I think you've mentioned this before, kind of have a tendency to over-sign and light. I mean, we've seen this with Chase where they kind of use that blue too much, but I wanted to kind of compliment you all on signage and kind of being somewhat minimal on your signage out front, which I think works well. Thanks. I'll move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion,
Commissioner Moore, sorry.
The only comment following what you were saying, Commissioner Hills, is I do think it's commendable that they are basically moving from one location to another rather than opening a second one. And I do appreciate that as being sensitive to our own set of criteria regarding duplication of Formula Retail.
Commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions. On that motion, Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0 and places us under your discretionary review calendar for item 22, case number 2015-0537 DRP at 663 22nd Avenue. This is a discretionary review.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm David Lindsay, Department staff. The project at 663 22nd Avenue is a three-story horizontal addition at the rear of a three-story single-family house. The three-story component would be approximately 5 feet deeper than the main rear wall of the adjacent building to the south, with a one-story component extending a further 12 feet beyond the three-story component. A deck is proposed above the one-story component with its railings set in 6 feet from the south property line and 4 feet from the north property line. I should point out that this project was originally reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission almost 10 years ago in 2007, following neighborhood notification, during which time no requests for discretionary review were submitted. Since the 2007 permit was ultimately not issued by DBI, the applicant contacted the city in 2015 and indicated that he wished to proceed with the project, and he was advised by the department that given the time that had lapsed, he would need to go through the whole process all over again, including pre-application meeting and the Section 311 neighborhood notification process. And those processes took place last summer. The subject property is on the west side of 22nd Avenue between Balboa and Cabrillo in the outer Richmond. The block is characterized by 2- and 3-story single-family houses and with multi-unit buildings interspersed. The subject building is one of 2 similar 3-story houses constructed in 1919, both of which have small footprints compared with other properties on the block. The DR requester is Frederick Sallin, owner of 667 22nd Avenue, which is the property immediately adjacent and south of the subject property. Mr. Sallin's concerns with the project are as follows: that the rear addition is too deep and consequently out of character with adjacent houses and the rest of the block, that the rear addition negatively affects light and air to adjacent properties, and that the rear addition negatively affects the mid-block open space. The residential design team reviewed the project following the DR submittal and found no exceptional or extraordinary circumstances related to the project or to the DR requester's concerns. The RDT found the proposed depth of the addition to be appropriate, given that the one-story portion of the project is no higher than a typical property line fence, and that the deck above the one-story portion is held back from both adjacent properties by railings that are set in 6 feet from the south neighbor and 4 feet from the north neighbor. Likewise, the 3-story portion of the addition is appropriately set back from the adjacent properties to minimize light and air impacts to the neighboring buildings. The department recommends that the commission not take DR and approve the project as proposed.
Okay. Sorry, DR requester.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your attention. I realize this has been an incredibly long day. I really enjoyed the first 4 hours with my 1-year-old, and we were playing in the halls, and it was great. And I can only imagine your job is difficult at this time. Thank you for your time. My name's Fred Salin. Me and my wife, Tony, our 2 kids, we have a 1-year-old and a 5-year-old, live at 667 22nd Avenue. We are the southern neighbor to the proposed project. We've been there since October 2008. I want to give a timeline that augments what the city planner has just explained, and that is that our neighbors Carl and Annie were the prior owners of 663 22nd Ave. January 2007, planning approval for the rear extension was given. The permit lapsed. There was a notice of cancellation in October of 2011. February 2015, a new owner purchases the property. 10-day close, all cash, $1.3 million. The new owner, developer, real estate agent decides to hire the old architect, Dennis Young, with the intent of reinstating the old permit and saying that they mistakenly let the permit lapse. March 9th, 2015, it was noted in the planning record by the new owner that the permit was canceled in error. Please re-sign on permit application and plans, end quote. The permit was not canceled in error, Commissioners. The permit was not exercised in 2007, 8, 9, 10, 11 because the former owners, Carl and Annie, did not want to build the project. On our first neighborhood meeting, I met the new owner. I explained that if we're going to be neighbors for the next 20 years, I'd like to work with you. If this is just a house flip, I'm not going to be comfortable with the extension as you've described it. And one of the other community members who will speak tonight, the northern neighbor of the Lai family, was there to witness that conversation. He said that he may live there for a year. I'm not surprised that his story has changed since then. I think it speaks volumes that the original architect is not here. The new owner has hired people like Jeremy and Gabriel for his business development opportunity to develop a huge project that is out of character with the adjacent neighbors, and I believe is insensitive to specific requests to scale back appropriately. I'm not a professional architect or developer. I'd like to ask for further consideration be given to this project for the following reasons. They're not designing with respect. Number one, they're not designing with respect to the planning guiding lines. They're not using the averaging. They're disregarding the adjacent neighbors. They're creating a massive addition that blocks light and air to the north. It's completely out of character with the row of 6 houses. In San Francisco, I'm a native San Francisco. I also went to Washington High School, if that matters. Proudly, we give special attention to the elderly, the ill, and children. And while it's been pointed out multiple times to Bradford's team of developer architects that this project affects my kids, the northern neighbor's disabled father, there's been no relevant scale back and no sensitivity. For Bradford to scale back this project means money out of his pocket on the inevitable resale of this development. These extraordinary circumstances adversely impact our families. We tried to be cool. We tried to ask for concessions. We talked on the phone many times. We met in person, face to face. We tried to be discreet, respectful, but it was clear that they were not going to scale back. We were forced to file this discretionary review. We respectfully asked for some consideration from this planning commission. Thirdly and last is that there are elements to this project that indicate this is not a single-family home. There's 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, 2 laundry rooms. There's 3 baths on the 3rd floor. Other people from our neighborhood will speak to this point in particular. Again, Commissioners, thank you at this late hour for your consideration. It's much appreciated by our families, and thank you.
Okay, speakers in support of the project sponsor?
DR.
I'm sorry, the
DR.
speakers in support of the DR requester.
Can I use this projector here? It's the same one that you guys have in front of you. And hello, my name is Edison Lai. I'm representing my family, the Lai family, at the 659 22nd Avenue, the North Side neighbors. We've been the residents of 659 for 28 years now. I was born and raised into that house, as well as my sister behind me. We are in support of the DR requesters because we're concerned about the out-of-characterness of this property extension. It's also a large intrusion into the common green space into the backyard. Also, it's insensitive to both us on the north and Mr. Salen on the south. For us, it's in regards to light and air, and as well as the last point is that the plan is uncharacteristic of a single-family home. I'm going to skip this next page, but I'm going to go to this view. This view is a view taken from my elderly father's room. He's disabled. He's in this red circle in the middle image. That's where his room is. The proposed project is You can see the story poles erected from September. And then if the story poles are still there in this picture I've taken in February 2nd, you would see that I have this line drawn here where the story poles should be. If the project were to go as forward as planned, we would eliminate all the sunlight to my father's room, and that's diminishing the quality of life for him. In the images that you probably have in your packet, you'll see some solar studies, but those, I want to remind you that those do not take into account the most coldest days of the year, the winter months, the shortest days of the year. Those, this picture is indicative of those months, February 2nd. If it were up to us, we'd want the current DR request asks to pull it back to the property line, the extension back to the property line for Mr. Salen's house. But if it were up to us, in our ideal world, we wanted to pull it back even further for another 5 foot setback, and that will actually give some sunlight to my father's room in those cold winter months. Another thing about the cold winter months is that in the rear of our house, you can see in these pictures, the proposed project plan would eliminate the sun to the rear house from 12:15 to 3 o'clock. That's almost 3 hours, and that's the most intense time of the day for the sun. So we wouldn't be able to get warm sun in the winter months. In the next picture here, I just want to speak to the fact that the overall size of the proposed plan. My parents and my 3 siblings, we grew up in an 1,800 square foot house, 3 bedrooms, 1.5 baths. We didn't need these things like 5 bed, 5 baths, an entertainment center, 2 laundry rooms, in addition to other things as well. So we urge the Commissioner please take into special consideration the needs of the neighbors.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers in support of the DR requester?
Hi, my name is Jessica. I'm Edison's sister. I live at 659, the north side of 663. To reiterate, my family's been living there for 28 years, and my parents plan on living there for the remainder of their lives. My bedroom is one of the 2 bedrooms that are going to be greatly impacted by the proposed expansion. During previous discussions of the project with the 663 sponsors, we've asked for the 3rd floor to be scaled back. Although they did make a small concession on the 2-foot cantilever, it's still very insensitive to the large shadow cast that's going to be on our property. Like he said, especially during the winter months. I'm extremely surprised by their response that they have no room to give, but their proposed 3rd floor alone has 3 full-size bathrooms. Not to mention the master bedroom has 2 large closets here. I'd urge the Commission to take a deeper look into this proposed plan and the impact to its neighbors. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the DR requester?
I'm Cynthia Hamada. I'm the neighbor that's almost directly across the street from the subject property. And Mr. Salan has paid for this discretionary review with his hard-earned money. He and his family with 2 small children are victims. And he's a humble family man who selected a quiet San Francisco neighborhood street to raise his children on. And now, as a responsible homeowner and father, is forced into a costly and stressful situation because of an investor who has no interest in living on our street. This investor, Mr. Bradford Wong, purchased the subject property in early 2015 and immediately applied for the permit to expand an already large 4-bedroom home, as was advertised in the MLS, with 1 bedroom, to what is now a 6-bedroom home with 5 full baths. The expansion involves grand amount of square footage as living space. 3 of the existing rooms are generous and significant in size for a single-family home. His 3rd floor addition is 17 by 13 feet, and that does not include the bath or the closets, or the second bath, or the third bath. These are all full baths. The first floor addition is 37 feet, 11 inches by 23 feet, 10 inches. That's the size of the room. Each one of these rooms, again, has a full bath, plumbing, etc., for a total of 5 full baths in the single-family home. Mr. Huang did not speak with us. He did not speak with me. I've called him multiple times. He answers the phone, chuckles, and hangs up. This is not the reaction of somebody who purchases a home to live in with his neighbors. He would immediately hang up, just to let you know that. Granted, all the homes... We want to ask him to be responsible for the safety of his neighbors and to consider their concerns. A structure of this size and number of units could be a significant fire concern for adjacent neighbors, keeping in mind it's a floor higher than Mr. Salin's house. Additionally, the multi-unit expansion has one parking space on our already crowded street where cars park on the sidewalk. And you can see this in aerial photo number 2. Granted, all the homes have relatively the same square footage, but chose to build up instead of back. Mr. Huang is building up and back. He is constructing a high-traffic facility, Airbnb, or a multi-unit rental, and we ask for consideration of reduction in size of his expansion. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Camille Shee, and I live across the street from the property at 678 22nd Avenue. I'm a residential architect and would like to comment on the size of the first floor room behind the garage. It's really quite large, nearly 925 square feet, the average size of a 2-bedroom unit. To me, the size and layout of this first floor space strongly suggests an intent to convert the room into an illegal second unit. If this is the case, the second unit will not have adequate light and air unless the project sponsor pulls the first floor 3 to 5 feet away from the side property line. I request some further review on the intent of this first floor room to ensure and encourage that a legal second unit with code-compliant natural light and air be put into place. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other speakers in support of the DR requester? Okay, not seeing any project sponsor.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Jeremy Schaub with Gabrielling Architects for Bradford Huang, the owner of the property. It should be noted that the previous designer could not make it to this late hour of hearing. Our firm started on this job last fall, so I can't really address all of the design considerations along the way, but I believe the majority of the concerns are about the bulk and the massing of the building. And it should be noted that in this zoning, we are way under building for what is possible there. It could be, we could build a 2-unit building that's 6,300 square feet. We're 2,000 square feet under that. We're not using the rear yard averaging. We are less than the required 45% rear yard. We could have a 12-foot extension on the ground floor in the rear. Right now it's 6 feet. We could have a 4th floor. It's only 3 floors. It's well under what the zoning allows for. The designer earlier on, before we were involved, did give some consideration to the neighbors at the pre-application meeting. There was originally an exterior staircase from the 3rd floor down to that deck over the 2nd floor, and the guardrails were at the property lines, necessitating a 1-hour parapet. Those have both been removed, allowing additional light and air to the neighbors on the northern side. And by pulling in the guardrail on the southern side, we are hoping to alleviate some of Mr. Salen's privacy concerns. And to that end, I think it's a pretty straightforward project. There's definitely nothing extraordinary about a house on the northern side being in shade during the winter. So with that, I will try and speed this along and open it up to rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. Okay, DR requester, you have a 2-minute rebuttal. I'm sorry. Speakers in support of the project sponsor. My apologies. Are there any? Okay. DR requester, you have 2 minutes.
At first, I want to say that the response that Jeremy had right there was pretty typical of the interactions we've had, which is it's not that big of a building. And I instantly thought of, yeah, you're not that sick. If you're not sick, you can say whatever you want. We use that with cancer all the time. If it's not your cancer, it's not that bad of a cancer. You know what? When it's your cancer, it's a pretty bad cancer. So I didn't appreciate that tone. And again, it kind of speaks to the lack of sensitivity that we've encountered from the beginning of this. I also just wanted to mention that the other handout we gave was 21 signatures from other neighbors that are in support of having the DR heard. I'm not sure the language, have the DR enacted. Thank you for that.
Okay, project sponsor, you have a 2-minute rebuttal. None. Okay. The public hearing is closed, and Commissioner Moore.
I want to pick up where the DR supporter spoke about the basement space, which I think is a space that could easily be converted into a second dwelling unit because the plans are quite ambiguous relative to the layout. In addition to that, if so, one really wonders why indeed the project at that level wouldn't pull back in order to let additional light in come in from the side, which I think would be a more gracious way of handling the room. Having said that, I am more concerned when we go to the
second floor.
When we go to the second floor, yes. That we're having some issues with privacy. Asked to get the Commission's attention to drawing A3 and match that up, which was called drawing 4, which is a simulation of the massing. I believe that the extension of the deck needs to be pulled back to 12 feet in order to not allow people standing at the edge of the deck and looking into the DR requester's home. You can stand at the edge of the deck and look into their home. So I think you need to pull that back. When you look at the drawing 4, you see of what looks like windows, which would be indeed be affected by that. Since we did not have the DR on 659, it is, I hear the concerns about light into their rooms, but I am not quite sure of how to respond to that because it was not described as an issue of a DR, so I cannot really, I can take it in, but I am not capable of commenting on it. So I would ask that we take the deck on the second floor level back, make the deck 12 foot wide, leave its depth as proposed as 1111, and put some conditions on relative to the use and design of the basement level. I'm not sure, Mr. Lindsay, what you would suggest in a case like that. You hear what I'm saying or what even DR requesters expressed as a concern.
Thank you, Commissioner. David Lindsay, Department staff. The ground floor room is does meet our what we call rooms down guidelines. It doesn't have direct access, other than through the garage to the street. But certainly if the Commission wishes us to put a notice of special restrictions on the use of that, that could be done.
That would be one way. It is a little bit hard after we had all these discussions about unit sizes to see an entertainment room to be 950 square feet. I am really straining a little bit. It's late. I understand that. My patience is a little bit short, but that is really a little bit harder to understand at the moment.
It's a big room.
It's a big one, and the ambiguity of it is, I think, of concern to me. There are hardly any 950 square feet entertainment rooms in any single-family home. Some of us would be happy to have a 950 square foot home. So, that being said, I would like to see a restriction on that. And then I would like to see that on the second floor, we are pulling the deck back to be 12 feet in width.
So the depth of the deck on the second floor is appropriate at 11 feet 11 inches, and it's the width. It would change from 15 feet to 12.
15 feet to 12 feet.
To 12 feet.
In order to prevent people from standing at the edge of the deck and looking back into the adjoining.
And centered in the.
That's correct.
Well, yes. So that would actually, it would create a 7-foot setback on the north side, correct?
That would create a.
Right. It's a 25-foot wide lot, so.
No, it would be a
12 plus.
It should create a 9 feet setback.
Yes, 9 foot.
It's 9 feet.
It's already 6'3".
It's 6, depending on what dimension string you read.
You're talking about the south side. I apologize.
Yes, sorry.
The south side is 6 feet, right?
So you're suggesting a 9-foot setback on the south side.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion to take discussionary review and.
Did you, just a clarification, did you set back the ground floor 4 feet to match?
No, I didn't get any traction on that from Mr. Lindsay, who said it met their requirements. I put a restriction of, notice of special restriction on it, that you could not be using it as a second unit. That is basically an added restriction, and if you do, then we know what happens then.
I'd support that. Yeah, sure. I think, given the size of that room and the fact that there's one window, one set of windows on the back, I'd support matching the 4-foot setback on the north side.
Okay, I can, if that is doable, I would support that.
Yeah, because it goes up the entire building.
I'm sorry, so that would be.
North side 4 feet, south side 9 feet off the property line. Deck, ground floor, basement, the large room down.
What are we doing on the ground floor?
The basement floor gets pulled back on the north side.
It already is a 4-foot setback.
No, on the ground floor.
No, on the ground level, Commissioner.
On the
ground level.
So the entertainment room is getting squeezed 4 feet from the north side.
Correct.
Understood. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners.
I'm still up here.
Oh.
Right. I'm sorry. Yeah. DR Requester, I'd like to ask you a question on this proposal. I know you talked a little bit about the light and air to the room and the impacts, so I'm not sure if these changes we're proposing are addressing what you had in mind as far as the impact on your property.
I am the DR requester, and I actually did mention in our discretionary review, page 9, the proposed rear extension would adversely impact the shared green space and adversely impact both adjacent neighbors, as evidenced by the erected story poles. The north side neighbor to the proposed project, 659, would be extremely adversely impacted by blocking light and air to all levels of their existing home, where elderly residents rely on light and air for their well-being. The impacts are not reasonable because the proposed depth of the new addition is incorrectly calculated and does not average correctly. This is information that I'm learning, and I'm not able to explain it to you. I'm sure, sir, Mr. Lindsay could do a better job correctly between the adjacent buildings. Across the way, they're in the middle of a development project where they have come to the walls on either neighbor, so they're not protruding. It's a really respectful development.
Okay, what I'm trying to get, Commissioner Moore has proposed taking 4 feet from that downstairs. As you know, the downstairs extension, the 1-floor extension, goes deeper into the backyard.
Yeah.
Now, we wouldn't be making that any less depth, but we would be taking 4 feet away. So I would assume that would address some of your concerns.
That addresses my personal concern because of nobody wants people staring into their kids' bedrooms, and I really appreciate that gesture. Thank you for being sensitive to that. As far as the northern neighbors, I haven't seen any concession there, and 28 years in that home with an elderly person in the back, it would have been nice if we could have worked this out without airing this out in front of y'all. I really wish we could have. We tried.
Okay, well, what I'm hearing is the 4 feet separates it away from one side property, and then on the upper floor, I believe Commissioner Moore is bringing that deck back a total of 9 feet now. So that
The second and third floors?
Second and third floors, as far as I know.
It's the deck.
Second
floor.
Second
Second
floor
floor deck.
Yeah. I don't think the.
Oh,
third-
it's just the deck.
The
Yes.
deck.
Yeah,
deck.
I understand.
The deck
Yeah.
back, so
Yeah.
that there's no ability to look back into your property.
Yeah, no, that I again appreciate that so much.
So it sounds
Doesn't
like-
speak to the northern neighbors' concerns, the Lai family's concerns. And that is brought up in this discretionary review on that 9th page, item 2.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
you're welcome.
it.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess the question I have is, setting that third floor back some additional feet, what would it do to the programming,
You have to reconfigure these closets.
reconfiguring closets? I mean, you got that kind of canyon wall there. It's this big, long, blank wall. And I get the whole light issue. So I would recommend moving the third floor back 5 feet, reconfiguring the closets.
In depth, is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
in depth, towards the front. Just move it back so you have a kind of a zigzag or a setback. I think it'd be more respectful.
So he, proposing to reduce the third floor extension by 5 feet. If you look on that diagram A4, it's about 5'4" beyond the bathroom. So it would come up to that bathroom. I think there's enough room to reconfigure the closet and the walk-in closet to still have a sizable master bedroom. I mean, maybe, do you want to make a comment on that? And it would give some
Relief.
relief.
I think some direction on the finding, because we will be taking DR to impose these conditions on a principally permitted project, and so staff, it would behoove us to state why we're cutting these back.
DR, though.
In order to provide additional
Light.
to the northern neighbor.
Maybe 3 feet, I think.
Did you want to make a comment just on that proposal? I mean, it seems like you could still accommodate your program with some reconfiguring of closets and bathrooms and still have a master
That's right.
bedroom there.
I think we can with at this point, it might as well be a 5'4" setback to match the southern notch. I believe we can still fit the number of bedrooms there that we'd like.
Right.
I do have some question as to then any concern over that itself being a deck, or would that be an unoccupied roof? It's far enough away from the property lines, we could do it without a parapet, but I did want to briefly go back to the ground floor cut that Commissioner Moore proposed, where I don't know that that's saving any light or air being that we could still build a tall fence on that side property line. I don't know that bringing in horizontally on the ground floor does that much or adds that much to the neighbor.
I think,
I know
it
that-
makes that room a little more usable. You know, it's a 900 square foot room with one set of windows on the back side. It
So
seems a little awkward.
set it back and add windows on that side.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, you guys made the motion, so if you'd accept the 5-4, we'd have a motion on the back.
On the third floor.
I'm fine with that, but not in an exchange for any deck upstairs.
No, no
The decks
deck,
are
no
only
deck.
on the second floor.
Yeah.
Right.
What probably will happen if we pull that bedroom in, I think it's a good idea, we'll lose a bathroom. There's some rearranging
Yeah.
of closet and
closets.
bathroom, but that's not our concern. There are too many bathrooms to start with. On that, did you get the essence of the motion? Can somebody help me?
Well, let me try to see if I
4-foot
can.
side setback, 4-foot side setback on the ground floor,
Yes.
5'4" on the third floor of the building, in the reduction of the deck size by
9 feet.
9
on the
feet.
Well,
south
no,
side.
it's a 3-foot
Oh,
reduction.
3-foot reduction to
Creating
make
a
it 9 feet.
9-foot
For a total of 9 feet.
That's
Yeah.
it.
setback. So if I have it correct, then, Commissioners, you're going to take DR and approve the project as amended, reducing or setting back the second-level deck 3 feet on the south side, retaining a 12-foot width and a 9-foot setback. We're going to impose an NSR for the ground floor that it cannot be used as a second unit. However, I'd like to suggest that you recognize it's in an RH2 zone district, and if they ever came back to permit a second unit, you're not restricting them from installing a second floor legally, right?
No.
I mean, a second unit legally, right?
No, we're not saying that. We're
Right, it just can't be
basically saying
used as a
long
second
it's
unit
being
illegally.
What's in front
Okay.
of us is an expansion of a single-family
The
home.
ground floor,
And under the current circumstances, you cannot enlarge it and use it as a two-family home without doing the proper things.
right. So then the ground floor entertainment room would be reduced 4 feet on the north side, and then the third level will be reduced, the depth will be reduced 5 feet 4 inches, and there would be no deck at that level.
Right.
Commissioners, on that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards. And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Places us on general public comment, for which I have no speaker cards.
Is there any general public comment this evening? Okay, not seeing any general public comment is closed, and Commissioners, closing this meeting in memoriam of Isa Karen Omakaro.
Omakaro, yes.
Omakaro. And with that, the meeting is adjourned.
Get under 9 hours.